Test. Members and the guests will please rise. Our chaplain, Charles C. Strunk, leads us in prayer, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Chaplain C. Strunk.
Our word for today is Ezekiel, the 39th chapter, verse 7. And the nations shall know that I am the Lord. Let us pray. God of mercy, you have called each of us to places where we can come together to make decisions that will affect so many people. Grant these representatives the wisdom, knowledge, and courage and integrity to make choices that make a difference in our state. Draw them together as they, as one, may accomplish what is desired. Bestow your blessings upon our world, nation, president, state, governor, speaker, staff, and all who contribute to the work that is being done. Protect our defenders of freedom and first responders as they care for us. And heal the wounds, those seen and those hidden, of our brave women and men who suffer and sacrifice for our freedom. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayers. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pope, before you get to, I've had to order these shirts with long sleeves, but they're too long. So I'm the artist, the reading clerk that was formerly known as Bubba. I beat you to it because you were going to do it, and I got to get you.
I was looking more for the keyboard and kind of the Elton John action.
All right. Let's read. Clerk will read.
Senate amendments to House Bill 4027.
Hold on a minute. Let's
Hold on to it and see if we want to.
Yeah, let's see if we want to do it
Start
immediately.
doing that like
Okay, yeah. We can always read it at the end if we don't get to it. Oh, Joe.
Mr. Hyde, Representative Hyde, and others recognizing the Honorable Gordon G. Cooper.
Tired action item sent out to roll the House. Objection. Hearing none, so ordered. Adopted.
Concurrent resolution by Senator Young nominating William Inman.
I've never seen one of those in all my years. The message received, and we don't have anything to do with the appointment. So they making our nomination for us? Yeah, I can get it out of there quicker than anywhere else. Are they here? Remind me to get them to look at it. Third House Invitations Committee.
We have a concurrent resolution naming a portion of Highway 76 in Marion County, Senate 783.
Invitations. When the roll call, members. All members record your presence. When the roll call. We'll be in about 15 minutes. Then we're going to shut it down and go to work. All right, members, we're about to go. All members, please record your presence. Okay, I'll call you. All members, record your presence. All right, members, we got a quorum. We're about to get started. All right, members, we're about to get started. If you're walking in the back, we're about to close the roll call. Mr. Moss, we're about to close it. All right, members coming in the back, we're about to close the roll call. All right, have all members recorded their presence? Are you ready? Bubba, are you ready? All right, the quorum is present. All right, members, we're on the calendar. House come to order. Members will take your seat. 5 days left. We still got a lot of work to do. House will come to order. On third reading, statewide uncontested bills, Senate Bill 619. Clerk will read.
619. Senator Rankin, judiciary favorable as is.
Pending question is third reading on Senate Bill 619. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 619 receives third reading by the House. Page 2. Senate Bill 131, clerk will read.
131, Senator Massey, judiciary favorable as is.
Pending question is third reading on Senate Bill 131. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 131 receives third reading by the House.
Reading. Senate 107, Senator Campson, agriculture favorable as is.
All right, members, we're on Senate Bill 107. The pending question is third reading. All those in favor of third reading on Senate Bill 107 say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 107 receives third reading. Takes us to middle of page 3, Senate Bill 545. Clerk will read.
545, Goldfinch, agriculture favorable, adopted amendment.
Pending question is third reading on Senate Bill 545. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 545 receives the third reading. Takes us to the bottom of page 3, Senate Bill 36. Clerk will read.
Recall from agriculture, adopted amendment. And adopted.
Pending question is third reading on Senate Bill 36 as amended by the body. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 36 as amended receives third reading. Page 4, Senate Bill 425.
Alexander, LCI favorable, adopted amendment.
Pending question is third reading on Senate Bill 425 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 425 receives third reading by the body. Down at the bottom of page 4, Senate Bill 435.
Senator Cromer, LCI favorable, adopted amendment.
Pending question is third reading on Senate Bill 435 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 435 as amended receives third reading. Going to page 5, we're on Senate Bill 421. Clerk will read.
421, Senator Alexander, LCI favorable as is.
Pending question is third reading on Senate Bill 421. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 421 receives third reading. Continuing on third reading, statewide uncontested bills. We're on bottom of page 5. Senate Bill 468. Clerk will read.
468, Alexander, LCI favorable as is.
Pending question is third reading on Senate Bill 468. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 468 receives third reading by the House. Very bottom of page 5, Senate Bill 500.
By Senator Scott, LCI favorable in its original state.
Pending question is third reading on Senate Bill 500. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 500 receives third reading by the body. We're on page 6. Third reading on House Bill 3416. The clerk will read.
Representative Yao, 3M favorable as is.
Pending question is third reading on House Bill 3416. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House is given third reading to House Bill 3416. Second reading, statewide uncontested bills. On Senate Bill 427, page 6, clerk will read.
427. This bill has two amendments. It comes from our 3M committee. The first is the committee report, which is amendment number 1, the first of two amendments. Committee report number 1.
And Mr. Hart is recognized on Amendment 1, which is the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill will allow renal drug manufacturers that is registered with the State Board of Pharmacy to deliver prescription dialysis drugs or devices directly through an end-stage renal disease patient who is approved for self-administered dialysis therapy. The committee report amendment, the amendment will allow pharmacists to attain all required continuing educations through online sources. A pharmacist must document 15 hours of CLE or continuing education every year. Currently, at least 6 must be obtained through in-person programs. The amendment deletes the requirement for in-person and allows some of it online.
Pending question, the adoption of Amendment 1. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Clerk will read.
Amendment number 2, Mr. Ott, Representative Ott, number 2.
Mr. Ott is recognized on Amendment 2, which is his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just a follow-up to what Representative Hart just told you. It's my understanding that during the subcommittee process, a request was inadvertently left out by the Pharmacy Board to also include pharmacy techs. So this amendment would simply extend the provision that was just given to the pharmacists to the pharmacy techs, which would allow them to take all of their 10 hours of continuing education. They would also be able to do that online or in person. They would have the option. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Ott. Pending question, the adoption of Amendment 2. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Clerk will read.
Nothing further.
There being no further amendments, Mr. Hart, having explained the bill when he explained the committee amendment, the pending question is the adoption of Senate Bill 427. Roll call is required in order. We'll vote on the board. Second reading, Senate Bill 427. If all members wish to vote, voted. If all members wish to vote, voted. Time has expired. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. A vote of 103 to 0. Senate Bill 427 is amended by the body. Receives second reading. Taking us to Senate Bill 431, which is at the bottom of page 6. The clerk will read.
431, also Senator Alexander, also 3M favorable as is.
All right. Members who are on the bill itself, Representative Hart is recognized to explain the bill. Representative Hart, House will be in order. House will be in order. Mr. Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. S431, Senator Alexander. This bill, it updates the name for the Regional Level Development Evaluation Centers. The bill makes no changes in the duties or authority for these hospitals. Currently, you have the name of the hospitals of the Department of Pediatrics for MUSC, University of Pediatric Children's Hospital, the Greenville Hospital. The name will update it to the Medical University of South Carolina, Prisma Health, and Prisma Health University Medical Group. The Children's Hospital in Greenville and Columbia are now part of the Prisma Health system, and the name change for the hospital in Charleston reflects an internal restructuring of clinical services at MUSC. Call for the question, Mr. Speaker.
Pending question, second reading on Senate Bill 431. Roll call is required in order. We'll vote on the board. All right, we have our doctor of the day with us today. Sergeant, if you'd escort our doctors of the day. Doctors, we are extremely happy to have you here with us in the House, and I'm going to recognize Mr. Ballantyne, who's going to introduce you to the body. Representative Ballantyne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have learned lots of things about Dr. Witherspoon that I was not familiar with. I know she's a great individual, but she is here today. She's the attending physician for the residents in family medicine at the USC School of Medicine. And standing beside, she's my constituent, by the way, and standing beside her is one of Seth Rose's constituents, and that is Dr., if I get this wrong, Lene Nirabu, is that correct? And I just want to congratulate them and thank them for their service today. Please join me in giving them a round of applause.
Let's thank our doctors of the day for their service to this body. Doctors, we're honored to have you with us today.
Mr. Hyatt.
If all members wish to vote, voted.
Mr. Hyatt.
We'll leave the roll calls open. We got about 20 seconds on this particular roll call. If all members wishing to vote, voted. Time's expired. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate by a vote of 99 to 0. Senate Bill 431 receives second reading by the body. Taking us to the top of page 7, which is Senate Bill 455. I'll ask Mr. Cromer to read.
455, Senator Davis. 3M favorable as is.
Mr. Hart is recognized on the bill. Mr. Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, DHEC and the Board of Nursing issued a joint order under the authority of the Public Health Emergency Statute to allow qualified nurse graduates to receive a temporary license to begin working while they were taking the NCLEX examination. This bill will allow the Board of Nursing to issue a temporary license for a nurse who has graduated from an accredited nursing program while they're waiting to take the nursing examination. They must not have a prior felony conviction and have no pending charges from that. So there's a 90-day period within this time frame that the temporary license is valid, and if the nurse does not take the license within that time frame, then the license is revoked. Call for the question.
Pending question. The second reading on Senate Bill 455. Mr. Williams, you have a question? Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very simple question, Mr. Hart. As it relates, why would a nurse require temporary license? Why would you give one?
It's between that time frame between they graduate and taking the examination. A lot of times there's a backlog. A lot of times there's a delay in getting the test results also.
Oh, okay.
So, and because we need those nurses and they're high demand, then we definitely need them to be able to practice while they're waiting on the examination.
Gotcha. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Pending question is second reading Senate Bill 455. Roll call is required in order. We'll vote on the board. If all members wishing to vote, voted. Time's expired. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 109 to 0, Senate Bill 455 receives third reading. Taking us to Senate Bill 503, Clerk will read.
503. Senator Hutto. 3 unfavorable as is.
Mr. Hart is recognized on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. S503 by Senator Hutto. This bill amends the Practice Acts for PAs, physician assistants, and APRNs who are licensed in South Carolina but are authorizing them to issue an order for home health services for a patient. The change will improve access to home health care services by expanding the number of healthcare professionals many patients see PAs and APRNs. It also amends the definition of home health care services to allow for the order to be written by a physician, PA, or APRN. Call for the question, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Pending question is second reading on Senate Bill 503. Roll call is required in order to a vote on the board.
When Jay gives me a chance.
Okay, let me see what I can do. Okay. I'll do it at the end of the. All right, next bill is an education bill. All members wishing to vote voted. Time has expired. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. A vote of 112 to 0. Senate Bill 503 receives second reading by the body. Bottom of page 7, Senate Bill 231. Clerk will read.
231, Senator Shealy. Bill has passed, did not pass education. It has been recalled from education.
Ms. Allison is recognized on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is known as the Student Identification Card Suicide Prevention Act, and it pertains to a school or a college that from grades 7 through 12 for public and private colleges and universities. It also applies to cards that are issued for the first time or a replacement card, and that card should be printed the phone numbers for the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline on the card, as well as one other critical resource, and that could be dating abuse helpline, a crisis text line, or a local suicide prevention hotline. Colleges could also use the phone number for our campus police. And in this day and time, this will be a great asset to our colleges and our public school students who have identification cards. I move for adoption.
All right, House will be in order. Coach Hayes with a question. Ms. Allison, Coach Hayes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Allison, who's in charge of issuing these cards to these individuals?
The schools would be, Coach Hayes. It would be in the schools, for schools who have identification cards that they wear around their neck. So it's issued by the schools. And it's only in the replacement of or for first time. So if they have a card now and it doesn't have it on it, they'll wear it until they're issued again.
Okay. All right. And this will go in effect for the next school year?
It will go in effect as the cards are issued. Yes,
okay.
Sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Coach Hayes. Pending question is second reading Senate Bill 231. Roll calls require an order. We'll vote on the board. All members wishing to vote voted.
Yes, sir. What's the latest bourbon?
All right, time's expired. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. A vote of 114 to 0. Senate Bill 231 receives second reading. That takes us to Senate Bill 463. Clerk will read.
463. Ways and Means, favorable in its original state.
All right, Mr. Ballantyne is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, Senate 463 is a geothermal equipment tax credit extension. All we're doing is extending the sunset for 10 years. We've been doing 5 years a good bit of time, so we decided to do 10 years this time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pending question is second reading Senate Bill 463. Roll call is required in order. We'll vote on the board. Mr. Pope. Our time's expired. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 103 to 5, Senate Bill 463 receives second reading. Clerk will read.
Senate 587.
Mr. Smith raises 24-hour points. Sustained.
Merle Smith.
Clerk will read.
Senate 677.
Mr. Smith raises 24-hour points.
Merle
Sustained.
Smith.
Clerk will read.
Senate 436.
Mr. Smith raised 24-hour points. Sustained.
Merle Smith.
Clerk will read.
675.
Mr. Smith raised 24-hour points. Sustained.
Merle
Clerk will read.
Senate 461.
Mr. Smith raised 24-hour points. Sustained.
Merle Smith. Senate 658.
Smith, 24-hour points. Sustained.
Merle Smith. Senate 587.
Go to page 11, Senate Bill 527. Clerk will read.
527.
Mr. Smith raised 24-hour point, and that's sustained. Senate Bill 609. Clerk will read.
609. Senator Alexander.
Mr. Smith raised 24-hour point, sustained. Clerk will read.
Merle Smith. Senate 627.
Mr. Smith raised 24-hour point, sustained. All right, members. We're on bottom of page 12, Senate Bill 689. Clerk will read.
689, Senator Leatherman, Ways and Means, favorable as is.
Ms. Crawford is recognized to explain the bill. Ms. Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This joint resolution simply provides for the purposes of the 2020 South Carolina individual income tax, the due date for returns and payments is extended to the same date as the federal deadline.
Thank you, Ms. Crawford. Pending question is second reading on Bill 689. Roll call is required. In order, we'll vote on the board. Ms. Newton. Ms. Newton. About ready to go? Time is expired. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 115 to 0, Senate Bill 689 receives second reading. Takes us to page 13. Clerk will read.
4319, Calhoun, without reference.
Ms. Calhoun moves to commit House Bill 4319 to the Education and Public Works Committee. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. The bill has been recommitted to the Education and Public Works Committee. That takes us to page 13, House Bill 4320. Clerk will read.
4320, Gary Smith, without reference, Greenville County.
Ready to go? Mr. Smith is recognized on the local Greenville precinct bill. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this does is change the, actually it doesn't change it. What it does is because of a change in the boundary between Laurens and Greenville County that was adopted by the General Assembly 2 years ago, we now have 200 additional voters in Greenville County. This assigns them their precincts for voting.
Pending question. Second reading on House Bill 4320. Roll call is required and ordered. We'll vote on the board. I'm gonna go after the motion period. You're up. Got 2 minutes. Hey, Russell. Have all members wishing to vote voted? Objection to cutting the roll call short. Time's expired. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 116 to 0, House Bill 4320. House Bill 4320 received second. I withdraw objections. Request for debate. Unanimous consent request. Mr. Murphy.
Mr. Speaker, I'd spoken to the chairman of invitations, and I'd asked for unanimous consent to recall H 4317 from the invitations committee, and when it's placed on the desk, be referred to judiciary. This bill amends a code section declaring June 22nd of each year as Sarah May Fleming Day, and the fact that it amends a code section, we need to have it in judiciary.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, we can't recall bills from the Invitations Committee. What I'll do is try to get the Invitations Committee to report it out, and when we get to the bill, we'll commit it to the Judiciary Committee that way, if that's all right. Okay, thank you, sir. Further unanimous consent request. Hearing and seeing none, that takes us to Senate amendments on. House Bill 4100, clerk will read.
4100, the General Appropriations Bill. Thank you, Juanita.
Ms. Smith. We're on Senate amendments to House Bill 4100. You want to commit the Senate amendment to the Ways and Means Committee. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All in favor say aye. Those opposed nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 4100 has been committed to the Ways and Means Committee for further work. When the motion period, Ms. Pope moves to dispense with the balance of the motion period. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. Ayes have it. Before we get into second reading statewide contested bills, I'm going to recognize Mr. Ott, Mr. Hickson. Mr. Ott, House will be in order. Very quickly. House will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Speaker, thank you for your indulgence. I did hear your very quickly order, so I will do my very best. But, ladies and gentlemen, I want to be able to take this opportunity to introduce some friends of mine that are in the back that I'd love for you to get to know. We have Mr. Michael Lollick from Charleston. We have Jay Cantrell, who is a state biologist with DNR. And the man that we are honoring today, Mr. Jason Hart with Somerville, who is standing with his representative, Mr. Gil Gatch. Ladies and gentlemen, I decided to do a resolution and honor Jason Hart because he is a native South Carolinian, a good friend of mine from Clemson University. He and Michael might have turned their heads a couple of times on cover charges at the SO Club for me, so I kind of feel like I owe him a little bit. But he truly has done something that our state, I think, should recognize. He's kind of accomplished the Mount Everest of turkey hunting. So if you're a country boy like me that has grown up hunting and fishing, this is truly a remarkable feat. Jason has just recently completed the United States Grand Slam of turkey hunting, which means that he has harvested a turkey in all 49 states in this country where turkeys actually exist and live. So I was talking with someone this morning. I probably won't even make it to all 49, 50 states in the country in my lifetime. And he has gone and he has harvested a turkey in all of these states. I think there's only 5 or 6 people that have ever done this. So it truly is a remarkable feat. And there's a great story behind it. Jason had a good friend. He's an NWTF Foundation board member. You may have heard of Nomad Outdoor Sporting Gear. He was a co-founder of that and is the general manager. But he had a really good friend, I think back in 2013, who he was very close with, did a lot of hunting with, and his friend passed away far too early. And Jason basically decided then, you know what, life is too short. So I'm going to set a goal and I'm going to try to accomplish something. And he actually did it. He finished up that Grand Slam this year in Mississippi. On some great land with some great friends, but this is something that truly I'll probably never know anyone in my lifetime that has done something like this, and you probably won't either. So I certainly think, Mr. Speaker, it's appropriate for the House to stand and recognize this great sportsman of South Carolina, and I would encourage everyone to go to the back and get to know him. He's a great guy.
What a tremendous accomplishment. Congratulations. All right, members, we're on statewide contested bills. House Bill 3755. Clerk will read.
3755.
Mr. Murphy moves to adjourn debate on House Bill 3755. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Simple.
Page 15, House Bill 3205. Clerk will read.
3205.
Mr. Taylor moves to adjourn debate on House Bill 3205.
Taylor, simple.
Bottom of page 15, House Bill 3050. Clerk will read.
Dennis Moss. Judiciary, favorable with amendment.
Mr. Wooten moves to adjourn debate on House Bill 3050. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Wooten, simple.
Takes us to page 16, Senate 40. Clerk will read.
Senate 40, Senator Grooms, education, favorable. We have an amendment on the desk by Mr. Bustos.
Ms. Allison moves to adjourn debate on Senate 40. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Bottom of page 17, House Bill 3055. Members, these are bills we'll get back to. We're on House Bill 3055, page 17. Clerk will read.
3055, Hickson and Forest, agriculture, favorable as is.
Mr. Hyatt moves to adjourn debate on the bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Hyatt, simple.
It takes us to page 18, 525. Clerk will read.
525, Gambrel, agriculture.
Mr. Ballantyne moves to adjourn debate on the bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Simple.
That takes us to Senate Bill 200.
This bill is judiciary, favorable with amendment number 1. The committee report, which they have.
All right, members, we're on Senate Bill 200. Mr. Newton is recognized to explain the committee report.
You got it right here, sir. He got you.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen. S200 is like House Bill 3755 that was brought forward by the Judiciary Committee earlier this year. This bill provides for the election of an execution method by persons convicted of a capital crime and sentenced to death, while clarifying that lethal injection is an option only when it is available. Under current law, the default method is lethal injection. The background is that the chemicals are not available, and so that lawfully imposed sentences cannot be carried out. Additionally, the committee report modifies the Senate bill, which added firing squads as well, by removing a witness requirement for the election of the method of the capital punishment, again, which is consistent with the Judiciary Committee's full report on 3755, clarifies the election process, also reflects the addition of a firing squad as an alternative to be elected by a person convicted of a capital crime and sentenced to death, adds a savings clause, clarifies the effective date and applicability of this bill, and requires the Department of Corrections to establish protocols. That's the, Mr. Speaker, that's the committee report, which is a strike all and replace amendment.
Mr. Williams, question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Weston, how y'all came about with the firing squad? How long did we have a firing squad before?
Representative Williams, thank you for that question. The Senate actually put in the firing squad, and if you recall, a couple of years ago, this similar bill came forward. I mean, here's the problem. When the law was changed in the 90s in South Carolina to provide that the electrocution was still a method of carrying out capital punishment, but it also provided that the default method was lethal injection. Those chemicals and drugs are not available. So what's happening now, there are 3 people on death row in South Carolina that have gone all the way through the system. They've exhausted every possible appeal that there is, and the lawfully imposed sentences cannot be carried out. The specific answer to your question about firing squad is the Senate put it in. 2 years ago when they put it in, I and others on the Judiciary Committee thought that it was a poison pill. But in listening to Senator Harpootlian's discussion on the Senate floor, it's about 15 minutes of the video, and listening to his discussion of the death penalty and why this bill is necessary and the firing squad, there's actually Justice Sotomayor has commented in a U.S. Supreme Court case that the firing squad, there's less opportunity for the sentence not to be carried out in a less painful manner, meaning that there are fewer opportunities for that mistakes to happen in the implementation. In fact, let me read you quickly some of her language from the Supreme Court case. In addition to being near instant, death by shooting may also be comparatively painless. Historically, the firing squad has yielded significantly fewer botched executions. And again, this is a method that would be available for election by the person convicted of a capital crime and sentenced to death. It is not a default method. It is not what would be required, but it would be an election to be had 14 days prior to the execution being carried out.
So what I'm hearing you say is an option.
Yes, sir.
DOC is required to carry this out. Who would be actually pulling the trigger? Is it DOC?
I apologize, sir. If you would repeat that question, I couldn't hear you.
Who's going to be responsible for the firing squad? What agency?
Well, the Department of Corrections is charged with the responsibility of carrying out the capital punishment.
Okay, so it wouldn't be no outside entity coming in, forming a firing squad at the request of DOC.
Well, they're required to establish their protocols, and just like today, if it's by lethal injection or by electrocution, when they impose this sentence, it's the Department of Corrections that's doing so.
So what I'm saying is they're not going to be having any outside agency coming in, DOC, forming a firing squad, then leaving. So it would be someone within the Department of DOC carrying out this firing squad?
Well, that's not the subject of this bill, but I don't believe that, that they would turn to another agency. They're required to establish the protocols as to how these would be carried out, and I believe it would be the Department of Corrections itself.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Howard's got the first question. Mr. Hill, you'll be next. Mr. Howard recognized for a question.
Thank you. Could you describe the firing squad? What are we doing? Is it the victim, not the victim, the accused person will stand before some people, guys that will fire a bullet? I mean, can you describe it so we understand what the firing squad is about?
You know, the bill does not specify what size bullet, what type gun, any of that. It requires that the Department of Corrections shall establish protocols and procedures, but as it has been explained in the committee and the testimony as to how normally these firing squads would work, is that there would be 5 people with weapons, 4 of which had live ammunition, 1 of which had a blank, and that all 5 of those would discharge their firearms at the prescribed time and countdown to carry out the sentence.
And so you don't know if these individuals will be employees of the Department of Correction or they'll be outside folks?
Well, the Department of Corrections is who's charged with carrying out this responsibility. So I would believe that they would be employees of the Department of Corrections. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jonathan Hill is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Newton, for taking my questions. I do have a few questions about this. Can you tell me approximately or even estimated how many capital crimes have been prosecuted and convicted in the past decade or so? Do you have any numbers on what the volume of new prosecutions are coming into the pipeline that would be subject to the death penalty?
Sure, Mr. Hill, I think there are 37 people on death row right now that have been sentenced to death, sitting on death row today, 3 of which have exhausted any and all appeal of every kind, the 4th of which is coming up shortly for all appeals having been exhausted, and any type of post-conviction relief. Since 1912, 282 capital punishments have been carried out in South Carolina.
And how many of these types of crimes are you aware of do we typically prosecute on an annual basis?
Unfortunately, I don't know that information, Mr. Hill.
Can you tell me how many of these have been overturned as a result of new evidence? How many capital convictions have been shown to be wrongful convictions and the person awaiting execution released?
Yeah, Mr. Hill, unfortunately, I cannot, this bill does not deal with the merits or the propriety of whether we ought to have a death penalty in South Carolina. We have that law today. We have statutes on the books. Unfortunately, because of the unavailability of chemicals to carry out the lethal injection and the amendments of the law that were put in 1996, those families of victims to these capital crimes are unable to get any closure because we're caught in this limbo stage where these lawfully imposed sentences for which every potential appeal has been exhausted cannot be carried out. So the kind of statistics and information you're looking for about the propriety of the death penalty itself was not the subject of this discussion and this debate.
And I certainly understand that, but it does have relevance to the discussion. Mr. Newton, would you agree that it would be an accurate statement to say that we have a de facto moratorium on executions at this time, since we have the ability for those that are awaiting execution to choose the one and only method that is unavailable, and that as a result we haven't actually carried out any executions? I believe the fiscal impact statement said since the 2000s, I want to say, It's been more than a decade since our last execution because we don't have lethal injection. So would you agree that it's a fair statement to say that we currently have a de facto moratorium on the death penalty?
Mr.
Hill,
Newton, I'm
that
sorry,
was an awful
before you answer that question, sir, that's your first 10 minutes. You want your second?
I'm going to reserve it.
Mr. Newton's going to reserve his second 10 minutes. Mr. Hart's recognized to speak. Mr. Hart, before you begin, just remind folks, I anticipate will be a number of questions for each of the speakers. Just a reminder, anyone that has a question, and when the speaker changes, you would have to renew your request for a question. So I just want to remind you. So, Ms. Brawley, that'll help you. I got Ms. Matthews and then Ms. Brawley. Mr. Hart is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to come up and give us a slightly different perspective on this amendment in dealing with the death penalty. And this amendment deals with people who get to choose and elect how they execute it. Mr. Hill just briefly stated that it's been years since the state of South Carolina has executed someone in this state. I tend to disagree. 2015, Walter Scott was executed by the hands of this government. He didn't get the opportunity, he didn't get the chance to choose how he was executed. The amendment, which I wish we would address being able to choose, as part of it is that you get to choose that you're not executed when you have a broken tail light on your vehicle. You get to say, state of South Carolina, don't execute me because I have an outstanding child support warrant and I chose to evade the police. I also choose not to die by the hands of the police. I get to make that choice. Secondly, I think the amendment should address that if you have air fresheners hanging from the mirror in your car, the rearview mirror, you can make the choice, I don't want to die at the hands of the government because I have air fresheners. This amendment doesn't address that. It says nothing about me being able to choose because I choose to have air fresheners. I don't want to die. I just want to have air fresheners. And if I choose to run from the police, they have statutes in place for evading police, and one of them is not the death penalty. Amendment also doesn't address selling loose cigarettes on the corner. If I choose to sell loose cigarettes, I also want to have the choice to choose and elect not to be executed. If it's illegal for me to sell loose cigarettes, there's statutes in place that says don't sell loose cigarettes. You get 30 days in jail, but you don't have to die at the hands of the government. If I want to sell CD tapes, mixed tapes, like Alton Sterling, Louisiana, I also want to have the choice not to die and be executed by the hands of the government. Even if I resist, even if I don't comply, we have laws in place that says failure to comply with the police, you get arrested, you get handcuffed, you get the process, you have a bond set, you go to court, you get the opportunity to go before the judicial system to decide a penalty for you, but it's not the death penalty. The bill doesn't address when I'm sleeping in my apartment because I had a long day's work and I want to rest for the next day as an EMT to go out into my community as an American hero, EMT, and save lives in the community. I want to be able to choose not to be executed by the hands of the government. This amendment doesn't address that. It says nothing about those issues. What if I made the choice to carry a $20 counterfeit bill? I also want to have the choice not to be executed. And if I chose not to get into the vehicle of the police car and they were asking me and I chose not to comply, I also want the choice not to be executed because I'm accused of having a $20 counterfeit bill. This bill says you have 14 days prior to the execution by the state. The list of examples I gave you, they didn't have the right to 14 days. They didn't have the right to choose to whether be executed or not. So I disagree with the notion that the state of South Carolina hadn't executed anybody in years, because the state of South Carolina has executed someone in years. Also, if I was 12 years old and I chose to have a Nerf gun, a toy gun, I also want the choice not to be executed. So my point is, the amendment is silent on those issues. And we know all too often in certain communities how those communities are over-policed. There's no reason why Walter Scott should be dead right now. If he had a broken tail light, he should have been written a citation, given a ticket. If he chose to flee the police, he should have been arrested, handcuffed, and taken to jail. But he wasn't given those options. All those options are silent in this amendment. All those options are silent in this bill. And they need to be addressed in how certain communities are policed and not given the option to choose. There's no grace. There's no mercy when dealing with certain communities. It's shoot first, ask questions later. Let's figure out later what happened. But first what we're going to do is we're going to shoot first. We're going to execute now. Then we'll decide whether it was justified, whether it was right to do so. We won't give certain communities the right to choose. And I would like this amendment to address those issues and give certain folks who get stopped for minor traffic offenses to have the option not to be executed and given the death penalty.
Mr. Bamberg recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For me, the most fundamental right any human being has, man, woman, is the right to life. And our job is to give a voice to that belief system. For me, this is not about man versus woman. This is life versus death. My job as the Attorney General is to represent the state of South Carolina. There is no greater life than the right to life. That is the Attorney General for the great state of South Carolina. Those were his words on behalf of the attorney's office that represents and is the legal voice for the state of South Carolina. And those words were said just weeks ago. This is not about man versus woman. This is life versus death. And somehow, here today, we find ourselves in the position in this body to once again give a voice to that belief system that in this state, we are a state about life, while simultaneously taking up a bill that is not about life, that doesn't cater to the, quote, belief system in our state, that this is a state of life. This is about death. This is about government-ordered, government-sanctioned, government-carried out death. And South Carolina's Attorney General has already spoken. And he has made the stance of the Attorney General's office very clear that in this state, the most precious thing we have is life. And today, we're all going to be given an option here. And I don't want anyone to think that this is pomp and circumstance. The bill before this body today is not some arbitrary, it's not some in the future, it's not some hypothetical thing. And you heard earlier from a good friend of mine in my chair, Representative Newton, that there are 3 individuals right now, 3 living, breathing human beings with a heartbeat that this bill is aimed at killing. So don't think for one second that during the course of this debate that this is about something that may affect somebody or could affect somebody. Because if you push the green button at the end of the day and vote to pass this bill out of this body, you may as well be throwing the switch yourself. That is how real this is. There are problems with this bill. I understand that people have their stances on death penalty. Me personally, I don't agree with the death penalty. But this is not about that. This is about the legislation that is before this body. And just like the electric chair is too imperfect to be using on people, just like the criminal justice system is too imperfect to be allowing people to be sentenced to death, this legislation is too imperfect to be expeditiously ushered through the General Assembly, through the Senate, through the House, to the governor's office, so that this state and everybody who votes for this bill can be voting to kill 3 men, 3 people. Because that is what a vote for this will do. Electrocution. We're going to talk a little bit about the history of the electric chair. But what happens when someone gets strapped into old Sparky? What's the process like? Because if you haven't asked these questions or you haven't taken the time to look into the process of government electrocuting a living, breathing person, should you be voting on legislation that sends 3 living, breathing people right now to that fate? It's irresponsible to do that. But rather than have people go and dig it up themselves, I will enlighten the body a bit. And before I do this, I want to make it clear, because this has come up before in subcommittee and committee. I understand wholeheartedly that there are people who do really evil things to other people. I understand that there are people on death row right now who did in fact commit the crime, who did in fact rape, who did in fact kill, and do so in gruesome fashion. I understand that, and my heart bleeds every day for victims of violent crime, not just in South Carolina, but all over the country. People will do evil things. Evil people will do evil things. But not everyone on death row is guilty. And statistics show that, and we will go over the statistics today. Not everyone on death row is guilty. Are we so confident? And Representative Chris Hart did an amazing job earlier going over some instances in which government has failed a living, breathing South Carolinian. And many of those people have to fight for the dignity of the fact that their life meant something, including in a state where our belief system is that the most precious thing is life. And I hate it for the victims of this crime. And if somebody did something to my family member, I can't tell y'all how I would feel, because I don't know. I may feel like killing the person that I think did it based on my emotions. But in this body and in state government, we can't make decisions based off emotion. We are lawmakers, and we must consider in full faith all circumstances, all possibilities, including the possibility that if this state were to electrocute 10 people, how confident are we in the criminal justice system that one of them, that we won't kill an innocent person, Representative Jefferson? It's happened. Are we so confident in our systems that we're willing to risk killing an innocent heartbeat to kill 9 who did something really, really horrible? Are we confident sentencing people to that fate? So what happens when they put you in Old Sparky? The person is usually shaved. They take their hair off, they shave them. They strap them to a chair with belts that cross their chest, their groin, their legs, their arms. A metal skull cap shaped electrode is attached to the scalp. And the forehead over a sponge moistened with saline. Okay? What's next? Oh, there's some requirements here. The sponge must not be too wet or the saline short circuits the electric current. And it can't be too dry either, i.e., you kind of got to guess. An additional electrode is moistened with a conductive jelly and attached to a portion of the prisoner's leg that has been shaved to reduce resistance to electricity. The prisoner is then blindfolded. After the execution team has withdrawn to the observation room, the warden signals the executioner, Representative Tedder, who pulls the handle to connect the power supply. A jolt of between 500 and 2,000 volts, which lasts for about 30 seconds, is given. The current surges and is then turned off, at which time the body is seen to relax. The doctors wait a few seconds. Shout outs to our doctors of the day in this state. For the body to cool down and then check to see if the inmate's heart is still beating.
Mr. Bamberger, that's your first 10, sir.
I'll take second 10.
Mr. Bamberger is recognized for a second 10.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the heart is still beating, another jolt is applied. This process continues until the person is dead. And I find that extremely ironic in a state that celebrated on a national level, Representative Gilliard, a national level, the protection of a heartbeat. What are we doing here today? The prisoner's hands often grip the chair, and there may be violent movement of the limbs, which can result in dislocation or fractures. The tissues swell, defecation occurs, steam or smoke rises, and there is a smell of burning. U.S. Supreme Court Justice William Brenner once offered the following description of an execution by electric chair. And these are not Representative Justin Bamberger's words or the words of just anybody. This is a United States Supreme Court Justice. It says, the prisoner's eyeballs sometimes pop out and rest on his cheeks. The prisoner often defecates, urinates, and vomits blood and drool. The body turns bright red as its temperature rises, and the prisoner's flesh swells, and his skin stretches to the point of breaking. Sometimes the prisoner catches fire. Witnesses hear a loud and sustained sound like baking frying, and the sickly sweet smell of burning flesh permeates the chamber. And that is what a vote for this bill is. It's okay if that happens to 3 living, breathing people just because they're on death row. Does anyone in here know these individuals' names? Does anybody in this chamber know what crimes they were convicted of? Does anyone know what the problems were with the investigation of those criminal cases? Does anyone know the victims' names? Does anyone in this body know whether or not the victims want these people executed by electric chair? And if you don't know the answer to any of those questions, I would implore you to please reconsider the notion of throwing the switch at the end of the day. The Senate, in their great wisdom, added firing squad. Well, how does that work? Right? We hear firing squad and we know that people get shot, but how does it actually work? Have people actually looked into how this thing works? For this execution method, the inmate is typically bound to a chair with leather straps across his waist and head, in front of an oval-shaped canvas. The chair is surrounded by sandbags to absorb the inmate's blood. A black hood is pulled over the inmate's head. A doctor locates, wait for it, the inmate's heart with a stethoscope and pins a circular white cloth target over it. Very fitting for a state that cherishes the human heartbeat. Standing in an enclosure 20 feet away, 5 shooters are armed with .30 caliber rifles loaded with single rounds. One of the shooters is given blank rounds. And I'll pause there. Why? The whole point is killing these people, right? And executing them for the crime that they, everyone receives a fair trial. Everyone has fair jurors. Why is it then that one of the shooters is given blanks? I'll tell you why. It's because it's hard. Even when your job is to kill people, it's hard to do it. And these people are carrying out government-mandated death sentences, and even they need a way out. they need a way to, when they have problems sleeping at night, to think, maybe I'm the one that had the blanks. Maybe I'm the one that didn't shoot this person in the heart. Maybe I'm the one that didn't kill the person that government said I had to kill. Why is it that someone has to have blanks? Why is it that someone needs a way out, including the people carrying out the firing squad sentence, if there's absolutely nothing wrong with the death penalty? Each of the shooters aims his or her rifle through a slot in the canvas and fires at the inmate. The prisoner dies as a result of blood loss caused by a rupture of the heart or a large blood vessel or tearing of the lungs. The person shot loses consciousness when shot causes a fall in the supply of blood to the brain. If the shooters missed the heart by accident or intention, the prisoner bleeds to death slowly. So now that this body knows what they're voting on, and now that they know what type of execution methods we're discussing, now we can really think about, do we want to go here? Representative Jefferson, Representative Williams, do we really want to go here? The history of the electric chair. Why is it that in this state, so often than not, when we should be moving forward, we like to move backwards and do old school stuff? The electric chair began in this state in 1912? For the benefit of the body, the technology is so old, it dates back to the 1800s. Does anyone know how government even started using the electric chair? We can thank Thomas Edison for that. And for those who don't know, it goes back to Westinghouse and Edison and a fight over AC and DC, and which was safe electricity, Representative Clyburn, to use, and which was not. And Thomas Edison, in his brilliance, with his name, decided to throw Westinghouse under the bus. He wanted to dirty the image of AC, electricity, by having it linked to death in the public's imagination. That is how the electric chair originally got its doggone idea. So Thomas Edison wholeheartedly backed AC for the electric chair. That particular execution was terrible. It was 125 years ago, give or take, with the electric chair. And it was botched, horribly botched. And at that time, the U.S. Supreme Court had said that punishments are cruel when they involve torture or a lingering death. Do y'all not think 30 seconds of being electrocuted, checking a heartbeat, 30 seconds of electrocution, checking a heartbeat, 30 seconds of electrocution, checking a heartbeat, 30 seconds of electrocution, checking a heartbeat isn't a lingering death? I don't want to die like that. In 1890, this fellow's last name was Kimmler. You can look him up. But this gentleman was intellectually disabled, which speaks to another problem with the criminal justice system that we're going to have to deal with as we discuss mandatory state-ordered electrocution, just because chemical companies are smart enough to know that they shouldn't be in the death business. This gentleman, Kimmler, who was intellectually disabled, asked the correction officers, this is what he said, don't let them experiment on me more than they ought to. And that is the direction we want the state to move. Something that started out as experimentation, something that was Thomas Edison fighting with Westinghouse, and they accidentally came up with a really, really, really horrible way to kill people. And they experimented on people until they sometimes got it right, and then when they didn't, it was, well, nobody knows, because we'll talk about this later. Nobody's ever allowed in the room. Even as lawmakers, we often don't know what happens in these electrocutions. and that's the direction we want to go, there's a reason why this state stopped using the electric chair. And if an inmate chooses and makes the decision, you know what, I did it, I don't want to live anymore, I'll select to be executed by the electric chair. That's one thing.
Mr. Bamberg, that's your time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question is adoption amendment number 1. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's order. I'm sorry, roll call is not required. Adoption amendment number 1. All in favor say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Amendment number 1 is adopted.
Number 2 is Mr. Bamberg. Mr. Bamberg, number 2.
Yes. Yes. Where's Jess?
He's coming up.
Members, we have a joint assembly at 12. The House will stand at ease until 12, pending the arrival of the Senate. All right, members, the Senate's on its way. You may want to work your way to your seat. Sergeant, members and guests, please rise as the Honorable Senate enters the South Carolina House chamber. Hello, Mr. President. How are you, sir? Yes, good to see you. Yes, sir. You all right? Yes, sir. Not do that in a hurry, huh?
No, I hope so. I hope so.
Bubba, Bill wants to know that you hadn't met the judge.
Hang on, Mr. Whitmire. Hang on, Cousin Whitmire. There's one for you and one for the chairman. One for you and the chairman. I don't want you using whatever unless it's open. I sterilized that one myself. Yes, sir. Tommy Pope's a Bigfoot believer, so he always has this.
Joint Assembly will come to order. Members, please be seated. This Joint Assembly is convened for the purpose of conducting elections to fill vacant positions on the Legislative Audit Council, Old Exchange Building Commission, Will Lou Gray Opportunity School, and College and University Board of Trustees. Nominations are now in order. Senator Thomas Alexander, Chairman of the Legislative Audit Council Screening Committee, is recognized for nominations. Senator Mulconey.
The Legislative Audit Council Screening Committee consisted of Senator Scott, Senator Verdon, Representative Sandifer, Representative Johnson, and Representative Dillard. We met on April 7th and concluded the screening of the Legislative Audit Council candidate to fulfill the term for the position to be elected today. Under the concurrent resolution, there will be no nominating speeches. If anyone desires to second the nomination, please forward your written second to the desk for inclusion in the journals. And in accordance with the concurrent resolution, we have for election today one at-large seat on the Legislative Audit Council. The committee found the following individual qualified and nominated for that at-large seat on the Legislative Audit Council with a term to expire on June 30th, 2027. Mr. Dennis P. Codwell. Therefore, I hereby place in nomination Dennis P. Codwell and move that he be elected by acclamation.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare Dennis P. Caldwell is duly elected to the Legislative Audit Council for the term prescribed by law. Senator Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes the election for the Legislative Audit Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Next, we'll move to the election of candidates screened by the College and University Trustees Screening Commission. Representative Whitmire, Vice Chairman of the Commission, is recognized for nominations. Mr. Whitmire.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Joint Assembly, the College and University Trustees Screening Commission, consisting of Senator Peeler, Chairman, Senator Alexander, Senator Scott, Senator Verdon, Representative King, Representative Finley, Representative Lucas, and myself, met on April 12th and April 22nd and concluded the screening of college and university board of trustee candidates to fulfill the terms of the positions to be elected today. Under the concurrent resolution, there will be no nominating speeches. If anyone desires to second a nomination, please forward your written second to the desk for inclusion in the journals. In accordance with the concurrent resolution, we have for election today one at-large seat on the Old Exchange Building Commission, four at-large seats on the Will Lou Gray Opportunity School Board of Trustees, one at-large seat on the Winthrop University Board of Trustees, and 8 seats on the Coastal Carolina University Board of Trustees. At this time, we will proceed to the elections. The Old Exchange Building Commission, one at-large seat. The commission found the following individual qualified and nominated for trustee at large with a term to expire June 30th, 2027. Gregory H. Ohaneson. I hereby place in nomination Gregory H. Ohaneson and move that he be reelected by acclamation.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Gregory H. Ohaneson is duly elected to the Old Exchange Building Commission for the term prescribed by law. Representative Whitmire.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Lou Gray Opportunity School. There are 4 at-large seats. The commission found the following individuals qualified and nominated for trustee at large with a term to expire June 30th, 2025. D. Stewart Cooner, Cheryl H. Freilich, Michael D. Moss, Michael J. Pryor, Gregory M. Vaughn. I hereby place in nomination D. Stewart Cooner, Cheryl H. Freilich, Michael D. Moss, Michael J. Pryor, and Gregory M. Vaughn. I move that nominations be closed and we proceed to a vote. You may vote up to 4 individuals.
The reading clerk of the Senate will call the roll of the Senate. Vote for up to 4 candidates. The candidates are D. Stewart Cooner, Cheryl H. Freilich, Michael D. Moss, Michael J. Pryor, Gregory M. Vaughn. The Senate will vote. Reading clerk will call the roll of the Senate.
Mr. Adams. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Alexander. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Allen. Cooner, Freilich, Pryor, and Vaughn. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett's votes are for Cooner and Freilich. Mr. Campson. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Cash. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Vaughn. Mr. Clymer. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Vaughn. Mr. Corbin. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Cromer. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Davis. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Fanning. Mr. Fanning's votes are for Cooner, Freilich, and Pryor. Mr. Gambrell. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Garrett. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Goldfinch. Cooner, Freilich. Mr. Grooms. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mrs. Gustafson. Cooner, Freilich. Mr. Harpootlian. Not voting, Mr. Hembry. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Hutto. Not voting, Mr. Jackson. Not voting, Mr. Kevin Johnson. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Pryor. Mr. Michael Johnson. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Kimbrell. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Kempson. Cooner, Freilich, Pryor. Mr. Leatherman. Not voting, Mr. Loftus. Cooner, Fraley, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Malloy. Cooner, Fraley, Pryor. Mr. Martin. Cooner, Fraley. Mr. Massey. Cooner, Fraley. Mrs. Matthews. Not voting, Mr. McElveen. Cooner, Fraley, Pryor. Ms. McLeod. Cooner, Fraley, Pryor. Mr. Peeler.
Cooner, Fraley, Moss, Vaughn.
Cooner, Fraley, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Rankin. Cooner, Fraley, Moss, and Vaughn.
Sergeant, look over there.
Mr. Rice. Cooner, Fraley, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Sad. Cooner, Fraley, Pryor. Mr. Scott. Cooner, Fraley, Pryor. Mrs. Sin. Not voting, Mr. Setchler. Cooner, Fraley, Pryor, and Moss. Mrs. Shealy. Cooner, Fraley, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Stevens. Cooner, Fraley, Pryor. Mr. Talley. Fraley, Moss. Mr. Turner. Cooner, Fraley, Moss. Mr. Verdon. Mr. Verdon has leave. Mr. Williams. Pryor, Moss, Fralick, and Cooner. Mr. Young. Cooner, Fralick, Moss, and Vaughn.
Have all senators voted? Have all senators voted? Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. I will move to the House vote. Reading clerk of the House will call the roll of the House. Reading clerk will call the roll. Yes.
Object.
Objections heard. Because we have 5 members running for 4 seats, it's going to be more efficient to call the roll. Reading clerk will call the roll.
Representative Alexander. Not voting, Ms. Allison. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Vaughn. Mr. Anderson. Cooner, Moss, Vaughn, Freilich, Atkinson. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Pryor. Mr. Bailey. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Pryor. Excuse me, Vaughn.
If the joint assembly please come to order, it's very difficult for the desk to hear the votes. Please come to order. Meeting clerk.
Mr. Ballantyne. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Vaughn, Bamberg. Mr. Bamberg, not voting. Mr. Bannister. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Vaughn. Ms. Bennett. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Vaughn. Ms. Bernstein. Cooner, Moss, Vaughn, Freilich. Mr. Blackwell. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Vaughn. Mr. Bradley. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Vaughn. Ms. Brawley. Pryor and Freilich. Mr. Britton. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Vaughn. Mr. Bryant. Not voting. Mr. Byrne. Oh, excuse me. Sheriff, once again. Cooner, Moss, Vaughn, and Freilich. Mr. Burns. Vaughn, Moss, Freilich, and Cooner. Mr. Bustos. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Ms. Calhoun. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Vaughn. Mr. Carter. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Caskey. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Vaughn. Mr. Chumley. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Clyburn. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Ms. Cobb Hunter. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Pryor. Mr. Cogswell. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Vaughn. Mr. Collins has leave. Mr. Bobby Cox. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. West Cox. Vaughn. Ms. Crawford. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Dabney. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Danning. Cooner and Freilich. Ms. Davis. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Ms. Dillard. Freilich, Moss, Vaughn, and Pryor. Mr. Elliott. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Ms. Erickson. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Ms. Felder. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Finley. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Vaughn. Mr. Forrest. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Fry. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Monsieur Guénon. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Garvin. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Pryor. Mr. Gatch. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Vaughn. Mr. Gillum. Vaughn. Moss. Next is Mr. Gilliard. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Pryor. Mr. Govan. Pryor. Mr. Haddon. Cooner, Moss, Vaughn, Freilich. Mr. Hardy. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Hart. Not voting. Coach Hayes. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Pryor. Ms. Henderson Myers. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Pryor. Ms. Hennigan. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Pryor. Mr. Herb Kurzman. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Hewitt. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Hill. Not voting, Mr. Hyatt. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Hickson. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Hosey. Cooner, Moss, Pryor. Freilich, Moss, Pryor, and Vaughn. Thank you. Mr. Howard. Freilich and Pryor. Mr. Huggins. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Hyde. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Jefferson. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Pryor. Mr. Jeff Johnson. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Vaughn. Mr. Jermaine Johnson. Cooner, Moss, Pryor, and Freilich. Ms. Kimberly Johnson. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Pryor. Mr. Jones has leave. Mr. Jordan. Not voting, Ms. Kimmons. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Vaughn. Mr. King. Pryor. Cooner. And Moss. King votes Cooner. Pryor and Moss. Mr. Kirby. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Vaughn. Colonel Ligon. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Long. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Vaughn. Mr. Lowe. Not voting, Mr. Lucas. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Vaughn. Mr. Magnuson. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Martin. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Ms. Matthews. Freilich, Pryor. Mr. May. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Vaughn. Mr. McCabe. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. McCravey. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Ms. McDaniel. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Pryor. Ms. McGarry. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. McGinnis. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Vaughn. Mr. McKnight. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Pryor. Mr. J.A. Moore. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Pryor. Mr. Travis Moore. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Morgan. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Vaughn. Mr. Dennis Moss. Cooner, Moss, Vaughn, and Freilich. Steve Moss. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Murphy. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Ms. Murray. Freilich and Pryor. Mr. Brandon Newton. Not voting, Mr. Weston Newton. Cooner, Moss, Vaughn, Freilich. Mr. Nutt. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Ms. Oremus. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Ott. Mr. Ott not voting. Ms. Parks not voting. Mr. Pendarvis. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Pryor. Mr. Pope. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Rivers. Pryor. Ms. Robinson. Freilich, Moss, Pryor, and Vaughn. Mr. Rose. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Vaughn. Mr. Rutherford. Cooner, Moss, Freilich, Vaughn. Mr. Sandifer. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Simrell. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Merle Smith. Moss and Vaughn. Gary Smith. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Mark Smith. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Vaughn. Mr. Stavronakis. Cooner, Freilich, and Pryor. Mr. Stringer. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Taylor. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Tedder. Cooner, Freilich, Pryor. Ms. Thayer. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Dr. Thigpen. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Pryor. Ms. Trantham. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Weeks. Mr. Weeks not voting. Mayor West. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Vaughn. Ms. Wetmore. Cooner and Freilich. Mr. Wheeler. Not voting. Mr. White. Moss and Vaughn. Mr. Whitmire.
Cooner, Freilich, Moss, Vaughn.
Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Robert Williams. Freilich, Vaughn, Cooner, and one more time, I'm sorry, Mr. Freilich, Vaughn, Crooner, and Freilich. Thank you, sir. Mr. Shedron Williams. Moss and Pryor. Mr. Willis. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Wooten. Cooner, Freilich, Moss, and Vaughn. Mr. Yao has leave. Any members of the House need to reflect their vote, beginning with Mr. Alexander. Cooner, Moss, Vaughn, and Freilich.
All House members voted. Have all House members wishing to vote voted? Polls
All
are
right.
closed. Clerk will tabulate.
Robert Williams.
May we have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? Thank you for your patience. Total number of senators voted 39. Total numbers of representatives voting 111. Grand total 150. Necessary to a choice 76, of which Mr. Cooner received 135, Freilich 142, Moss 124, Pryor 40, Vaughn 104. I hereby declare that Stuart Cooner, Cheryl Freilich, Michael Moss, and Gregory Vaughn are duly elected to the Will Lou Gregg Opportunity School Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Representative Whitmire.
Good evening, folks. Winthrop University, 1 at-large seat. The commission found the following individual qualified nominated for trustee at-large, seat 10, with a term to expire June 30th, 2027. Glenn A. McCall. I hereby place in nomination Glenn A. McCall and move that he be reelected by acclamation.
Those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Glenn A. McCall is duly elected to the Winthrop University Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Mr. Whitmire.
Coastal Carolina, 8 seats. The commission found the following individual qualified and nominated for trustee from the 2nd Congressional District, seat 2, with a term to expire June 30th, 2025. Orrin P. Smith. I hereby place in nomination Orrin P. Smith and move that he be reelected by acclamation.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Orrin P. Smith is duly elected to the Coastal Carolina University Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Mr. Whitmire.
The commission found the following individual qualified and nominated for a trustee from the 4th Congressional District, seat 4, with a term to expire June 30th, 2025. Bradley J. Poston. I hereby place in nomination Bradley J. Poston and move that he be elected by acclamation.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Bradley J. Poston is duly elected to the Coastal Carolina University Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Mr. Whitmire.
The commission found the following individual qualified and nominated for a trustee from the 6th Congressional District, seat 6, with a term to expire June 30th, 2025. John H. Bartell. I hereby place in nomination John H. Bartell and move that he be reelected by acclamation.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that John H. Bartell is duly elected to the Coastal Carolina University Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Mr. Whitmire.
The commission found the following individual qualified and nominated for trustee at large, seat 8, with a term to expire June 30th, 2025. Jason M. Repack. I hereby place in nomination Jason M. Repack and move that he be reelected by acclamation.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Jason M. Repack is duly elected to the Coastal Carolina University Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Mr. Whitmire.
The commission found the following individual qualified and nominated for trustee at large, seat 10, with a term to expire June 30th, 2025. Mark S. Kelly, Robert L. O'Brien. Robert L. O'Brien has withdrawn. Hereby place in nomination Mark S. Kelly and move that he be elected by acclamation.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Mark S. Kelly is duly elected to the Coastal Carolina University Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Mr. Whitmire.
The commission found the following individuals qualified and nominated for trustee at large, seat 12, with a term to expire June 30th, 2025. Brett C. Porterfield, H. Delane Stevens. I hereby place in nomination Brett C. Porterfield and H. Delane Stevens. I move that nominations be closed and we proceed to a vote.
Reading Clerk of the Senate will call the roll of the Senate. The candidates are Brett C. Porterfield and H. Delane Stevens. Mr. Hyde, for what purpose do you rise? Objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Reading Clerk of the Senate will call the roll of the Senate.
Mr. Adams.
H. Delane Stevens.
Stevens. Mr. Alexander. Porterfield. Mr. Allen. Stevens. Mr. Bennett. Stevens. Mr. Campson. Stevens. Mr. Cash. Mr. Cash not voting. Mr. Clymer. Not voting. Mr. Corbin. Stevens. Mr. Cromer. Stevens. Mr. Davis. Stevens. Mr. Fanning. Stevens. Mr. Gambrell. Stevens. Mr. Garrett. Stevens. Mr. Goldfinch. Stevens. Mr. Grooms. Stevens. Mrs. Gustafson. Stevens. Mr. Harpootlian. Not voting. Mr. Henry. Stevens. Mr. Hutto. Not voting. Mr. Jackson. Not voting. Mr. Kevin Johnson. Stevens. Mr. Michael Johnson. Not voting. Mr. Kimbrell. Not voting. Mr. Kempson. Not voting. Mr. Leatherman. Mr. Leatherman not voting. Mr. Loftus. Stevens. Mr. Malloy. Stevens. Mr. Martin. Stevens. Mr. Massey. Stevens. Mrs. Matthews. Not voting. Mr. McElveen. Stevens. Ms. McLeod. Porterfield. Mr. Peeler.
Stevens.
Stevens. Mr. Rankin. Stevens. Mr. Rice. Stevens. Mr. Sabb. Porterfield. Mr. Sabb's vote is for Stevens. Mr. Scott. Not voting. Mrs. Sin. Not voting. Mr. Setzler. Stevens. Mrs. Shealy. Stevens. Mr. Stevens. Stevens. Mr. Talley. Stevens. Mr. Turner. Stevens. Mr. Verdon. Mr. Verdon has leave. Mr. Williams. Stevens. Mr. Young. Stevens.
If all senators voted, polls will close. Clerk will tabulate. Now we'll proceed to the House vote. All those in favor of Brett C. Porterfield, please vote now. Have all House members wishing to vote for Brett C. Porterfield voted? Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. All those in favor of H. Delane Stevens, please vote now.
Thank you.
Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate.
Oh, God, it's long today. For nothing.
Sit around and listen to Bamberg yak about this thing.
He's not going to be the only one, I got a feeling.
May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? Total number of senators voted, 33. Let me have your attention. Total number of House members voting, 105. Grand total, 138. Necessary to a choice, 70, of which Porterfield received 10 and Stevens received 128. I hereby declare H. Delane Stevens as duly elected to the Coastal Carolina University Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Mr. Whitmire.
Commission found the following individual qualified nominated for trustee at large, seat 14, with a term to expire June 30th, 2025. Joe N. Jarrett, Jr. Hereby place in nomination Joe N. Jarrett, Jr. Move that he be elected by acclamation.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Joe N. Jarrett, Jr. is duly elected to the Coastal Carolina University Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Mr. Whitmire.
Commission found the following individual qualified nominated for trustee at large, seat 15, with a term to expire June 30th, 2025. Patrick S. Sparks.
Join Assembly, please come to order. Please come to order. Mr. Whitmire.
I hereby place in nomination Patrick S. Sparks and move that he be reelected by acclamation.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Patrick S. Sparks is duly elected to the Coastal Carolina University Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Mr. Whitmire.
Mr. President, thankfully, this concludes the election of boards of trustee members at this time.
Praise the Lord. Purpose of the joint assembly is now completed. I hereby declare it adjourned.
You're the best. Don't go change it.
Members and guests, please rise as the Honorable Senate exits the House chamber. All right, members, we're on Amendment 2 to the bill we were on when we stood in recess before the Senate arrived. I'll ask the clerk to read.
The next amendment we have is number 2. Number 2 is by Mr. Bamberg. Amendment number 2.
Sergeant, find Ms. Bamberg. All right, House be in order. House be in order. We are on Amendment 2. It's Ms. Bamberg's amendment, and he is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we've got a couple of amendments today, and we're going to talk a bit about one of the biggest legal problems with this particular piece of legislation. And there are many, and you know, the question of whether or not electrocution constitutes a violation of the Eighth Amendment prohibition on cruel and unusual punishment. But I wanted to continue pointing out problems with
Ms. Bamberg, let me get you some order. The House had a great day yesterday of being in order. I don't know what's changed. Oh, Mr. King, he's pointing at me. How you doing? House to be in order. Mr. Bamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right. One of the biggest problems with this particular piece of legislation, and as lawmakers, it is incumbent on us to look at the things that matter with the letter of the law. And we heard earlier from Chairman Weston Newton that there are 3 individuals presently on death row, and there are a lot of other people on death row in this state, but there are 3 living, breathing people who are on death row right now. And they're the primary target, so to speak, of this particular piece of legislation. What this amendment does is it ensures that this legislation, should it pass, applies from the date that the governor signs it moving forward. From the date the governor signs it moving forward, and it does away with the question of the retroactive nature of this. The 3 people who are the target of this legislation, at a point in time, they were criminally charged. They had attorneys represent them. And the law said one thing. And what did the law say? It said that, yes, South Carolina does have the death penalty. It said, yes, a jury can give a death sentence. But if you are convicted of a capital crime and if you are sentenced to death, you have the option of either lethal injection or electrocution. Lethal injection or electrocution. So, with the law as it was written at that time, these individuals made a decision. Do I plead guilty and take maybe a life sentence if that's offered, or do I go to trial and do I risk death? And if I do go to trial and I risk death, Representative Gilliard, what type of death am I facing potentially? So they're lawyers and them, and they look at the law and they say, well, if you go and a jury convicts you and you're sentenced to death, you're gonna die, but at least you get to pick between the electric chair and lethal injection. And based on the law as it existed at that point in time, these people made a strategic legal decision to move forward. And they were convicted. And they were sentenced to death, Representative Gilliard. Now, who are we as a state to say that if let's say back then the law existed in the way that we're trying to make it now, where, hey, look, if you go to trial and you're sentenced to death, you can pick lethal injection, but if it ain't available, you're getting the electric chair, Representative Govan. Who's to say that the decisions by these individuals' attorneys or by these individuals wouldn't have been different? So let me put it in more plain context.
I'm not interrupting you. When you're ready to take questions, let me know. I'm not going to interrupt you until you let me know that you're ready. Ms.
Yes,
Bamberg.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. If someone is injured and they say, well, insurance companies offered you X amount of money to compensate you, but if you go to a jury trial, the jury could award a lot more than that. And they say, well, based on the facts, I don't want to take this money from the insurance company. I want to go to trial and I want a jury to award me as much as I could possibly get. And they do that. And the jury returns a big verdict in their favor. And meanwhile, they start trying to collect it. And 4 or 5 years down the road, the General Assembly says, we don't like these big verdicts, so we're going to impute a cap. And that cap is significantly less than the money that the jury awarded this hurt individual. And then we say, well, even though the jury gave you, $100 million, all you can get is $250,000. Well, hell, if I knew that all I was going to get was $250,000, I would have accepted the money that the insurance company offered me, and I wouldn't have gambled at trial. It affects the legal decisions and the strategic decisions that people make. And is it fair, number one, but more importantly, Representative Ballantyne, is it constitutional to let someone make a legal decision to go to trial or to plead guilty based on the law as it exists on that day, and then years later change the law and just deviate from the system? This amendment fixes that. Under this amendment, if you were already convicted and you were sentenced to death, under the law as it exists prior to this, you still abide by that. But if, after this passes, you do something and the jury convicts you and they sentence you to death, you understand that if lethal injection is not available, you are getting the electric chair. And let those people make their decisions at trial based on the law after we change it. How can we change the law on people after the fact when that wasn't the law that was in place when they had their sentence? And what happens is if we don't pass this amendment, we're back in the position of why people filed this in the first place, which is they ain't getting executed because the state of South Carolina is going to be tied up in constitutional litigation about whether or not a state can go and change the law on somebody who made a decision at trial years ago based on what the law was then. It's not right. It's not constitutional. We don't need to do it. So I'd ask that you support this amendment. This amendment is common sense. This amendment doesn't speak to your belief on life or death. It doesn't speak to your stance on the death penalty, but it speaks to our stance as people who are sworn an oath to uphold the United States Constitution. And people have a right to a fair trial. Do you get a right to a fair trial if you go to trial and get convicted under one set of laws, and then years later the state just changed the law on you? Is that a fair trial, Representative King? Does that fall in line with the United States Constitution, Representative Kirby? I don't think it does. It's simple. If we're gonna, I get it. We have problems executing people. The law as it stands in this state is that the death penalty is a viable option. This state has the death penalty, so be it. Until that changes, that is the rule of the law. But we cannot change the rules of the game after the game has been played and there's a winner or a loser. And that is what we're doing if we don't pass this amendment. I don't understand why it's so hard to say, let's make law moving forward. Why do we have to go and change the law and impute it on people who already had their day in court and allow them to be punished in a way that wasn't even under consideration in the law when they went to trial originally? It's not right. It's not constitutional. And we have a duty to make sure that we follow the Constitution. This isn't a political amendment.
Mr. Bamberg, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Your time on the amendment is expired. Mr. Bamberg is recognized.
This amendment is not partisan. It's not Republican. It's not Democrat. This amendment is not based on racial statistics of black, white, Hispanic, or other. It is a common sense amendment that any member who believes in the United States Constitution can support. It doesn't change the bill. It still says if lethal injection is not available, the default method is execution. And that would be the law going forward. But it protects the rights of people who went through our criminal courts when the law said something else. And I'm going to ask that you all support this. If you were to go to SCDC's website, the South Carolina Department of Corrections, there's a host of information on there. SCDC is a public state entity. The information they put on there is available to the public, including victims, including criminal defendants. For those who may not feel anything for an inmate who's been tried and convicted, think about the victims when you go to vote on this particular amendment. Because when the question was asked by the solicitor, Representative Pope, when the question was asked of the victims by the solicitor, do you want us to seek the death penalty? Those victims, what is explained to them? The law as it exists at that point in time. And based on the law at that point in time, those victims would have been told, if this person is sentenced to death, they will have the option of choosing death by electric chair or death by lethal injection. And based on that information given to them by a solicitor by the state of South Carolina, the victim made a decision. Who are we to undermine the victim's decision in that particular case? Maybe the only reason why the victim told the solicitor seek the death penalty is because the victim knew that that defendant would have the option of choosing lethal injection. Maybe that victim wasn't for the concept of electrocuting a human being. Maybe that victim only agreed for the prosecutor to seek death because they believed that lethal injection was a more humane way of giving me retribution, punishing this person, and also trying to sway people and deter people from doing this to another family. Maybe that's why the victim supported it. The problem is we don't know. And as I raised earlier, anybody ask the victims? Anybody talk to the prosecutors from those cases? For all we know, maybe the solicitor only sought the death penalty because lethal injection was an option for this person, Representative Wheeler. Maybe that's why the solicitor sought the death penalty. And here we are, we're gonna flip the rule of law for individual motives and political motives and disregard the United States Constitution? SCDC's website at present, if you happen to be a bad guy who actually checks, well, what could happen to me if I do this, and you were to go to SCDC's website and look, what you're going to read is a person convicted of a capital crime can elect to be executed either by lethal injection or electrocution. If the person waives the right of election and the crime was committed on or after June 8th, 1995, then the penalty must be administered by lethal injection. That's the key point of the law that this amendment seeks to fix. If the person waives the right of election, Your Honor, I'm sorry for what I did. I understand I've been sentenced to death. And I don't have it in me to pick how I die. The law, when that gentleman stood up in court and made that statement, says if the person waives the right of election and the crime was committed on or after June 8th, 1995, then the penalty must be administered by lethal injection. So when that person, we can call him an inmate, we can call him a convict, we can call him whatever, when that person accepted their fate was lethal injection. It's unconstitutional and it is not right to fast forward 1996 and here we are in 2021 and we're going to change the law and say, I know that you were supposed to get lethal injection, but unfortunately we can't do that. We don't have the drugs, so we're going to electrocute you. Maybe the person wouldn't have gone to trial. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to take questions if there are.
Mr. King, questions? Then Mr. Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for you, Representative Bamberg. Did you know that it was a coincidence that on last night I was watching what they call The Innocent? Have you ever heard of it? I think it's on Netflix.
I have heard of that.
And it was a young man, would you believe, that was in Mississippi who was sentenced to death. And after 9 years of serving his sentence, DNA came back that he was the wrong person.
Representative King, and there's a lot of data on that. The system, and I said this in committee, right? The criminal justice system was created by man, and because man is imperfect, the system will forever be imperfect. And there have been innocent people on death row who have been vindicated, including in this state, including during our lifetime.
Also, would you believe that even though the DNA came back and found that this young man was innocent and that his DNA was not present, that the prosecutors still wanted to continue to keep him in jail? And until this day, he's still there?
That would not surprise me. We have a lot of solid prosecutors in government. But we do have some that are overzealous. We do have some in government who feel as, nope, I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what the evidence says. This is the person who did it. I'm convinced of that. The people who vote me into office are convinced of that. So I don't care about evidence or this is who did it and we're gonna keep them locked up. That does happen.
Do you believe that could happen in South Carolina and someone could be sentenced to death because they are innocent? And do you believe that has happened already in South Carolina?
In South Carolina, we're actually notorious with regards to the electric chair.
Say that one more time.
In South Carolina, our state is notorious for the electric chair, Old Sparky. And Representative King, what I refer to is, and some know, some don't, South Carolina is home to the youngest person ever in the United States of America to be sentenced to death by the electric chair. His name was George Stinney. And he was accused of the murder of 2 white children in 1944, okay? He was convicted without any physical evidence. All the jury were white at that point in time. And we live in a different time today than we did back then. But nonetheless, Mr. Stinney was so small, Representative King, that when they put this 14-year-old boy in the electric chair, they had to have him stand up, and they put a Bible in the seat to make him sit on because he wasn't tall enough. His lawyer did nothing for him. He was convicted in 10 minutes with no physical evidence. The mask, I said they put the mask over your face, okay? The mask was too large for his face, and it slipped off as they started electrocuting this kid. And it showed his wet, wide open eyes as he died. And in 2014, George Stinney was determined to have been innocent. So not only did South Carolina give the electric chair to the youngest person ever in America, the boy was innocent. And what do we say? Oops.
Well, that concerns me, and that's one reason I can't support something like this. As you said earlier, did you know, as I was listening, there are bad people. But in the process, there are a lot of good people who may be caught up in the process and could potentially be killed by the state. And so that concerns me. But on the flip side of that, to subject state employees to murder another person through this process also bothers me. Did you know?
Representative King, it
Mr.
bothers...
Bamberg, I'm sorry to interrupt. Your time on the amendment has expired. Mr. Newton moves to table the amendment. Mr. Bamberg requests a roll call. Do 9 members second his request? 9 do. The pending question, tabling Amendment 2. Roll call's order. We'll vote on the board. Pending question, tabling Amendment 2. Have all members wish to vote voted? Got about 10 seconds, Mr. Jefferson. I know you can do it. Time's expired. Polls are closed. Clerk, tabulate. My vote is 72 to 34. The amendment is tabled. Clerk will read.
The next amendment is number 3 by Mr. Bamberg. Number 3.
Mr. Bamberg is recognized on his amendment, Amendment 3. Mr. Bamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really thought we stood a chance of getting the last amendment passed to fix a constitutional problem, but this amendment is, for some, it may be a little bit extreme, but for others, it makes sense. People who advocate for the death penalty, and in this instance, we are actually changing the law to make it so that if we can't kill you by lethal injection because the drugs are not available, we're going to give you the electric chair, or you can choose firing squad. The reason being is both punishment, that's the death part, punishment, right? Your crime was so bad that the state sees fit to allow you to be punished by losing your life. But the second key of not just the death penalty, but criminal justice as a system is deterrence. Punishment or retribution and deterrence, right? So the conversations that are had surrounding the death penalty is if we give someone the electric chair, other people may be a little more hesitant to commit those type of crimes. Here's the problem. Death sentence, it used to be back in the day, public hangings. And in this state, I believe what the law was that your local county would hang you. And they would hang you in public so everybody could see it. And it would like, look at this dead person swinging from this gallows. And if you do what they did, you could meet that fate. And the reason was to try and deter citizens from committing those types of crimes. But now we have this secret death penalty. What happens? We read articles from reporters and families and prosecutors who may have been in the room, and we're left to read the words on paper and envision in our minds what it may have looked like or felt like or smelled like. If we really want the death penalty and we really want to deter it, this amendment would allow the public to watch. Executions are carried out by government employees. They are paid with citizens' tax dollars, i.e. public money. Public money is spent to operate the electric chair. Public money is spent to arm those individuals with those .30 caliber rifles. Public money is spent to buy those 4 bullets. Public money is spent to buy that 1 blank. Public money is spent to check on the heartbeat after 30 seconds of electricity. Public money is spent to have the person throw the switch. In a state that is supposed to endorse transparency, we're executing people in private. And if you truly believe, as a justification for supporting this bill, the deterrent aspect, let's let the public watch. At present, what is the rule? I'll tell you. And this is all per SCDC. Everybody has access to this. It's public information. They let 3 media witnesses in the death chamber. 1 print, 1 broadcast, and 1 representative of the dominant wire service, so Associated Press, okay? 3 media. At present, right, because such a big part of our desire to go electrocute people and give them the firing squad is the victims, right? Not even all the victims get to go watch. The family of the victim is allowed 3 witnesses. 3. So if the victim had 4 brothers and sisters, they got to pick which one stays home. But this is all about the victim, right? This is about giving the victims justice, and we don't even allow all the victims to go watch. If there is more than 1 victim, so in an instance, maybe there were 2 victims who were murdered, for example, the corrections director may reduce the number of family representatives to 1 from each family. But this is about the victims. This is about the victims. This is about deterrent. This is about retribution and punishment. But in the event there's more than 1 victim, they got to pick out of their whole family. They got to literally pick out of their whole family. Hey, I know you and your wife have been married for 50 years, but only one of you get to go watch. And then you come home, you just got to tell your spouse about it. If it's really about deterrence and the victims, let's give them and others an opportunity to watch. Further, if there are more than 2 victims, the director may restrict the total number of victims' representatives present in accordance with the space limitation of the capital punishment facility. What does that mean? That means if there's more than 2 victims, there are victims' family members, they may be excluded completely from watching the execution. But it's about the victims, right? We want to execute people because of the victims, but that's the state's policy. The state's policy is to deter others from doing like horrible deeds, but no one ever gets to see it. No one in the public gets to watch that. They just have to hear, oh, such and such was executed and pronounced dead, and then go off of what everybody else says. And we really expect that to be a deterrent from some of the most evil-minded, evil conduct people in the state? No. So I'm going to ask that you support this particular amendment. Let's let people watch. Let's let them watch. And what might they see? It's unfortunate that we live in a state and in a society where people can be so quick to greenlight the death of another living, breathing human being, and they don't even know what is death like? What happens? What does it look like? They've never seen a deceased person's body. They've never seen what happens when executions go bad, whether electric chair, whether lethal injection. They don't know. They know politics. They know stump speeches, right? They know words and terminology and phrases that are used to garner and feed off of the emotions of other people. But they don't know reality. They don't know reality. And many people in this body don't know the reality and gravity of what we're actually voting on. And again, if you vote for this, you're voting to kill 3 people. There are 3 people. That's 3 families. That's what we're voting on. We need to let people see. If you want to deter people from committing crime, let them watch the punishment. Let's not play around. If we're going to be about deterrent and we're going to be about, the number one thing that gets said in support of this particular bill is the death penalty means nothing if we can't carry it out. The death penalty does not serve as a deterrent. It has no teeth if the state can't carry it out. So if you can do something terrible and you can land on death row and you can be awaiting an execution, it means nothing to deter others from doing it if the state can't actually go and kill you.
Mr. Bamberg, your time on the amendment is expired. Mr. Bamberg is recognized.
It means nothing to deter crime when death sentences can't be carried out. So if we're going to pass legislation to ensure that even when the law said something else at the time, people actually get executed when they receive death, because we care about deterrence, let's let people watch. But government doesn't want to do that. And people don't want that to happen. Government doesn't want people to see what happens when a person gets the electric chair. They don't want people to see what happens when those needles go in those arms and drug by drug by drug is injected into the veins. Because they want people to believe that it's painless. They want people to believe that it's quick. They want people to believe that it's not cruel and unusual punishment. That is why government doesn't allow access. What might they see? And in forewarning, if you have a weak stomach, I would encourage you to close your eyes, because I'm going to show you what they might see. And when we vote to make electrocution the mandatory form of execution in this state, even when they elect lethal injection, and we're going to talk about botched electrocutions, but if you will, sir, this is what the public will see. And if you want to deter crime and murder and rape and horrible crimes, if you want to deter other people from doing that kind of stuff, let the public see. But you can't be afraid of what the reality is. You can't vote for electrocution and death and be afraid to face it in front of your very eyes. And this was a botched electrocution. Next picture. This is the reality of what we're voting for today. Those three people we talk about, tried, convicted, chose lethal injection, and the chemical companies say, we don't want death drugs anymore, we don't want to be tied to it. This body debated shield laws to allow us to spend state dollars in private so we could still get these chemicals and protect the image of the drug companies, and didn't work. Let's electrocute them. Like we heard earlier, we gotta execute these three people as a deterrent. You want to deter it? Let people see what happens when you get electrocuted. Next picture, please. Lethal injection. There's a reason why chemical companies stopped selling this to states when they couldn't do it in private, in secret. We believe in open government here in South Carolina, or so I thought. This is what happens when you miss a vein. This individual was Hispanic, and his skin burned off. We want to deter crime. We want to deter people from doing evil things. Let the public see the realities of the death penalty. The pictures before, that's why Virginia, another southern state, just abolished the death penalty. Because this happening to one person is one person too much. And again, I get it. The folks who were guilty got a punishment, and if they were the person who did it, they got the punishment the law allowed. Are you willing to vote today for a bill that could allow this to happen to somebody who didn't do it? Are you willing to vote for a bill that would allow a potential innocent person, like the many individuals who've been exonerated of the crimes they've been alleged to or convicted of in this state? Is this what we want to subject a potential innocent person to, just so that we can barbecue non-guilty ones? Next picture, please. This is what happens when you undergo lethal injection and you miss the vein. This is what we're voting on. This is the life and death that we heard about earlier from the Attorney General. This is not about man versus women. This is about life versus death. There's no greater life than the right to life in the state of South Carolina. And this is reality. And I am sorry if anybody is upset from seeing reality. This is not some random bill. This is not some bill we're taking up to prove a point to somebody or a political agenda or something that doesn't matter. We're talking about life and death and the reality of what it means to kill another person. The reality of what it means for people, 3 men, to have gone to trial with the understanding that they could die a certain way if they so chose, and for this General Assembly to have killed the First Amendment I put up to ensure that the game wouldn't be flipped on them. This is what we're voting on. This is reality. And if this body's position is that the death penalty and killing these folks on death row is so important to the institution of deterrence in the criminal justice system, let the public watch. Stop spending government money in private, in secrecy, in quiet. None of the pictures, you know, they take pictures after they give somebody the electric chair or lethal. They take photos. None of those ever become public. Why? Why? Autopsy reports never become public. Why? The goal is deterrence, right? Why? You can remove that. Thank you, sir. Why is it that government will never show people the reality of the death penalty, the reality of the electric chair, the reality of what happens when it goes wrong? Why? Representative Hennigan, there's a reason why. So if we want to deter criminal action, and we want people to understand getting the death sentence, that's not some arbitrary thing. This is what it looks like. If you want to scare kids, teenagers, I believe it used to be, and this might have been before my day, but it used to be that you could actually take a tour and go and actually sit in the electric chair. Like, hey, 14-year-old Bobby, if you do bad things, you could be sitting here one day. Do they even do that anymore? They don't do that anymore in this state. Why? Why, Representative Brawley? Why? But the goal of us being here today and dealing with this issue is deterrence, right? Is it really deterrence? We have opportunity to deter these horrible deeds by passing this particular amendment. And Mr. Speaker, if there are questions, I'll take some with the remaining time. And if not, I would move for passage of this amendment.
I think you got about a minute. Mr. Williams, you got a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Bamber, have you ever been in a place where you actually saw the execution of inmates?
I have not. And Representative Williams, I'll tell you, I've seen death in my legal work. I've watched people die. And there ain't a day that goes by where if I think of their name, the image of that does not pop into my brain.
Did you know that there are many people here in South Carolina who would love to see the death of an inmate? Do you know that?
I'm sure there are people that would love to see the death of an inmate, including, like I pointed out, which is one reason I support this amendment, is there are victims' family members who want to watch the person die who may have killed their loved one, and they're not even allowed to.
So your amendment would give them that opportunity to watch, whether it's online or in person.
Correct.
The death of an individual. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know the last time that we had any kind of execution here in South Carolina? Do you know?
Mr. Bamberg, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Your time on the amendment has expired. As Mr. Bamberg stated, the pending question is the adoption of Amendment 2. Mr. Newton requested we table Amendment 2.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Mr. Bamberg requests, Mr. Newton requests that we table Amendment 3. Mr. Bamberg requests a roll call to 9 members second his request. 9 do roll calls required in order. We'll vote on the board. Pending question, tabling Amendment 3.
Come here, Ray, man.
Time expired. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. A vote of 70 to 38. The amendment is tabled. Clerk will read.
Number 4. Mr. Bamberg, number 4.
On Amendment 4, it's Mr. Bamberg. He's recognized on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This particular amendment addresses another important issue, and we could go on and on and on about the fact that so many people who have had the death penalty sought in their case, or so many people who were unfortunately convicted and sentenced to death, are individuals with mental illness. As we heard earlier with regards to the electric chair, the very first electric chair, the individual that was placed in that was someone who suffered from psychological and mental illness. So I'd ask this body to consider voting in favor of this amendment. And all this amendment does is says, prior to the execution, a psychological evaluation of the death row inmate must be performed to ensure the inmate is competent to understand the execution. Why does this matter? Again, advocates in favor of the death penalty, advocates in favor of this particular bill to end around the option of lethal injection and forced electrocution on death row inmates in this state, it's about two things: punishment / retribution and deterrence. And yes, if you are of your right mind, and yes, you go to trial, and yes, you are found competent to stand trial, and you are convicted, and you are sentenced to death, you are competent at that point in time to understand whether or not you grasp the gravity of the charges against you. And that's one part of the equation. If somebody sits on death row for years, Representative Kimmons, or somebody is on death row and their execution date is looming and approaching, isn't it important, Representative Jefferson, do they understand what's about to happen to them? How can you punish, if that's the first branch of a death sentence, how do you punish an individual who is mentally ill or suffering from a psychological condition at the moment that switch is thrown and they're electrocuted, if they don't understand what the heck is going on? And right now, there are no requirements for that. So if this person on death row suffers a schizophrenic break, and at the time of their execution, they happen to be schizophrenic, there's no provision to ensure that the state is not executing a mentally ill person. And we have had debates and discussions in this body about drug addiction, opioid addiction. We've had discussions about mental health in this state. And I think it's important that if we are going to punish a person, and if we legitimately mean we support the death penalty and the electric chair and the firing squad as a means of punishing a person who did wrong, it makes sense to conduct a psychological evaluation prior to electrocuting them, prior to opening them up to the firing squad, prior to lethal injection, or if you pass some of the other amendments later, prior to hanging them, for example. Make sure that person understands what is going on. Not just in South Carolina, but across the country, it's no secret that so many people who are sentenced to death and executed suffer some form of mental illness. And I wish it was, but this debate is not about government's treatment of the mentally ill. It's not about the fact that in a lot of parts of this state, people don't have access to mental health treatment. They don't have access to their antipsychotic drugs. So whether they suffer from schizophrenia or whether they suffer from schizoaffective disorder, this debate is not about whether or not they have the ability to go and get their medication to make sure they're lucid and understand the things that they do. This debate's not about that. This debate is about the ultimate punishment in some people's minds. This debate is about death. And if you view, me personally, I view life in prison as without parole as the ultimate punishment. But if you are an individual who views the death penalty, if you view the death penalty as the ultimate punishment, we need to make sure that when the execution is carried out, the individual getting executed understands, A, why they're getting executed. They understand why it's about to happen to them. They understand the means by which they're being executed. And in committee, what happened is there was the First Amendment we passed to adopt the committee report. You know, there are rules in this bill now about electing your method of execution. And whether you have 14 days to let people know, and at one point there was discussions about you got to have a witness who isn't government and who isn't another inmate. But if someone has a set amount of time to elect a person convicted of a capital crime and sentenced to death by electrocution prior to June 8th, 1995, must be administered death by electrocution unless the person elects death by lethal injection in writing 14 days before the execution date. That's the law. And if we're going to require them to make an election leading up to their execution date, the least that we could do is make sure that they are mentally sane, that they are not mentally ill, and that they're not suffering from some psychological disorder. And that's all this does. It says we're going to evaluate these people before we kill them to make sure, or try at a minimum, Representative Brawley, to ensure that we're not accidentally killing somebody who's suffering from a severe mental illness. And that is important because mental illness is rampant across our state. Doesn't add any more time. They could do it in a day or two. And it's the state, in some regards, protecting itself from itself. It's an additional safety net to ensure that we don't fall into the rest of the statistics with regards to the execution of the mentally ill in America and in South Carolina. It's common sense. It's a psychological evaluation. I've never been on death row. I have had moments where my life flashed before my eyes, as many of you may have had. And that's a pretty traumatic experience. Can anyone imagine, especially if you were innocent, sitting on death row every day hoping your appeals work out, and then you try and you lose, and you've exhausted all of your appellate remedies, and your days are now numbered. And because of the piece of legislation we're about to pass, even if you exercise the right under the law that you had at the time to choose death by lethal injection, you know you're going to get electrocuted. I think that's enough to drive a person insane. And I'm not talking about people who fake it. I'm talking about real life, legitimate, out of your mind insane. And is the system of death sentences, of death penalties, is the system promoting one of its ideals if we are executing people who are mentally ill, psychologically unstable, or suffering from some severe mental psychological episode? How do you punish somebody who doesn't even understand why they're about to be electrocuted? You can't. That's why there are rules against certain punishments for children, because they're not mentally cognizant of what's going on to where the punishment would be effective. It ends up just being child abuse. And no, I'm not equating a death row inmate to a child, but I'm talking about the mind and the mental state. People are born with a child's mind. And if you are fortunate enough to live long enough, most people and many people die with the mind of a child.
Mr. Bamberg, time has expired on the amendment. Mr. Bamberg is recognized. Ms. Bamberg, if you want to take a question, just let me know. Other than that, I won't interrupt you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Have you thought about the individual who's on death row who may be older? As the law exists right now, I believe there have been initiatives in this state such as Alzheimer's and dementia, and it comes in different shapes and forms. And it's not always when you are blessed enough to live to see 97 like my great-grandma Bertha. Sometimes it happens early onset dementia, early onset Alzheimer's. And there is not a single provision in this bill or any other that would prevent the state from executing someone on death row who is suffering from early onset dementia or from early onset Alzheimer's. It's not always just crazy. Sometimes it's just biology. And what this amendment would do is ensure that if someone, since we're going to force electrocution and firing squad on people, if someone was suffering from early onset dementia or early onset Alzheimer's, we will know it, Representative Jefferson, before we barbecue them. We'll know it. Can you imagine those 5 people on the firing squad, 4 of which have live rounds, 1 of which has blanks, and they shoot somebody, death by firing squad, and come to find out that that person was in their onset of early stage dementia or early onset of Alzheimer's? Have you thought about what that would do to them, a state employee? It'd be devastating. And right now we have no way of knowing. But if we pass this amendment, we will. And then the Department of Corrections can evaluate what is the proper way to handle this particular inmate, because we know they're not of their right mind. We know they're not faking. Crime, violence, rampant in SCDC. We've seen it. Lee riot case. Level 3 maximum security prison, home to the worst prison riot in the last quarter century in American history. And people were butchered and cut up and hurt and maimed. Bad things happen in prison. What if an individual on death row, Representative Rose, unfortunately is on the short end of the stick in one of those situations and suffers brain damage, but they're still set to be executed? God forbid, unfortunately, what if they did something to hurt themselves while they were on death row in their cell to the point they suffered a traumatic brain injury? Are we accomplishing the mission of the system by punishing somebody if that person is not mentally capable of understanding the punishment that is about to be imputed on them? The answer is no. And if we really care about punishment, we'll vote for this to make sure that we're punishing people who understand their punishment. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to take any questions anybody may have.
Mr. Pope has a question. He's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Bamberg. Mr. Bamberg, my understanding is what you're proposing in the amendment. I realize your desire to have an amendment on this bill, but what you're proposing in the amendment is actually case law. And my point, in fact, I have 2 people that are still on death row, and just to clear that up before Mr. Merle Smith or Mr. Stabenakis come running in here, no, it is not Susan Smith. And so, but I have 2 people on death row, and one is Maurice Hughes. And Maurice killed a police officer in York County in 1989. And Maurice is, subsequent to his arrest for killing that police officer, hid a knife in his cell, killed one of his cellmates, attempted to kill the other 3 others, quite candidly, because of the color of their skin. Maurice has been on death row since that time, has had numerous hearings. Maurice actually wanted to be executed, which his defense team used as part of the reason to say that Maurice should not be executed, that he was not competent. But to this date, the victim, Brent McCants, his mother, calls me every day She called me this week and asked would there ever be justice in her case. Maurice is deemed to not be. It's right to the point you just made. Maurice is deemed to not be competent to understand his punishment. And therefore, we've been told, his mother has been told, the victim's mother has been told that Maurice cannot be executed. So I guess my question to you is it not true that this is already the case in our jurisprudence, both in the United States and in South Carolina?
Well, Representative Pope, I believe that what you were describing is one specific case.
Yes, sir.
And in this body, we are no stranger to case law saying one thing and government doing another. It happens almost every day up here. So while I understand that in that particular instance, they found an issue with this gentleman and they made the decision to not execute him, there's still no requirement, right? The way it sounds to me, Representative Pope, is that was more of an obvious thing. But there's a lot of mental illnesses that may not be as obvious at that point in time.
Well, and I don't want to interrupt you, Mr. Bamberg. I apologize. So, are you saying if they have, you say your amendment says competency, and as you know from your legal practice, that's the ability to understand legal and moral right from legal and moral wrong. Because I would say, arguably, there's a good argument. Everybody that ever set foot in a murder case in the back of my courtroom, something was wrong that caused that to occur because you didn't commit the crime and I didn't commit the crime. There's something wrong. But your amendment isn't as to mental illness, it's as to competency. And what I'm saying, the U.S. Supreme Court said, I think in 86, 87, we don't execute because of lack of competency. Number two, we can't medicate to competency just to execute in South Carolina under the Singleton case. Isn't that correct?
I believe that is the case, yes. But again, at present, there's nothing codified in the state of South Carolina to address that. And this wouldn't be the first time. It is pretty frequent in the House and the Senate where there may be something in case law from some circuit or from ours, and we in turn go and codify it to make it a law on the books. And that's all this does. And it sounds to me, based on what you were saying, is that voting for this particular amendment isn't really deviating from what is already accepted practice.
No, I would agree that I don't think voting from this amendment is necessarily deviating from accepted practice. I think what this is doing is amending a bill to keep it from passing. And that's the thing I want to recognize is that this is already the case. And so passing this is not going to change anything in that regard other than slow down this bill or stop this bill. Is that correct?
That's absolutely not correct because the goal of government is not expediency. The goal of government should always be to get it right.
Okay, and if to get it right means that when we do have people that have been properly convicted, and you've talked a good deal about the deterrent effect, certainly a proper deterrent effect, and you used the child example. If I tell my child I'm going to punish them because of blank and then I wait 25 years, that's not the deterrent that we need. Is that correct?
No, correct. That'd be like if you're training a dog and if you wait 5 years, right? They've got to be able to link the two together, correct. But at the same time, what you've got to remember is that despite personal beliefs on crime and punishment, we have to operate within the realms of the United States Constitution and constitutional rights.
Right.
And that's got to be at the core of this. So even though they are an inmate, even if people look at them as the most dastardly evil people ever, government's place is not to step in and make emotional decisions based on people's personal feelings towards them or what they did. We have to step back and look at them as a citizen because they still do have rights.
Absolutely.
And the problem with this bill is the rights as they existed at the time of that particular crime, well, now we're just flipping the switch on people.
And I know you probably got other questions. I know we're about to run out, so that'll be a good one for me to end on. I'll ask you this.
Mr. Pope, it is a good one for you to end on because Mr. Bamberg's time on the amendment has expired. Division. All right. Mr. Bamberg requests a division vote. Now, that is granted, that is a straight up vote on the bill. It's not a tabling. I mean, it's straight up on the bill. If you're for the bill, you vote green. If you're not for the, if you're for the amendment, you vote green. If you're against the amendment, you vote red. So division vote has been requested and is now ordered. 30-second vote. Time's expired. A vote of 21 to 44. The amendment fails. Clerk will read.
Number five, Mr. Bamberg.
All right, well, Amendment 5 is Mr. Bamberg's amendment. He is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the major issues with the death penalty is in part, its finality in nature. And when the state executes somebody, there is no going back. And today we heard about the 1944 wrongful execution of George Stinney, the 14-year-old. But he is not the only one. And there are a lot of individuals who have been executed, and they were innocent. They were determined to maybe have not had a fair trial. They were determined to have not been the person who did it. Maybe there was prosecutorial misconduct. Maybe there was bad evidence. Maybe there was problems with DNA. I don't know, because the SLED DNA lab is 9 months backed up right now. But nonetheless, when an innocent person is executed, there is no coming back from that. And at present, there's not much that someone can do. What this particular amendment does, I get it. If we're going to have death penalty in this state and we're going to move towards a system of forced mandated electrocutions or meeting in the middle and giving them the option of the firing squad, the least that we can do is look out for the families of anyone who this state executes in that oops moment. And what this amendment does, it says that after an execution, if in court it's determined that the imposition of the sentence of death was improper, a family member of the wrongfully executed may bring a private cause of action against SCDC. And in that instance, these horrible caps that apply, where the state arbitrarily says if government kills you, the most your family could get is $600,000, those caps don't apply to this. If the state electrocutes an innocent person, this amendment lets that family, that person's children, that person's heirs sue SCDC. There is no cap. There is no prohibition on punitive damages if it's shown that people really, really dropped the ball. That's all this does. That's all this does. And I ask you, now I'll speak for myself, if it was my family member that was wrongfully executed in the electric chair, or my brother was innocent and was subjected to the firing squad and shot in the heart and slowly bled out until he lost consciousness and died, oh, we suing somebody. And every citizen should have the right to do that. So Representative Robert Williams, in the instance where the state messes up, all this amendment does is it gives that family an avenue. Why does this matter? right? If we look at individuals who've been on death row, and this is a big part of the problem with what we're doing here today with this particular bill, but with the death penalty in general, is acquittals and exonerations. In my lifetime, at least 3 people who this state put on death row were exonerated prior to their execution. So them calendar days were ticking, Representative Jefferson, they are ticking. And this person's innocent, and they're sitting in there, and they see their death coming. And fortunately, by the grace of God, and thanks to the hard work of people who never gave up on them in proving their innocence is proven. And they're allowed off of death row. Colleton County, individual by the name of Michael Linder, on death row, exonerated, fortunately, before the state took his life. Jesse Keith Brown in Spartanburg County, on death row, exonerated. And for those who don't know, exoneration don't mean we just letting you out. Exoneration means we messed up, you didn't do it. Colleton County, Spartanburg County, exonerated, off of death row. This close to state effectively murdering them, because at that point they're innocent. This close, exonerated. Warren Manning, Dillon County. In fact, when I talk about how imperfect the system is and do we really want to go this direction as a state, this person got tried 5 times. And I had a talk with some people outside about this. 5 times the government tried to get this person. Exonerated. And in that case, he was alleged to have killed a police officer. And after 5 times of trying to pin it on this guy because they were convinced this is our person, the jury found him not guilty. And the prosecution 5 times were seeking the death penalty. Does that sound like a system where we want to go with mandatory electrocution? And if we do, does that sound like a system that very well may at least need to give a family an avenue to seek some sort of recourse? Absolutely. And the list goes on and on and on. On and on and on. 43 individuals have been executed in this state since 1976. And I've given you 3 exonerations. How many of those people who this state executed were actually innocent? How many? And if it is determined that this state executes an innocent person, their family should have every right to run the state's pockets, because it ain't gonna bring their loved one back, but in the civil arena, it's the only avenue you have. This is a common sense amendment. This is a try to make it right amendment. We've seen the state isn't always right. We've seen prosecutors are not always right. And when they are wrong, there is nothing that can be done to bring that person back. Nothing at all. Mr. Speaker, unless there are questions, I would move for passage.
All right, the pending question is the adoption of Amendment 5. Mr. Bamberg requests a division vote A division vote is ordered. Remember, this is a vote on the amendment. If you're for the amendment, vote green. If you're against it, vote red. But we will vote now. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 15 to 47, the amendment fails. Clerk will read.
Number 6, Mr. Bamberg. Numero 6, Mr. Bamberg.
On Amendment 6, Mr. Bamberg's amendment, and he is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Bamberg, let me get you some order. Members have done a good job today of keeping order. It's getting a little loud. House will come to order. House will be in order. Mr. Bamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This particular amendment, clean, cut, dry, would effectively abolish and just do away with the death penalty in this state. What this amendment does is it gives you an opportunity to vote for progress in society. It gives you an opportunity to acknowledge that our system, as I have shown you, not with just things that I pulled out of thin air, but things that I have backed up with data, with real life cases, with real life exonerations, with real life people who would have been given the death penalty, but it was determined that they were innocent. And we have an opportunity to acknowledge all of that and just completely follow the steps of other leaders in America, like the state of Virginia, another southern state who recently abolished the death penalty. At some point, we got to make a decision in this state to stop. Let's lead for a chance. Representative Hosey. And weeks ago, we had ongoing debates in here about our state being a leader in the realm of life. And this is an opportunity to show that in this state, we're going to lead in terms of life and lead in terms of a human heartbeat meaning something, and lead in terms of common sense, and lead in terms of the future of the state of South Carolina, not reverting our state back to something we originally started doing in 1912. Has anyone thought about the fact that the underlying bill is aimed at moving us in the direction of utilizing a process that we began using in this state in 1912? Back then, my grandparents weren't even allowed to live on the other side of the train track in Bamberg County. And we're going to go back and utilize a system that was created and implemented and used back then? And we consider that progress in the state of South Carolina? So what I'm going to ask this body to do is think about all of the legitimate facts, the legitimate data, the legitimate arguments that have been made today, and vote in favor of this particular amendment, so there will be no wrongful executions. So there will be no oops, I'm sorry. So there will be no, dang, that didn't turn out the way we thought it would, and we botched this electrocution, or we botched this lethal injection, or we botched this firing squad. We have an opportunity with this to vote for progress in this state. And I don't know if anybody stepped foot inside SCDC, but I don't know if I would rather be dead than serve life in that place. And if we really want to punish people, is it really punishment if someone doesn't respect life enough that they'll go murder people? Is it really punishment? Do you punish somebody who doesn't respect life by taking theirs as though they care about life in the first place? Or do you punish them by restricting theirs with a life sentence in prison, with no possibility of parole, with no possibility of doing anything to anybody else? This is our opportunity to lead our citizens, to lead them in a positive direction, to fall in line with other deep red southern states like Virginia and move forward. And Mr. Speaker, if there are questions, I'm happy to take them.
There's a question. Ms. Matthews has a question, and she is certainly recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Bamberg, do you think that the people in the body of this State House are really listening to the words that you're saying and understanding that there have been people who have been accidentally not accidentally, wrongfully put to death before now?
I believe that everyone in the body is listening. Maybe I'm not convincing enough. I don't know, based on the way I've seen some of these votes come out. But I think I would hope that people do understand that there are real life innocent people who were put to death.
How do you think it would make you feel if somebody got put to death over a law that we enacted and found out later that it was a wrongful conviction?
That is a difficult question to answer. I mean, I'm the type of person, I feel bad when I allege somebody did something and I find out later, or I get mad at them thinking they did something and I find out that they didn't do it. I feel bad about that. I can't imagine how I would feel. And this is, if you remember, in the beginning of the debate, I made mention to the fact that if you vote in favor of this bill, you are voting to kill 3 people. You're voting in favor of those 3 people being killed, and you may as well be throwing the switch yourself. And do you know their names? Do you know their crimes? Do you know the victims? Do you know the facts of their case? Do you know what happened? And if you vote for a bill that subjects them to electrocution, even though the law was different when they were convicted, and you're voting for them to be electrocuted and you don't even know anything about their case, it's something to think about.
Well, something else to think about, Representative Bamberg, is that I am a random reader by choice, which means I read a lot of different things just for fun. And one of the things that I do remember reading is about the life of the death row executioner. And one of the things, did you know, that I think that people often forget about when they talk about the things that have to be done is that there is someone who has to do them. These people, did you know, oftentimes live with anxiety, suicidal thoughts. They can't sleep, they can't function. They go on to live a life that is not that pleasing. And do you know what the salary of a death row executioner is? I would like everybody to listen, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ma'am. House will be in order. We've been in pretty good order. House will be in order.
I would guess it's not that much.
The average salary of a death row executioner is $27,000 to $60,000. I'm glad that Representative Dabney thinks it's a joke that they only work a couple days a week, but what they live with is a lifelong.
Well, that was part of the issue, you know, and if members have not seen the fiscal impact study for this particular bill, it does raise some questions, because I don't see how we actually change state law and create a firing squad, right? And we force electrocutions and it not have a fiscal impact, including hiring of death squad individuals.
And so to that means the fact that some people don't think that taking a life is that costly because you only work a couple days, as I was just told. That is it's pretty heartless, number one. And number two, also to think that Representative Bamberg, that this is somebody's job that they may or may not have signed up to do. A lot of times, did you know, death row executioners come on as regular guards for prisons and things like that, and they still have to do another job as well sometimes.
Well,
and so they may not have a choice if it's their job to do. I have read the books, and there's also YouTube videos that you can go watch, and they talk about how they didn't really expect to do that, but it was part of their job, and how after every execution they had staff that quit and couldn't keep them because of how volatile it was.
Well, it makes sense, again, when you look at the firing squad setup, Representative, that there's a reason why one of those individuals armed with that .30 caliber rifle is given blanks. There's a reason why. And Mr. Speaker, if there are no more questions, I'm happy to take any, but I would move for passage. Division.
All right, the pending question is the adoption of Amendment 6. Mr. Bamberg asked for a division vote. It's a vote straight up on the amendment. If you're for the amendment, you vote green. If you're against it, you vote red. We will vote on the board now, but we will do it in a division vote. Proposal closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 15 to 60, the amendment fails. Clerk will read. All right, members, we're on Amendment 7. It's Mr. Bamberg's amendment, and he's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be brief here. Those individuals who have concerns about the death penalty, concerns about the fairness in which the death penalty is sought in different parts of the state, those with concerns about the fairness of juries, and historically speaking, for context here, all this amendment does is says that if an individual is tried, so for example, if you are a white defendant and the jury of your peers is 12 black people and they give you the death sentence, that's not going to be upheld. And vice versa, if you are a black defendant and the jury consists of 12 white people and you get death, that's not going to be upheld. It's ensuring that people do get a fair trial amongst the jury of their peers. This amendment would address, for all of those people who, after the state passes this, says it's going to be used in a way that is discriminatory in any way, shape, or form, this ensures that that goes away. That's all this does. And, you know, statistically speaking, in this state, if we've had 282 executions, 74 of those executions were of Caucasian people, 208 of them were black. So in a state where African Americans only make up 27% of the population, they account for almost 74% of the executions. Think about how lopsided that is. And yes, there are people who don't have to really worry about that, but it is a legitimate concern for a lot of people in this state. It is a legitimate concern for a lot of members, constituents in this state, that how is it that in a state that's 27% African American, 73.75% of the individuals executed come from that category of people. And when you go further and you look at the data, most of the death sentences in this state historically have come from one or two or three or four parts of the state. I believe right now in Lexington County accounts for 18 to 20% of the individuals on death row. Think about that. Out of 46 counties, one county accounts for almost 18 to 20% of the individuals on death row. This just insulates and alleviates the state from having to worry about criticisms with regards to the fairness of executions, not just in being sought, but in being rendered by juries. So there will never be another George Stinney. Right? And it protects everybody. It doesn't matter if you're black or if you're white or if you're Hispanic. It ensures that if a jury, and yes, Batson and things like that agree, but if a jury is stacked against somebody because some prosecutor thinks that if I pick a bunch of jurors who look like this and I can justify to the court why I struck everyone who looked like that, improves their chance of giving someone the death sentence, this ensures that there's another layer of protection to address that problem. And it has been a problem in the state of South Carolina. The data shows it. Out of 282 executions, 208 of them look like me, or look like Representative Hosey, or Representative Williams. When people who look like us only make up 27% of the population in this state. And I get it. People are pissed that I've been up here for hours debating over the death penalty. I get it, guys. I get it. I understand everybody has places they want to go, things they need to do. We're talking about killing 3 people. Sometimes I'm disgusted by the fact I serve in this place. If you can't understand why so many people across the state and across America have concerns about the fairness of the criminal justice system, you should think about how it has treated them, how it treated their grandparents, how it treated their great-grandparents. Think about the family of George Stinney, who knew that at 14 years old, he didn't do it. And yes, we've come a long way in this state. And no, I'm not saying that race matters on everything, but we cannot look at legislation like this and deny the existence of the problems. Mr. Speaker, I move for passage.
Mr. Bamberg, the pending question is the adoption of Amendment 7. Mr. Newton. All right. Mr. Bamberg requested division. Division is ordered. Pending question is the adoption of Amendment 7. This is a straight-up vote on the amendment. You vote green if you're for the amendment. You vote red if you're against the amendment. You will vote. It's a division vote.
Robinson has the next amendment, so he's going to give her.
Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 20 to 62, Amendment 7 is not adopted.
Mr. Bamberg has pulled amendments 8, 9, 10, 11, bringing us to amendment number 12, which is Ms. Robinson. Number 12, Ms. Robinson.
She's entering the room.
Which shall be followed by J.L. Johnson.
Ms. Robinson is recognized on her amendment, which is Amendment 12. Ms. Robinson.
We've heard a lot today. We've taken a lot in. And I would be remiss in my responsibility, to myself, if I did not first thank our brother, Representative Mr. Bamberg, for his patience, for his passion, and bringing to us an issue that really speaks to the heart of who we are as South Carolinians. We've come a long way in this state. There was a time when we did things in terms of punishment for offenses that we don't do anymore. These are things that should remain in those dark days of the past when people were found guilty of certain crimes in this state, which is why we've had so many wrongfully convicted and wrongfully sentenced, including the death penalty. And I know of many of these cases because I've been around long enough in this state to remember the time when individuals were electrocuted and police officers would brag and laugh publicly about how we burn him. And in many cases, those individuals were burned. And they laughed and said, "We fried him good." And it hurt me even when I was growing up and lived in that environment in the South. But we've come above that now. We shouldn't be doing those things that we once did in the past. We should have grown to the degree where we now are a civil society. And when I look at what other states are doing, I don't want to be ashamed of my South Carolina, because we are better than that. I pulled up, and I don't know if I can get it now, but there's an 8th Amendment to the United States Constitution. And that 8th Amendment, and I don't know if you all remember all the amendments or not. I know I don't, and that's why I went and Googled it. But there's an 8th Amendment to the United States Constitution that talks about cruel and inhuman punishment. And cruel and inhuman punishment speaks to who we are, because we're supposed to be a Christian community. And being a Christian community, we should be above things and actions that are cruel and inhuman. I don't want to do anything to anybody that's cruel and inhuman. So because of that, as I listened to Brother Representative Bamberg pour out his heart and pleading with us on all of the areas that involve this area that this amendment is about, and it's a repeat, because I really didn't know what all of his amendments were about. But this amendment proposes that this General Assembly here in South Carolina find that the imposition of the death penalty by any means is so horrific and inhuman as to constitute a per se violation of the United States Constitution, 8th Amendment, an important tenet of the Bill of Rights. Did you all hear that? Did you hear it? What this proposes is that this good, righteous General Assembly of all of us, Republicans and Democrats, find that the imposition of the death penalty by any means is so horrific and inhuman as to constitute a per se violation of the 8th Amendment of the United States Constitution, an important tenet of the Bill of Rights. And we all talk about the Constitution and how we are constitutional. We're constitutionalists when it's convenient for us. But when it comes down to different policies that are passed down to us from above, we sometimes forget what we are about. And so in closing, this act takes effect if we have the guts to do what's right and approve it by the governor, and it applies to persons who are sentenced to death as provided by the law prior to and after the effective date of this act. Those persons sentenced to death prior to the repeal of Article 5, Chapter 3, Title 24 of the 1976 Code must have their sentences automatically converted to life in prison without parole. And Mr. Speaker, I ask that this be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. The pending question is the adoption of Amendment 12. Mr. Newton requests that we table Amendment 12. Mr. Williams requests a roll call. The 9 members second his request. 9 do. Roll calls required in order. We'll vote on the board. Pending question, tabling Amendment 12. Do it. Thank you. Barney. We got 4. Time's expired. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate by a vote of 73 to 28. Amendment 12 is tabled. Bring us to Amendment 13. Clerk will read.
Number 13. Number 13, Lucky 13, J.L. Johnson.
House will be in order.
I'm sorry, Lucky.
Mr. Johnson is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
House will be in order. Mr. Johnson is recognized.
Does anybody know who Ladell Lee is? Ladell Lee. I didn't think so. Does anybody know who Miss Deborah Reese is? Probably not. So Mr. Ladell Lee was accused of murdering Miss Deborah Reese back in 1993 in Arkansas. And it was a crime that was so heinous, that was so bad, that they said he deserved the death penalty. And they convicted him and they sentenced him to death. And at that time, I'm sure a lot of us in here probably would have said that, you know what, we agree with this penalty that this gentleman has received. But it wasn't until just a few years ago that some new DNA evidence came to light. Mr. Lee was executed 4 years ago in 2017. But it was just released a few days ago that he in fact was innocent. He was executed 4 years ago for a crime he did not commit. Now, what is the state of Arkansas supposed to do at this point? Apologize? Bring him back? Give the family some money? What can be done after we've made a mistake that is so bad and so vile that nobody outside of my Lord and Savior has ever come back from? I want you to think about that. There's no coming back from death. Once you're gone, you're gone. This is why we say live every day to the fullest. This is why the young guys say YOLO, you only live once. This is why this is here. And if you can't give me something that is 100% foolproof, that says we will not make these mistakes, that everybody who has done a crime, we can in fact show and prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that this person is the in fact criminal, how could we not support this? So in light of what my colleague Justin Bamberg had to say, he wanted to put up an amendment to talk about public viewing. And I'm sorry, I cannot support something like that. But what my amendment says is that if we are going to do an execution, everybody in the General Assembly must be in attendance. If we're going to vote today on killing the 3 people that we have on death row here in South Carolina, then we should all be willing to look into the faces of these individuals in whom we are voting on today to kill. We should all be okay with going up the road and say, you know what, let's just take a field trip. Let's go watch the execution, because literally we are pushing the button today to vote on killing these 3 individuals who are on death row right now. This is a bill that is so bad simply because we know we have made mistakes. We know we have been wrong. We know we have done wrong. Nobody in here can tell me that there has not been a 100% guarantee that every individual that has been executed has been guilty. So I'm asking that if we are going to go through with this, then let's be the leaders that we claim to be. Let's stand up and say, you know what, because I support this bill, let's be willing to go up there and say, you know what, let's take part in all of this. Let's be willing to see some of these botched executions. Let's be willing to look into their face, because when it comes out that we've made a mistake, that this person that we in fact executed was innocent, I want you to go back home and see the look in that man's eyes or in that woman's eyes for the rest of your life, knowing that you made the mistake, that you pushed the button, that you agreed to see this man die or this woman die. I want you to remember the look of despair that this man had in his face when you sat there and you watched this man be shot or executed by firing squad or electrocution. I want you to think about this. This is what you're voting on today. It's easy to push a button and not worry about it and go home and sleep when it doesn't come knocking at your door. It's easy to laugh and giggle and joke about something like this when it's somebody that you don't know. We don't know the names of the individuals that are on death row right now. We don't know their victims. We don't know what they're accused of. We don't know any of this. All we know is we are voting on killing people today. And if you are going to vote to kill people today, you should be willing to go look in the eyes of your victims. Look in the eyes of the people who you are voting to take the life from. He without sin, let him cast the first stone. All sin is sin. Is your sin any better than their sin? Is our sin any better than theirs? Be willing to look at these people in their eyes. Be willing to hear their stories. Be willing to hear the victim stories. Be willing to take part in all of this. Let's be willing to do it. I'm in my community talking to my constituents all day, every day, hearing what they have to say because I want to be a part of my community. I'm not here to sit up here all day long and to bark orders and to vote on things that I didn't hear from people who they were saying, what they were saying, and how they wanted me to do. Yes, your constituents probably say, you know what, we want you to support the death penalty. We want you to support that. That's fine. Support it, but also be willing to stand on your vote. Be willing to sit in front of these people who you are voting to kill right now. This is what you're voting on. And I want you to understand this is what you're voting on. You say that this is just to give people a choice and an option between electrocution and firing squad. But I want you to think about this yourself. Imagine if you did 22, 23, 24 years on death row, knowing you were innocent. Knowing you were innocent. And then your day comes 14 days before you're supposed to be executed and you know you're innocent. And I come to your cell and I say, today is the day that you choose the way you're going to die. Today is the day you choose if we have 5 shooters to line up and to kill you, or today is the day you choose between sitting in a chair and being electrocuted. And I'm sorry, we can't guarantee that you're going to die a clean, smooth death. But these are the best 2 choices that we have for you. And you're sitting there arguing with yourself, saying, God, what did I do to deserve this? I am an innocent man. I've been sitting here for 22, 23 years as an innocent man, and now I'm being told to choose between the way I'm going to be murdered. I want you to think about that. Put yourself in that person's shoes. What it would feel like for you. We know what it feels like when somebody accuses us of a lie that we did not say. When somebody accuses us of something that we did not do. When somebody accuses you of taking a piece of candy and you know you didn't do it. You know how that feels to you. You know how it feels to be when somebody tells you, man, you're a liar. No, I'm not no liar. I know what that feels like. All of us in here know what that feels like. Now, can you imagine being accused of murder and you know you didn't do it? That person's been sitting there for 23, 24 years knowing he did not commit this murder, and then the day comes up to where I have to choose on how I'm going to be murdered. Think about that. Think about what that has done to that person. all the years of solitary confinement, all the years of acting out because they were wondering what they have done to deserve this, all the years of them questioning God's existence. We're right in the middle of the Bible Belt, but yet we're so pro-life. We're so pro-life that we're willing to kill the innocent. That's how pro-life we are. We're willing to kill the innocent. That's how pro-life we are. So if we're going to be pro-life, if we're going to take this into our own hands to be the judge and the executioner, then we should be willing to look them in their eyes when we execute them. And with that, I move a passage.
Pending question is the adoption of Amendment 13. Mr. Murphy moves to table Amendment 13. Mr. Johnson requests a roll call. 9 members second his request. 9 do. Roll calls require an order with voting on the board. Pending question, tabling Amendment 13.
I got the next one. Time's expired. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. A vote of 75 to 30. Amendment 13 is tabled. Takes to Amendment 14. Clerk will read.
Number 14, Ms. Matthews. Number 14, Ms. Matthews.
Ms. Matthews is recognized on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, respectful members of the House. This amendment is very simple. This says that the Department of Corrections must provide a written notice to the executioner of his right to refuse to perform. Somebody's laughing while I'm talking. Of his right to refuse to perform the execution without being subject to loss of employment with the department. Now, the reason why I put this amendment up is because we keep talking about the choice of the inmate, and I have already said and brought to light how we keep forgetting about the person who actually has to carry this out. I'm going to read you a story that you may not have heard before. A prison executioner has revealed what it is really like to end someone else's life. And his account of state-sanctioned killing makes it a chilling read. Vietnam veteran Sermon Frank Thompson was the superintendent of the Oregon State Penitentiary, where he performed the only 2 executions in the recent history of the state. The prison boss wrote about his experience in the New York Times, saying, "I used to support the death penalty. I don't anymore. Although he once thought that killers deserved to be punished with their own lives, Mr. Thompson's intimate experience with execution made him rethink his stance. And in his role of superintendent, he was the one person in the prison who had no choice but to be fully involved in the grim business of capital punishment. The law enforcement officer applied for the top job in Oregon State Prison back in 1994, when he told an interviewer that he would be capable of executing a prisoner, something which hadn't happened for decades in the state. Mr. Merle needs time, so I guess I'll give him time to get done talking. But shortly after landing the job, 2 death row inmates were due to be executed by lethal injection, one for killing his half-sister and her former husband, and another for killing 3 homeless men and a 10-year-old boy. Knowing that he had to end the lives of these 2 killers, Mr. Thompson started to think about death more and more. He wrote, "I could not see that execution did anything to enhance public safety, but I was still expected to do my job. We focused on carrying out our responsibilities and leaving everyone involved with as much dignity as possible." Mr. Thompson explained that his team spent over a month rehearsing before the execution was scheduled, with a full run-through every week. With the 2 executions 8 months apart, ending the 2 prisoners' lives was all he could think about for almost an entire year. He wrote, "I cannot put into words the anxiety I felt about the possibility of a botched procedure. I wasn't certain how my staff would fare." Adding that planning and their execution was a surreal business, the superintendent now condemned prisoners are kept under 24-hour surveillance in their final days. And during the execution itself, prison officers are responsible for every aspect of the job, from strapping the convict down to administering the injection. Mr. Thompson wrote, "After each execution, I had staff members who decided they did not want to serve in that capacity again. A few told me they were having trouble sleeping, and I worried they would develop post-traumatic stress disorder if they had to go through it another time." The prison chief also revealed the fallout or collateral damage which occurs as a result of taking another person's life. I know that for y'all are not looking at this as taking another person's life, but a criminal's life, but it's still taking another person's life. He explained how hard it is to do the job without giving up some of your empathy and humanity, adding that the stresses of the job can lead to drug use, alcohol abuse, depression, and suicide. But until more normal people understand the truly dark nature of state-sanctioned killing, he believes capital punishment will just keep grinding on, out of sight, out of mind. As I stated earlier, while Representative Bamberg was up here pouring his heart out to y'all, so many of y'all talking over top of him rudely, knowing that you're already going to vote a certain way, I did go live while he was talking so that I could make sure the people that follow me on social media and that my constituents that watch me from home clearly understand the sheepish behavior that goes on when the people don't even entertain the content of the amendments, but stand here near the desk simply waiting the opportunity to table it so that those who follow their direction can vote in the way they were told or directed to vote. Now, some of y'all ain't gonna like that, but it ain't my job to help you like it. It is my job to represent my constituents in this great state. And knowing that the people in here are so flawed, and I do know that for a fact because I talk to most of y'all, and that you have the right to kill somebody. So if we alone kill somebody, it is illegal. Is it not, Mr. Murphy? If I kill somebody, it's illegal. But if a group of us get together and decide that somebody else can kill somebody, hence the death penalty, Mr. Pope, then that is legal. Now somebody make the math on that work for me. If I go do it by myself because you killed my family member, I'm going to be charged with a crime. But if the 124 of us get together and give Annie McDaniel the right to kill somebody, then she's okay. That is hypocrisy at its best. And if we dug up some of the dirt in this room, I'm sure we'd find enough penalty that we can make something happen. Now, if you just came here to vote without thinking about what's on the board or actually reading what's in the amendments, then take your tail home. But the executioner, he still has to go about his everyday life. Him or her, they still have family, I'm sure. I'm sure they probably have kids and grandkids that they have to try and be there for. And the mental capacity and train wreck that it leaves behind means something. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to let you and the folks in this body know that my kids are already at a track meet for today. And I got all night to sit here and talk about the lethal injection that y'all trying to do here today. So if you haven't eaten, you might want to go get some food. Because at an appropriate time, Bubba, I'd like to talk on the bill for my allotted hour, I believe it is, because I got all night. And if y'all not going to read the amendments and apply some knowledge to what's on this board, then I'm going to be standing in my right to sit here and talk for as long as I'd like, per the clock, Mr. Reed, until we can get some movement in this house. So if you ain't settled in, go ahead and settle in, and with that, I move for passage, Mr. Speaker.
Who asked for a roll call? I understand you said division. Mr. Johnson asked for a roll call. Mr. Johnson, you renew your request for a roll call. The 10 members second his request. 10 do. Mr. Murphy had moved to table, so Mr. Johnson's request will apply to Mr. Murphy's tabling motion. Pending question is tabling Amendment 14. And members, let me say this, if I could have everyone's attention. When you are at the well, just in generally, it's my job to bring order to this body, no one else. So please don't identify individuals who you don't think in order. You turn to me and I will get them in order. I think I've done that over the years. And when you talk about individuals, I just found an interesting bill. Mr. Smith was talked about a little bit earlier. Back in 2002, Mr. Smith had introduced a bill about execution and not executing individuals who didn't have the mental capacity when they committed the crime. So people who hadn't been here for more than a minute, don't pretend that you know everything about somebody's life who's been here for an entire time, because I've seen Merle Smith introduce legislation and he catched the devil for it, but it was about not executing people who didn't have the mental capacity to commit the crime. You remember that, don't you, Mr. Smith? That was a long time ago, but you did that, and I remember that. Yes, sir. Pending question, tabling Amendment 14. Time expired. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. The vote is 75 to 28. Amendment 14 fails. If there are no further amendments, we're on the bill. Mr. Magnuson has asked to be heard on the bill, and he's recognized. Mr. Hyatt. you may have a higher motion. Mr. Hyde is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion to reconsider House Bill 3539. It's the bill we voted on this morning. We concurred on Senate amendments on a feral hog bill. We've had something brought to our attention that's very important to DNR, and we've got to get some legislation passed before this session's over. It's a dangerous situation for DNR. And so, therefore, I ask motion to reconsider House Bill 35.
Mr. Hyatt moves that we reconsider the vote whereby the House concurred in Senate amendments on the feral hog bill. And what bill was that? Was 3539? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We'll take that up tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Hyatt. Mr. Magnuson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard a lot today about the death penalty and about criminal justice reform and about life. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to start by saying that I'm not insensitive to the need for criminal justice reform and the concerns that may be raised around that subject. And I think that I've demonstrated that with things that I've supported here. But I think we need to go back to basics here in this chamber for just a moment. And what I'd like to do is just take a few moments to speak in support of this bill this afternoon. We've heard a lot of appeal to the Christianity of those in the chamber today and the kindness that we seek to show to our fellow man. And, you know, some on the other side like to use the separation of church and state when it's convenient, but they've invoked today the question of morality and the question of if this bill is really Christian. And so what I'd like to do is just take a few moments to go back to the basics and go back to what does justice mean? Because I think we're leaving that out of the equation, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking about that government is killing human beings. But what we're not talking about is that this death penalty is being applied to human beings who have killed another human being. And when we talk about Christianity, this is a vital part. The idea of justice is a vital part of our moral compass. We learn from Scripture that whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed, for in the image of God made he man. That's from Genesis 9:6. And so we have to go all the way back to the beginning, to the institution of civil government, to find that our purpose here, our foundational purpose, our basic purpose, is to wield the sword. And that's backed up in Romans 13:4, that talks about how the civil government bears not the sword in vain. Ladies and gentlemen, we have in front of us here the mace of the House. It's an implement of force. In the Senate, we have the sword. It is an implement of force. And that is what civil government exists to do, is to wield force. Not to initiate force, but to use it in a responsive capacity. Again, going back to Romans 13, the Bible says that we are an avenger to execute wrath on him that doeth evil. That means we don't go out and prevent crime from happening, but we respond and we provide justice to those who need it. So the sword is our major tool, and that is why conservatives like myself believe government should be kept small, is because there's only so many purposes for force to be used. We don't want to start using the death penalty for everything under the sun. There's a specific reason, and that's whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. And as you know, as you see the monuments out in the halls of justice, there's Lady Justice, and what is she holding? She's holding the sword, but she's also holding something else, which is the scales, which balance. Because what we find is when we have the rights of one person violated, then the rights of the person who violated those rights are then terminated. And the scales have to be evened out. And so when we talk about the death penalty, we're not primarily talking about a deterrent to crime. We're not really even talking about punishment. We're talking about righting the scales of justice. And again, this is very basic, I understand, but we need to understand what we're dealing with. That this is a foundation of what we as government and as the state of South Carolina are here to do. So justice means when the rights of one person are terminated, the rights of the violator, the other person, are terminated, and the scales have to be balanced. And we've talked about, well, so does that mean we're not pro-life? Does that mean we're not pro-life if we vote for this bill? No, I believe we're not pro-life if we vote against this bill. I believe that in order to be pro-life, we have to enforce the death penalty. Because human beings are created in the image of God, we have a right to life and we have a right to justice. And if you don't believe that human beings are created in the image of God and have a right to justice, then I understand there's no reason to have a death penalty. But if, in fact, that is part of this world, part of this universe, then it is pro-life to vote to enforce the death penalty, because what you're doing is you are making life sacred. You are reminding the world and you are telling the message that justice matters. There is such a thing as an objective truth. There is such a thing as the right to life. There is such a thing as justice. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is why I will be voting for this on the basis of Christian belief. Because yes, I want to be kind and I want to be sensitive to people. And I understand the need for reform, but criminal justice reform is not what we're dealing with today. We're dealing with an enforcement of the death penalty. And I'm going to vote to enforce the death penalty because I'm pro-life, because I believe that people who have violated the right to life of somebody else have had their right to life terminated, and those scales of justice matter. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is why I'm going to be supporting that bill today, and I appreciate your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Gadsden. Mr. Gatch. Mr. Gatch is recognized. Mr. Gatch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time that I have ever spoken from the well. The Speaker informs me that I have an hour. I will be briefer than that, I promise. My conscience has compelled me to speak on this issue. I, like so many of you here, believe in life. At the beginning of this session, we voted a bill, passed it out, and it was signed into law. And that bill had to do with saving life, preserving life. Here, at the end of session now, we are talking about a bill that ultimately will take life. Now, my belief in life starts early, like so many of you. But it doesn't end. Now, I try very, very hard. My wife will tell you that I fail often, but I try very, very hard to be philosophically consistent. And as I was coming to today and thinking about this bill, I was really wrestling with being philosophically consistent in my beliefs and my belief in life. And I have failed to this point to figure out how to reconcile my belief in life with the death penalty. Now, don't get me wrong, I am very much for law and order. I am for locking people up, even if it's for the rest of their lives for doing terrible, terrible things. But some of this, what we're talking about, borderlines carnival, I think. The shooting, the squad of the shooters. I was surprised that there were no amendments, for the guillotine maybe, or the gallows. So I know this is a difficult this is a difficult issue. It's emotionally charged, and many of you have come to me. We've stepped outside, and many of you have said, I am on the fence. I am conflicted. I know that it's not likely that I can convince enough of you maybe to not vote for this, for the train has probably left the station. The best thing for me to do is probably just get out of the way. But I think that, if we can be consistent, perhaps we can show so many people, so many communities that we are consistent in our belief in life, and that I will be not supporting this bill because I don't know if I can figure out how to be intellectually consistent, philosophically consistent with the state being in the death business, whether it be in the womb or after. So for that reason, I'm not going to support this bill, and I encourage you to do the same.
Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. There's been a lot of things said here today, and I want to suggest to you some ways of looking at this that I'm not sure have been suggested as of yet. But to tee this topic up, I want to call attention to the fact, once again, of what this bill actually is about. This bill is about two things. It is about making the default execution method to be carried out by electrocution. The default, because currently, as you know, someone awaiting execution have the opportunity, the choice to choose their execution method under state law. Currently, we allow two methods, electrocution and lethal injection. We cannot obtain any lethal injections, and as a result, those awaiting execution choose the method that they know is unavailable. And that's the other thing that this bill is about, is that we currently have a de facto moratorium on the death penalty. I questioned my colleague, Mr. Newton, about this earlier, and time ran out before he could fully answer my question. But I don't think it's really arguable in here. I don't think anyone would argue against the fact that we have a de facto moratorium on the death penalty right now today, and this bill ends that. The way this bill ends that is by stipulating that a person who's going to make the choice has to choose a method that is actually available at the time. In other words, you can't choose lethal injection as the execution method if the state has no lethal injection. So effectively, it's taking lethal injection off the table. I think if we were going to be fully honest about what we were doing, we would have struck that option from the statute, but we didn't do that in this bill. So we're replacing a de facto moratorium on executions with a de facto moratorium on lethal injections. In reality, that's what this bill does. In addition, this bill adds a new option, and that is execution by firing squad. Now, there are a few things at play here, and it would surprise no one to hear me say that I am pro-life. I'm absolutely staunchly pro-life. That's not up for debate. And traditionally, as some of my colleagues have expressed, the pro-life position has been that if you want to protect life, that you must be for the death penalty because of the value of human life. Human life matters. Taking an innocent human life is a serious thing. It is. If your argument is to say that the righteous and just penalty for killing an innocent human being is the death penalty, I would not argue with you. I agree with that basic premise. However, there's more than just the penalty to justice. There's also the application of the penalty. And if we're going to uphold justice, if we're going to do justly, love mercy as God commands us, and walk humbly with God, that means that we also have to care about the application of justice, not just the just penalty itself. We can't stand in here and pretend that our justice system gets it right 100% of the time without fail. Just in case anybody missed that, I'll repeat myself. We can't stand in here and pretend that our justice system gets it right, even in South Carolina, 100% of the time. And I doubt anybody in here would even argue with me on that statement. So in reality, we have to ask ourselves if there is any possibility that we could be wrong in handing out a death penalty verdict. Doesn't the death penalty make injustice permanent? Doesn't the death penalty make injustice permanent? And I would suggest to you, my friends, that in that light, from a pro-life perspective, we would have to argue that actually taking an innocent human life, someone who is wrongfully convicted for a violent crime, who is awaiting execution, who receives execution, is 100% just as heinous, 100% just as unjust as taking an unborn human out of their mother's womb. By the way, both are legal. By the way, both are legal under the law. By the way, both are unjust. I asked my colleague earlier, and he did not have the answer. How many capital convictions in South Carolina have been overturned? I can't tell you what that looks like in South Carolina. I can tell you that nationwide it is a 1 in 9 wrongful conviction rate of capital crimes. 1 in 9. My friends, I am not comfortable with handing out a death penalty verdict when we get 1 in 9 wrong nationwide. Now, I believe that it would behoove us to keep the moratorium, the de facto moratorium on the death penalty in place while we sort out our justice system, while we check and take inventory and take stock and see, okay, are we getting it right or not? This would be a great juncture for us to do that. If we care about justice, we've talked about penalties for crimes recently in this body, reducing sentences and so forth. Different ones of us were on different sides of that issue. That's fine. We can talk about what is the just penalty of a given crime. We also have to care about the just application and the just carrying out of that sentence. Judges don't always get it right. Juries don't always get it right. Attorneys don't always get it right. Prosecutors don't always get it right. And you know what? If you're honest, you'll look at yourself and you'll say, I don't always get it right. Not one of us here is perfect. Not any institution which is comprised of living, breathing human beings is ever going to be perfect. And so I think we have an important question to ask ourselves, as long as that's the case. Are we qualified to be carrying out a death sentence? Now, there's also the question of, and even if you believe the answer to that is yes, by the way, even if you believe the answer to that is yes, if you believe that it is possible to be sure 100% of the time when we carry out an execution that that was deserved, what do we have to say to the fact that every single one of us here today deserves the death penalty for something? For something, under God's law. Not one of us here is perfect. Every one of us here that are living and breathing today is a recipient of God's mercy. Let us not think that it is somehow justice for us to refuse to entertain the possibility that we extend mercy to someone that we believe is worthy of death. I'm not saying that we don't punish crimes, but I'm saying that we leave open the possibility of correcting a wrong if we get it wrong. Once you execute that person, that's permanent. You can't bring them back to life. No, sir. There's also the other aspect here too. If we care about life, if we believe that human life is weighty and important and matters, we care about justice and the application of justice. That also means that we have to care about how a just execution sentence is carried out. And honestly, folks, I am quite astounded that in the 21st century civilization that we think that death by electric chair is okay. I thought we were civilized people. I thought we were living in the 21st century. One of our colleagues earlier described in graphic, vivid detail how an electric chair execution is carried out. I've never watched such a thing, don't want to watch such a thing. But sometimes we need to be reminded of what that looks like, what we're talking about. We're not talking about something that's theoretical here. We're talking about something that has very real, vivid, graphic, tangible impacts on human beings. And if we care about human life, we care about people that are wronged, and we also care about the humanity of even the wrongdoer, because we see in that wrongdoer something in ourselves, something of ourselves. We look into that offender's eye and we see ourselves staring back. And we say, but for the grace of God, there go I. We should tremble in fear at such a thought. When we think about the dignity with which an execution, a just execution, should be carried out, I'm reminded of one Mr. Albert Pierpont. Albert Pierpont is the man that nobody seemingly has ever heard of these days, the British guy who was the executioner for the British government for many years, for 25 years in fact. During his time, he executed many people, many notorious, heinous criminals who, I'm not going to argue, absolutely deserve the death penalty. I'm sure he would argue that as well. He probably wouldn't have carried it out based on things he said later in life if he hadn't believed that they were guilty and proven guilty beyond all reasonable doubt. However, what's notable is that even for the most heinous of criminals, Mr. Albert Pierpont perfected the process of carrying out an execution. He was doing it by hanging. Apparently, we're too sophisticated for hanging. We're not too sophisticated for zapping someone to death in a chair. Don't ask me to explain that, but that's where we are. He was so methodical in the way that he would carry out his executions that he would go and personally look at the person he was going to execute beforehand. Size them up. He's literally checking their frame. He's looking, is this person built larger than an average person of this size? He would get their physical measurements, their height. He would get their weight. And he would go back to his lab. He would create some sacks that weighed approximately the same as this person that he was going to execute. He would get his rope. He would calculate the length that the rope needed to be. He would practice. He would simulate the execution. And then he would leave that sack hanging on that rope for 24 hours before the execution. Why? Because if he didn't, that rope might stretch a little bit during the hanging when the trap door released. The person's neck may not be broken. He believed that an execution should be smooth, it should be swift, it should be 100% reliable, and he achieved that. He achieved that. Why? Well, he explained in his own words. He said, I have gone on record as saying that my job is sacred to me. That sanctity must be most apparent at the hour of death. A condemned prisoner is entrusted to me after decisions have been made which I cannot alter. He is a man, she is a woman, who the church says still merits some mercy. The supreme mercy I can extend to them is to give them and sustain in them their dignity in dying and death. The gentleness must remain. This is the British High Executioner saying this. I think it's also important and instructive for us to understand that despite the fact that he conducted many different executions and hangings, including during and after World War II, a list that includes many very heinous people, such as 15 German spies, 2 saboteurs, 13 German war criminals. Over a period of time after World War II, he executed 226 people that were convicted of war crimes. He trained staff in Austria on his method of the long drop kill, which involved snapping the prisoner's neck during the hanging. However, of note, when the Nuremberg trials were held, convicting the most heinous within the Nazi regime, Mr. Pierpont was the perfect candidate for the job, and yet he was not given the job. Instead, the Allied forces sought out, brought back into service, a disgraced and washed up soldier, one American Master Sergeant John Woods. He was inexperienced. He had a reputation for botching executions, for botching hangings in particular. He was brought in to do the job. Why? Because the Allies wanted to make an example of these individuals, and they wanted them to suffer. They wanted them to suffer. In fact, they did suffer. Rather than Mr. Pierpont's smooth, reliable, perfected, scientific method of execution, Master Sergeant John Woods conducted executions, which in one case took 20 minutes for the person to die after the trap door opened. The trap was not wide enough. Some of the men hit the edges as they fell. More than one person's nose was torn off in the process. Others were strangled rather than having their necks broken. They died. Justice was carried out. But what does it say about us when we want them to suffer? What it says about us is we've forgotten our own sinfulness. We've forgotten our own mortality when we delight and we seek out the suffering of others, even those that are just, even those that deserve it, even those that deserve a very painful, excruciating, drawn-out death. And folks, if that's where we are, why aren't we bringing the guillotine? Why aren't we bringing public executions? Why aren't we bringing burning at the stake? Why aren't we bringing hangings back? Why limit it to firing squad and electric chair? By the way, if you're cool with the electric chair, you may as well be cool with burning at the stake, because there have been actual recorded, documented cases where the victim literally caught fire. Why do you think they shave the head? Why do you think they shave the body? So that the hair can't catch on fire. It can still happen, though. What does it say about us when our Constitution, which we swore our oath to protect and defend, and we read in Amendment 8 that cruel and unusual punishments must not be inflicted, shall not. That is strong legal language. You attorneys in here know that. Shall not. That is a mandate on us. And we cast that aside and we act like those words aren't there. We say one thing when we come into office and we come down here and do something else. And we think that people aren't supposed to notice. And maybe we think that they won't notice. And maybe they won't notice. But I'll tell you who does notice. And that is God. And that is God, who you can be thankful that he holds justice and mercy in perfect balance as it has to do with you and me. We all deserve to die. And yet our founding fathers understood from their own experience, from their own history, that to secure the blessings of liberty for themselves and for their posterity, in other words, us, that certain protections on the evil darkness of human nature had to be put into place, that even if a person deserved to be crucified, a long, hours-long, drawn-out, torturous method of execution, carrying out the death penalty, but with pain and suffering and torture involved, or drawing and quartering somebody, which is so graphic that I shudder to even describe it here for you today, or burning someone at the stake in excruciating agony. Methods of execution well known to our founding fathers. Methods of execution they knew well that they may face when they signed the Declaration of Independence. They knew that cruel and unusual punishments should not be handed out by any government institution over a free nation, over a free people. And here we are. We think we're better than them. We think we're smarter than them. We think what they did doesn't matter. We think that an electric chair execution is not cruel and unusual. We think that cruel and unusual only applies to punishments of living people, and we forget that during that interval from when the execution begins to when the execution concludes, that that person is still alive, and that the only reason to want someone to suffer and feel pain during that interval when they are still alive before they expire is to satisfy some inner longing of ourselves to see that person get their just reward. And we take some kind of personal satisfaction in that. Look in yourselves, folks.
Mr. Thigpen may not be here. Ms. Matthews to be recognized on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm back to speak on this bill because it's something that I feel like deserves our time and importance. We're not here very long through the year, and sometimes we deal with things that require a little more seriousness. And I know folks want me to be nice and polite and smile and joke a little bit while I talk and be witty, throw a joke every now and again and make somebody grin. That's really hard to do when you're talking about taking another person's life. Given the fallibility of human judgment, there has always been a danger that an execution could result in the killing of an innocent person. Nevertheless, when the U.S. Supreme Court held the administration of the death penalty to be unconstitutional in 1972, there was barely any mention of the issue of innocence in the 9 opinions issued, although mistakes were surely made. However, as the federal courts began to more thoroughly review whether state criminal defendants were afforded their guaranteed rights to due process, errors in official misconduct began to regularly appear, requiring retrials. When defendants were now afforded more experienced counsel with fairly selected juries and were granted access to scientific testing, some were acquitted and released. Since 1973, 185 former death row prisoners have been exonerated of all charges related to the wrongful conviction that had put them on death row. Do we want to be a part of adding to the 185 that already exist? That is the question that we have to ask ourselves today. As I sit here throughout the year and watch this body decide on voting against things that would help the everyday person not have to work several jobs to raise kids, not have to work below the standard and do things to get the means that they should already have access to. This all is a domino effect. People aren't born criminals. I know some of us don't want to actually have to deal with that. That's why we like to do charity and things like that. We don't want to deal with root cause. We like to Band-Aid and hope that it'll get better. And then we like to fix it on the back end. I've seen us do that several times since I have been in this body. We told teachers to wait. They get their raise in the next budget, right? They could be all right in the meantime. And now here we are doing it with the death penalty. And what I don't want to be a part of, Representative Brawley, I don't want to be a part of a body that comes back a year from now, because if it happens, I'll be the one to call it out and say, we were wrong and we're trying to correct it. Because I guarantee that it won't just wash over, because I won't allow it to. I'll make sure I highlight it. I make sure I recall the vote on it, and make sure everybody knows that this is not a mistake that you can just undo. I don't often agree with Representative Hill, but even one life unjustly taken is too much. It's too much for my heart to bear. And if it's your son or daughter, cousin, auntie, uncle, husband, wife, then that's a missing part of your family that will never return. And if what Representative Bamberg said was true about the amount of money that you're able to get if that happens, that is merely not enough for the loss of all the memories, all the experiences, and all the conversations that will have been missed. So as we sit here today, I know that many of you struggle with this. I received a text while I was up here last time from somebody back home watching, and they said, I'm for it, but I'm also against it. And when I asked them to explain what they meant, they simply said, I believe that in that moment I'd be angry enough to be for it. But the possibility of taking the wrong life is the one thing that I would rather be against. And the decision that we're making here today is whether or not we want to be in charge of possibly taking the wrong life. That is what you are going to have to go home and deal with. We have kids that watch these videos. We have our children and people that want to be here, interns that watch these videos and see what we talk about and do here today. You need to ask yourself what you want them to see you doing. Please don't go home and choose to push this bill forward and then go home and tell your kids that you just had to do it. Please make sure that you tell them the truth, that you didn't have to, but you chose to. Sometimes you just have to sit with the decisions that you make. Now, I'm hoping after some thought and long conversation, and I'm hoping that after the sun goes down in the next hour or so, that you will have had enough time to really think and ponder on this decision and about whether or not you actually want to make it. I keep thinking about it, and it just upsets my spirit because I know that I have not lived a perfect life. I know that the people in this room haven't lived perfect lives. But thank God our lives didn't lead us down a path where we were taking somebody else's life. Thank God that we weren't in a position to have to be judged in this manner. I'm grateful. I'm grateful that on my low days, I didn't sink so low that I took somebody else's life. I'm grateful for that. But the honest truth is that the stresses of life can wear any of us out. And on any day, it could be any of us. And I'd like to think that at some point I can redeem myself. Redemption. And some of these people, let's not jade ourselves. They don't have forgiveness. Some of these people just did what they did and they don't care nothing about it. But as Representative Hill said, guilty or non-guilty, that doesn't mean we have the right to take a life. So now as we stand in the judgment seat, it is up on us on how we choose to use the power that we've been blessed with. Because let's just be honest, y'all, this is a blessing. Any one of us didn't have to be here. Any one of us could have died on the way in this morning. Any one of us could have been voted out in the last election. And now we sit here with this important decision in our hands. What will we do with this? What do people expect from us? Can you deal with killing somebody who may or may not have committed a crime because they couldn't afford a lawyer that could defend them the proper way? Because they couldn't afford representation that wanted to dig down to the deeps of the ocean to make sure they had all the evidence in order? Is that what we want to do? All week last week, we had the debate about policing and how unfair it is and how people were talking and giving testimony about what was going on and sharing their personal experiences and the different things that happened. And then here it is, I'm watching the news this week, and we have people who are admittedly doing things that are unjust to people and framing them for things. So what if somebody gets framed by one of these people and we put them on death row? One of the most major stories that we hear talked about all the time is Emmett Till. And how long did it take for her to finally tell the truth? How long? Does anybody know how long? Yeah, a whole lot of years. And if you don't know, Google it. You're sitting at a desk with a computer. To finally tell the truth. But I bet the people she told it to at the time believed her. And I bet that's why he's not here. Right? Yes? Because somebody believed her. He's not here. Even though she was lying. Right? So now here it is, we're going to implement the death penalty. I just don't feel like it's in my hands to decide whether somebody lives or dies. But I am so glad, based on the board that I've been seeing us vote on, that so many people are really good and really comfortable with being judge and jury. I just wonder what it would feel like if you make the wrong decision. So I ask as we stand here today that you not just talk amongst yourselves and your coworkers and your colleagues, but that you really take some time to really think about where you sit on this issue. And I know some of you are really searching your heart for where you stand. And I know that it's very conflicting. But I come from a place where people don't have it easy. I come from a place where people feel like they've already lost before they even get to the court. And so I understand sometimes what the breakdown of that looks like and what happens. And I understand that not all these people come from broken homes. We all raise our children the best that we can. I have 5. But when they get grown and make decisions on their own, we can't always control that, but that doesn't mean we love them any less. I love my kids, and I hope that they never fall into trouble. But I can't name a point in my life where I could look at one of my children and say, I want them to die. I can't. I can't think of something that they would do that would make me feel okay with them dying. I can't stomach that, because that's a piece of me that I pulled out of my body. And I just can't imagine sitting along the side, looking at all of y'all, deciding the fate for one of my babies. So again, as we sit here and as we talk about this bill, I want us to be thinking about root cause. What else can we do to make a difference? If we're not going to give them a bar to hang themselves in jail with, why do we want to kill them? So it's not okay if they commit suicide, but it's okay if we kill them? I have family members that have been in prison. I do. And thank God they didn't kill themselves. And thank God they weren't put to death. But it feels a lot like we want to control how people live or die. Because if a prisoner commits suicide, they run in there and get them, isn't it? Euthanasia is a problem because we don't want people who are terminally ill to kill themselves. And now here it is. We got an electrocution bill, lethal injection, firing squad. And if the House is not the ones who added the firing squad in the bill, I just can't understand why we even concurring with it. Right? Didn't they say this came from the Senate? This wasn't something we concocted over here. So why are we concurring with it? I'm just trying to understand, y'all. There were several good amendments put up. We canceled all of them. And I say we because I'm a part of this body, even though I didn't vote against them. We killed every amendment. My amendment gave the executioner a chance to say that it was too much without losing their job, fear of losing their job. And that got voted down. Ain't that something? So if that man decides or that woman decides that taking somebody's life is just too much for them, you mean to tell me they can't even opt out of doing it without the fear of maybe losing their job? And they ain't making no money no how. 27 to 60,000, that ain't no range. For taking a life and the leftover stress that's gonna leave after, that ain't no money. You can't even hire nobody to do it for that. But yet we want to take away their ability to say it's too much. And then you know what's going to happen on the back end, right? They're probably going to have state insurance. And we're probably not going to cover some of that mental health that they need, right? Some of that psychiatrist money. Because as soon as they ask for us to raise the pay or change the insurance, you know what we're going to do? We're going to ask for a fiscal impact. Come on, y'all. Somebody tell the truth in here. As soon as we make a change, the first thing people ask for is for what? A fiscal impact. And Lord, don't let it be over $100,000. Oh my God. I mean, you would have thought we just killed a duck. Is it over 100,000? It's $3 million. Wait, what? To raise the insurance to cover mental health for the executioner? We just simply cannot afford that, Representative Johnson. I'm sorry, it is out of our reach. But I tell you what we'll do, Representative McDaniel, we'll get to it in the next budget. Wait for H2. Come on, somebody. The folks at home don't know this, and so that's why I'm going to tell them how this works. And I got plenty of time to talk about it, and I'm sure Mr. Reed is going to let me know when I get low in my tank. But that is what we do in here. We say that we can't do, and we can't do, and we can't do. And then the moment we have the opportunity to really make an impact, we shut down. Now, normally on Tuesdays, we hear for about 45 minutes. Don't count roll call. That's 30 minutes. So y'all ain't working that hard. Wednesdays is a little bit longer. We have more committee meetings. I'm gonna give y'all about 3 hours on a Wednesday. Thursdays, we hear about another 45 minutes. We do third reading, and we're in and out. And the moment we get something this important, like a bill where we're gonna take somebody's life, everybody ready to go. Well, my God, y'all got somewhere else to be, huh? Somewhere else to be while we discussing somebody's life. Got something else to do. Don't put no more amendments up. Please don't put no more amendments up. And when they get real frisky, they'll invoke cloture and cut us off at the hip. No more in, no more out, and shorten it down. That's what we do. But we're talking about taking somebody's life, so I got time, Representative Brawley. Because I believe it takes time to change hearts. I believe it takes time to change minds. And at some point, we've got to start thinking about the consequences of our decisions in this State House. My constituents would like to live. They would like a chance at redemption. We already have a system that is not making anybody better when it go in. It's not rehabilitating anyone. Let's not fool ourselves, okay? Let's not. And so if you put them in there, some of y'all like to try them young too. Throw them in there with the big people at 16 and yeah, that's gonna make them better. Probably not. So then you let them out and then they do something like this and get a capital punishment, right? But we ain't dealing with the root cause yet. We still want to deal with the symptoms and Band-Aid over it. That is the stuff that we need to think about. We could spend our energy in here doing a lot of things besides this. How did this bill get to the top of the list? Representative Gilliard, every year there are more than 400 new bills filed in pre-filing. And I might have that number slightly wrong, but it's somewhere close to it. Like we need any more laws when we got these tall ones right here that we need to fix. Toe up. But how did this one get on the calendar? That's what I need the people at home to see. Over 400 and something bills filed this year, and this one made it to the calendar. We've only ratified 40. 37 were signed into law. 1 was vetoed, 1 is pending, and 1 got sent back. 40 out of over 400. And lethal injection, Representative Ott, it made it to the calendar. So when y'all start looking, y'all folks at home now, because the folks up here should know this, and if they don't, I'll go ahead and help them. when y'all start looking at what's on our calendar and what we're taking up, well, I can tell you who don't decide what we're going to see on the calendar. Me. I don't. But if you chair a committee, it goes through that process. And then it gets put in committee, subcommittee. They hear it, then it comes back out to full committee, and then it hits the floor, unless someone stands up and pulls it out through unanimous consent, which only requires one objection. But this bill, it made it to the floor, right behind abortion, right behind open carry. Now, I want y'all to look at this schizophrenic list that I'm going down. And then, here we are at lethal injection. There seems to be a reoccurring theme here. Huh? Come on now, y'all not blind. Somebody ought to be audited in the way that we are doing these bills, it seems like to me. But we want to take a life. And we want to rush through it too. So not only do we want to take a life, we want you to hurry up and get done talking about it so we can go ahead and vote to do it. You, what? The cookie room was full up. Ain't that some Charleston stuff? It was full up an hour ago because everybody was hungry because we had been here for so long. But how long does it take to take a life? If you a good shot, I appreciate you, Brother Cromer. If you a good shot, it only takes a few mere seconds. And I think we got plenty of time to talk about one innocent life out of 10 that somebody won't get back. In the words of some old black folks, somebody woke up dead. That's just not okay with me. I just couldn't bear it. I couldn't deal with the speaker calling me saying, Rep. Matthews, I'm sorry to call and inform you, and I would hope that I would get a call because, you know, the media seem to tell us everything nowadays. And I don't want to read on the news that the General Assembly, because come on somebody, how they going to report it? Because I guarantee they're not going to report a roll call vote. They're going to say the South Carolina General Assembly passed the lethal injection law that killed Jane or John Doe wrongfully in 2021, 2022, 23, 24, 25. And then you know what's going to happen after that, right? Every reporter that ever knew you or had your number is going to call you and ask you what you think about it now. Oh, come on. They just want a statement. Come on, somebody. They want a statement, Representative Ott. Do you have a statement that you would like to make about the wrongful execution of Jane or John Doe? Most of y'all ain't going to answer them calls. I'm just going to tell the truth. I don't care what side of the aisle you on, you ain't going to answer. It's uncomfortable. I'm going to answer the call because I'm going to have a whole lot to say. But if we choose to not change the moratorium that's already there, then we don't have to worry about that, y'all. What we doing digging up dirt that we don't need to dig up? Why we can't let the dead dog lie? Why? We don't have anything else to do? Do we have clean water in this state yet? Do we? Come on, somebody. Do we have clean water in this state yet? First of all, there are parts of Richland County which we stand in that don't have clean water. You better ask somebody. Do we have a solid foundation in public education? Do we? Do we? We don't. We still fighting over that. I joined the General Assembly in 2018 and we still fighting over education. And it's 2021. But we got time for lethal injection? You mean to tell me, out of all the priorities we have, lethal injection made it to the calendar? Well, come on, y'all. Just don't take a genius to figure out. I'm baffled. Because we ain't got nothing else to talk about but how to kill folks. First, we want to keep them alive. Right? That's what they say. Pro-life. Pro-life, go life. We can't have no abortions. Never mind the fact that 48 years in a row, that's been struck down. And boy, don't even start with the whole fiscally conservative conversation. Because I wonder how much money 48 years worth of litigation costs. But we got time and money for lethal injection. Right? Open carry. I want to show you how saucy my gun is. Okay? Shiny and stuff. Right? But if they take that shiny weapon and kill somebody, boom, we over in lethal injection. See how that works? You got to tie them together. It just makes sense, right? You want to give them more time to shoot. You want to give them more things to shoot with, but you don't want them to kill nobody. I'm no genius. I admit it. Seems very simple, okay? We ain't really paying for mental health. We just got mental health in the schools this year, thanks to Representative Moore, pushing, right? I don't know that anybody in here talked to an executioner before this bill came out. I'd have to gather that they didn't. I wonder if they have mental health support. Is mental health support provided to the families? Probably not. But you know what, Representative Brawley? Hopefully they got insurance. Hopefully. Because no matter what they feel, and no matter how much they show up to testify on behalf of their family member, and no matter how much they plead, we still have to get up here and fight against legislation that will end somebody's life. I can't carry on State House grounds, but I have the authority to vote on whether people can lose their life in prison. Kind of don't make sense to me. I'm waiting for the perfect person to stand up and cast the first stone. These folks like to quote Bible. I know a little bit of Bible. He without sin, cast the first stone. Get your stones out. I feel like there should be a whole lot of them in here, according to all the amendments that got shot down. Should be plenty of stones, enough to start a garden. This is something that we really need to think about, y'all. We need to take this super serious, and we need to think about it. You don't want to have to look back and regret your decision in a year, 2 or 3, 4 from now. It's better to live with questions than regret. So I want us to really think about this bill and what we're doing. And I want us to think about why it was so important for us to bring it up this session. This year has already been rough. We've had so many mass killings this year. We had over 45 mass killings in 30 days. That's more than one a day. Did y'all know that? It's hard to live with that much death, and now we're getting ready to throw more death on top of it. Representative Robinson is a fighter for prison reform, y'all. She done spent her life getting up here, pouring her heart out to y'all. That don't count for nothing. Nothing. Nothing, Representative Ott, because you know what happened? You'll get up here and pour your heart out about lethal injection and why you don't feel like it's right. You'll share your personal experience about how it went wrong. And these folks will look at you in your face and say, I feel for you, but I can't vote with you. That's the truth. And then they want to smile in your face and play with you later. That's what we do up here. Y'all play too much. We're here to do work. And it's not an emergency that we take this issue up. So please stop telling me how everybody have their own feelings about it. You might have your own feelings about it, but it is not an emergency that it happened today. Is it? I'm sure somebody drinking some dirty water think that's an emergency. But this is an emergency today in the State House, Representative Jefferson? This is an emergency? We got to do it today? Right now. We got to do it right now. Why we got to do it right now? Why is it necessary right this second? Why? Today? Why? For what? Roads is crumbling under our feet. We ain't got no infrastructure support. I'm getting in alignment every 45 days. I have 5 kids. I didn't plan on getting in alignment every 45 days. But this is an emergency. This is an emergency. We got to take this up today, or my goodness, we ain't gonna make it. This state just can't make it if we don't take this up today. Well, I'm just gonna say this, y'all. Take your time and think about it. This is a personal decision. You ain't gotta discuss it with nobody. Keep it to yourself. You can't tell everybody everything. But just take some time and really think about what you would do if the article came out tomorrow that we executed the wrong person. Because I guarantee you it ain't gonna read by name. It ain't gonna say Representative Matthews did it. It's gonna say the South Carolina General Assembly. That's what it's gonna say. And as I have said many times, we rush through too many important matters in this State House when we could take the time to really do it right and discuss it right. And are you gonna make everybody happy? No. But there's always a way to make it better. But when you rush through things, you get what you pay for. So we've gotta do a better job of being thorough, being accurate, being efficient. We have just got to do a better job. If y'all don't wanna stay here all day on a Thursday, then we better stay longer on a Tuesday, because we should not be rushing through important issues like this one. It is so offensive when you're talking about taking somebody's life to hear people saying they just want to hurry up and get through the amendments so we can get home. If you wanted to stay home, then you should have took your name off the ballot, because I got 5 kids, 2 running at regionals today, right now, that I am not there to see because I am doing what I signed up to do. So save your tears and your complaining, and let's get to work.
Ms. Gilliard is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I'm not going to be long, but I will be real. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a dangerous bill. Now, I heard a representative, many of you got up here, and one of you compared the mace behind me and used scriptures from the Bible. And I've watched many of my peers come to this well and use the Bible as to try to articulate their belief. And I'm trying to say this with all due respect, because I know you ladies and gentlemen, you were sent up here to represent the best interests of we the people. But far too many times, we get some bad apples. And that's the danger of not being involved in the political process. People have to learn how to vote so we can make changes for the better. And God knows, South Carolina, we need it. But when we talk about the sword, and I've stated this before, every time someone gets up here and they talk about the sword, my mind jumps back to the Bible when Jesus told Peter, "Put up thy sword." You see, we get up here and we try to use the Bible every time just to fit our needs. And that's why I like pastors to come up here, because I'm no pastor, okay? I'm a Christian, Judeo-Christian. And in my life, I studied African, Egyptian history, the real history, the true history, when the earth was one. There was no north or south, east or west. The earth was one land mass, Representative Jefferson, just one. And everybody, archaeologists, historians, you do your homework, they now believe, and many of you don't like me to say this, but it's the truth, and I'm taking you for a walk for a reason. They now believe that the Garden of Eden is located, and I like your smile, in Ethiopia. Adam and Eve look like me. And I used to tell my white brothers and sisters, when I call you that, I really mean that, because you are my brothers and sisters. But I just love to study history. European history never interests me, but it ultimately guided me to that, if I wanted to be inclusive. Now, when Isabella told Columbus to get on the ship and find some people and go out, because she knew, from her perspective, the earth was flat. But back in her days, she was educated. Even she had a problem back then. I'm taking you for a walk for a reason. Back then, and you could fact check me, the prisons, she had an overcrowding of prisons. Nobody back in those days in their right mind wanted to sail with Columbus, who had common sense, at least back then from their perspective. Now, when Columbus came across the Atlantic to the shores, the Newfoundland, so-called Newfoundland. You know how they used to claim the land in front of our natives, brothers and sisters? I declare this land in the name of the Queen, in the name of who? God. And with that, they brought laws. But our native brothers and sisters had their own laws, had their own worship. Columbus made promises he couldn't keep to our native brothers and sisters. That's where the forked tongue came in at. So many trees to be broken, we can't believe you anymore. What is my point? When they came to the Newfoundland, they brought a system, a penalty would put people to death from their perspective. And even the Native Americans, if you read their history and their documentaries, they thought that was cruel. You see, people, when you brought, or your ancestors brought my ancestors across the Atlantic, you have to understand they were doing it out of hatred and fear. My point is, ladies and gentlemen, America is now operating out of hatred and fear. And what's the result of that? I'll tell you the results. The bills that you now see. This bill right here, lethal injection, taking a life. And I love some of the body language in here because you're going to live forever. God bless you. You're going to live forever. This is your world. This is your land. We understand. I get it. Because that's a form of ignorance we can't get around. We're going to have to challenge. I understand that. It doesn't bother, don't hurt me. I understand that. You know, liberty and justice for all. But when I look at my young black brothers running from our law enforcement, getting shot in the back, Walter Scott. When I look at Dylan Roof that came down and visited my district, you can smile all day. He brought what we now know would be a kangaroo court. And you can see and look up to see what a kangaroo court is, because they can't even find a lot of our ancestors because of kangaroo courts. Got to remember that. Even the law was corrupt, just like back then, it is now. They were operating out of fear. And when you operate and live in fear, it's because of hatred. Not for self, but for mankind. And this is the results, these laws that you introduce that are so dangerous, people. I don't come up to this well much, but I'll tell you something. Some of the people that I see that comes up here, you have to wonder, what planet, what part of the galaxy, my God. We're dealing with racism every day. Every day. Far too many times I've told people what we're missing in these positions of leadership is people with backbone, not afraid to stand up. Representative Hill, I applaud him. He went against the grain. It was not about his party, it was about we the people. If we are, and I pray that one day that we will make a difference, we have to stand up and tell the truth. I can say I love you all in here. All of us was born in sin. Nobody is perfect. You can't tell God what to do. Quit trying to be God and do the will of God. Humble yourself. Love yourself as you love your brothers and sisters. Love others, strangers. What's wrong with that? Try to understand each other's culture. If we're all in this together. My question, ladies and gentlemen, how can you have voted for the heartbeat bill and now we have a bill that would stop a heartbeat? Just ask yourself that. If you voted for the heartbeat bill, all this grandeur, all life is important, all life is this. I heard some pastors, got some good pastors up here. Oh, God is great. Life. Where are the signs, the pro-life signs out in the halls now? Where are they? I don't understand it. I don't get that part of it. This bill here would stop a heartbeat. You know, boom, 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 then poof. Let's get real. If you voted for the heartbeat bill, then this bill here you should not even look upon if you are true leaders. And I really appreciate the brothers who got up here on the far right. Because that old saying is what we always call it. The true man and the true woman will stand up in times of controversy, and they will stand on the truth. It wasn't fair for them to have a kangaroo court for Jesus, but they did. It was a kangaroo court. It was the type of death that really they thought, from their perspective, was the right thing to do. But it was the most damning. And everybody knows the outcome. And I don't claim to be Jesus, but I claim to follow him. It seems the more we get educated in this country, the greatest country in the world, the more we need common sense and common dignity. And we have some smart people up here. But the ones without common sense and common dignity, where are you leading your flock? Are you representing? And this thing with the Constitution, my history, our people, they told us, America, if you just would be true to what you state on paper, just be true to that. That's why we're having a lot of problems now, cultural-wise. And for the most part, a great country, a great nation is never destroyed from without, always destroyed from within. Because we allow that. We allow that. Everything now, and this is the norm, Representative Jefferson, everything that's a lie, we accept for truth. And everything that is truth, we see is a lie. Welcome to America. Who's willing to straighten it up? Who's willing to stand up for the truth, for we the people and not I the party? See, that's what we need in leadership. We treat animals better than we treat human beings these days. You don't believe me? Look at some of these organizations. They help put animals to sleep. I was reading about one just a week ago. They got a place so animals can die with dignity. They put them in a room with music. Sweet smell of perfume is what the article read. And they've been known to kill thousands of animals in such pleasant way. Animals, what God gave you dominion over. We treat our animals better. I was proud to see Representative Justin, Representative Matthew, all of you who stood up for the truth. But what was compelling, more compelling to me, that because what they did, I saw some people from the right got up. It really is. That's a sign of hope, of just one, but I counted two. That's a sign of hope, realism. When I read this country's history, and I saw the number of kangaroo courts putting people to death, knowing that what was wrong. And when I say people, don't get me wrong, I'm talking both black and white people, people of all creeds and color. They were wrong because man laws are not perfect. If it was, we wouldn't have no right in these chambers. But far too many times, we get people up here who think that they are privileged. They're on a mission from God. They will live forever. They are better than you. Certain people of certain color. Far too many times, and that's the danger. I saw one representative got up here. The first thing hit my mind, okay, didn't Hitler use quotes from the Bible to kill millions of my Jewish brothers and sisters? Didn't certain queens and kings use certain quotes from the Bible to keep my people enslaved? Didn't they? And were scholars. Check King James out. Some things went wrong back then. You better check King James. He wasn't perfect. And the Bible warned him, don't tamper with these words. But check the era that King James lived. I challenge anybody in here. They oppress women. They oppress children. King James knew it. He knew it. And if you think he wrote everything down there for Jesus and for God, then no, you're wrong. And I'd be the first to tell you that. The kind of history that you study, my first question would be, did you study Egyptian history, African history? See, not the European history and just leave it at that. The world is bigger than that. You get tunnel vision when you come with that. People get up here and brag about, I've been to this college, that college. Well, Hitler been to college too. A lot of kings and queens been to college back in their days. Some of the most triflest men and women in our era had PhDs. Let's get that straight. You walking around thinking you better than somebody, but yet you smarter, you think you're smart, and when you get bills like this, you have to wonder, what are we thinking up here? We've put hundreds, if not thousands, people to death wrongfully, people. It was wrong. Just admit it. If you don't do that, you never resolve anything in life. You have to face the hard facts. Hatred is on the rise, no matter what culture it's coming from. It's on the rise. Racism, fear. Pull out the guns. Let's go in the park. Everybody just show guns. We don't show hugs and hi no more. You know, everybody let's just pull out the guns, start shooting each other. And then when a Dylan Roof shows up, let's grab him and sing Kumbaya. I ain't kumbaya nobody no more. I don't have time for that. People want results. People have to understand that. This ain't no games. When I got the call at my house that evening, it's Mr. Gilliard, you need to come down to Mother Emanuel. I was home resting on my couch. And first I got on the scene, it was crowded. Our law officers was there, the mayor was there. The number one question everybody had that day was Clemente present? How many people was in the church? And about an hour on the scene, I had a reporter walked up to me and said, "Don't look for him no more, he's in there." Because everybody was waiting on the call. Everybody kept calling, "Did he call you? Did he call you?" And then after we found out about Clemente, we found out about the 8 others. That takes me to the kangaroo court. A young white brother. Somebody had to teach him that. He was taught to hate. He was taught fear. They instilled it in his mind. And that's all this bill is about. Life and death. If we vote it down, we save lives. If this bill passes, it's a death you don't want to experience. How many of you willing to pick up the rifle and be on the firing squad? You know, you're so bold to come up. Let's get that straight. Were you bold enough? Even the people, and I'm telling you this for a reason, even the people who had to clean up the scene at Mother Emanuel, for the most part, mental problems. We don't talk about those things. That's taboo. What different are they than the people behind the trigger? Somebody have to clean that scene up, and God help the people who pull the trigger, because your conscience will step in if you have a soul. Hitler did not have a soul. Slave traders did not have a soul. No conscience. They could care less. But see, when we talk about things such as heartbeat bills, save a life, pro-life, you want to know the reality of it, people? I see through that. Look, I'm like a lot of you here. I'm just not a come here. I'm a been here. I know the truth. You're afraid. You're afraid of people of color. And you don't like to be told that. But I'm telling you, You need to stop it. Tell the truth. If you're going to get to this well, tell the truth. Tell the truth. You operating out of fear. And like Representative Matthews stated, you smile, you shake hands, and then you go introduce bills as such. Why? You're going to wait until it knocks at your door? Why? Nobody likes to hear the truth. And then when you speak the truth, the perpetrators, they'll put it in for you. Well, God help me. I don't fear man. I fear God only. Y'all don't have anything up here to make me jump through the ceiling other than the passage of this bill. Mind you, if this bill passes, it don't fall at your front door. That happens too. Because God moves in mysterious ways. I do know that. You want to take a life. It's wrong. You're trying to play God. Why not just do the will of God? This country needs men and women to stand up and tell the truth. People with common dignity, people with common sense. We need that. South Carolina, I'm here today to warn you. If this bill passes, we all will pay for it because it's wrong. I love to see young brothers get up here and quote the Constitution backwards, forward. They love it. But my kind of history tells me to study the hands that wrote the Constitution. That's my history. And I challenge you to do the same. Study the hands that was pushing the pen. They had my ancestors enslaved. They had their problems because they were human, but yet we put them all up on pedestals. You want to put all the writings and test grades and everything. They were human just like you and I. And they were doing things out of fear. And was quoted many times in history. We can't have these Negroes with power. I got an area in my district called Maryville, Ashleyville. You look it up. It was the first township, they believe, in the country. Had its own mayor, constable. And one of the representatives was quoted up here as saying, we can't allow these Negroes to have this much power. And they dissolved the township, Representative King, literally overnight. Maryville, Ashleyville, look it up, please. It came from right up here. It's history like that that makes you want to stand for righteousness and justice. I can't come up here and give you no dissertation. That's not my arena. But God knows we got some great lawyers up here. I can't do that. I always tell people, consider me as a voice in the wilderness. My father always taught me to wear my common sense here and here. I don't have to impress nobody about how much, and I'll leave you to fill in the blank. I didn't come up here for that. My strength is back home. The people sent me up here. So you can call me names, talk about, but you don't know nothing about me. Now, we either going to do what's right for the citizens here that you call a great state, or are we going to do wrong? I would love to come to some of your churches. Please invite me. I'm talking about the pastors who get up here and say, Jesus said life, God is life, God is pro-life. Man, get me in your church, I need it. Because if Jesus was to walk through those doors right now and point at that, what would you say? Everybody can smile at him. I wonder what Jesus would say if he saw that bill up there. You're not to judge. Thou shalt not. What's your problem? Thou shalt not kill. What's your problem? It's a heartbeat is about to stop. And we're starting with 3 of them. Representative Rutherford, you tell me if I'm wrong, he's got 3 up and got a lot more to come. No, I'm serious. But between this open carry and what we're dealing with now, look, we know what the setup is about. But see, it's going to backfire. It's going to backfire, people. That's why when you see people come up here with a smirk on their face and they look at this bill, oh, we need this bill because Jesus said we need it, and you know we set up our government and the Masons behind me here, and we got to kill more people. That don't sound too swift. It's not right about that picture. Something is not right about that picture. Quit trying to be God and just do the will of God. That's all it's about. That's all. We got to stop it. Everybody has a right to life. Everybody. You prove that with the heartbeat bill. You're about to put a big explanation on it now because this is going to stop any heartbeat. Something's not right about that picture. This country is operating in hatred and fear. And that's why we have these bills that's out of space. Representative Matthew had to ask who thought of it. She was right. Because that's what the other people are saying now about us here in the state of South Carolina. Where are you coming from with these bills? Please don't do this. I applaud you not to do it. I don't belong to no militia group or no hate group. But my God, we have to question some of the peoples in these chambers. They're not telling you everything. They're not telling you everything. And that's not good. We shouldn't even have to be up here talking about this. Homelessness on the rise. Gentrification is ripping through our cities. Road rage on the rise. Hate groups on the rise. Hatred on the rise. And you think this is going to do anything other than add to it? Or open carry? They say the word fair in the Bible is mentioned over 600 some odd times. Fear not. I always wonder why. 600 something times? Wow. fear not. It didn't say get a gun and fear not. It didn't say introduce bills that would kill people, fear not. I would yawn too if I didn't care. But until it knocks at your door, and our society gets to the point, and they are at that point, they're now saying enough is enough. I've seen young white brothers and sisters, young Jewish brothers and sisters, young black brothers and sisters, people of all creeds and color, they're joining hands now. Why? Because of bills like these type of action. So the next time you go to your militia meetings in the forest, rural areas, I researched this stuff. We got to be real with each other, because I'm talking from a position of respect, because I truly believe, this is my belief, I'm a realist, that if everybody in here was censored, when they had that insurrection in Washington, the first thing I looked over at my friend, I said, keep count of the people from South Carolina. And sure enough, boom, 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 South Carolina. I said, all right, you better watch it now. It could pop up here. And then I got the word, well, Mr. Gilliard, you know some people been up there, but they just didn't get caught. That's in these chambers. I said, oh, I know, because I'm a realist. I know that. They got away with something. And they're shaking in their pants today. And they ought to be. Because that's not what America is about. Even the foundation of America, the purpose of America, is in question now because of hatred and fear. And we are allowing that, no matter what level of government. Y'all better get ready. It's dangerous times we're in. In trying times, we need bold leadership. People who are not afraid to talk the truth. Stand up for righteousness. This is a great country. It's the people, some people, who makes it bad. This is a strong nation. But when we allow things, that old saying, Representative Clyburn, the head will follow the tail. What we allowed in Washington, we're now reaping what we sowed because we allowed it. Now, I don't have to call nobody names in Washington. You know who I'm talking about. From the head on down, we're reaping what we sow because we allowed it. We knew what we were doing for the most part. We were breaking our own laws when it came to certain policies. So now we're operating out of fear and hatred. And it has resonated down in South Carolina. And out of all this, I truly believe that great people will rise up. Because far too many times in our history, just when you think that we were at the darkest hour, things happen. So y'all get ready. What you're doing is wrong. That could very well just been a bill to give our teachers, and you do the research, they need a 20 to 40% raise. I'd rather be up here discussing that. At 2%, not going to get it. We'll still have an exodus from our teachers. Just remember that. The exodus continues because we're not doing them right. That could have been a bill for our state work. Look, people, we've got so much great things to do. But because we're operating out of hatred and fear, we shall and we will reap what we sow. Thank you.
Mr. Thigpen's recognized. Mr. Thigpen.
Take my time.
Mr. Thigpen's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues, honorable esteemed members of the House. We debate and discuss here what I believe, no doubt, is a challenging issue for many. I don't want to minimize in any way the difficulty and decisions that many may have or the convictions that they may have about this subject. But I do believe we have a responsibility. And although I do understand that time is of the essence and we have made long the day, I do believe we have a responsibility. Particularly when we talk about laws that affect really not just the life of that person who has been sentenced to execution, but really all the lives of those who live within the borders of this state where we have been charged to provide laws and legislate. Because of that, I did do a little reading and a little research because I do believe this was an important issue. And I do not present myself as one who is versed and well-trained in the law, but I thank God for the ability to read. For I do believe that each of us, regardless of our degree or level of education, we can assign ourselves to the responsibility of studying and reading. As I understand it, the American death penalty began and begins with common law of England. That system, that temporal system of jurisprudence was not intended to be stagnant, but instead it was intended to evolve. We have evidence in our own laws and our own rulings on things that have been one way during one time and tenure and have changed and advanced in years that followed. English common law, as I read, the practices consisted of such extreme measures as being dragged by a horse to the place of your execution, being hanged by a rope, burned alive, beheaded, disemboweled, and even quartering were the sentences of execution under common law. of the 263 offenses punishable by death under English common law, 99% of them, 99% of these offenses, they did not involve crimes that took a life, but many of the crimes that individuals were murdered for or killed for or executed for, we would not dare think of killing someone over now. What is the point that you're making, Representative Thigpen, is that we have evolved as a society and a civilization. The Eighth Amendment, which states there shall be no excessive bail, nor excessive fines, nor cruel and unusual punishment inflicted. It is this Eighth Amendment that echoes the content of that 10th clause of the English Bill of Rights. Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall highlights this fact in rendering the question whether or not the 10th clause phrase, cruel and unusual punishment, is more appropriately understood as excessive and illegal punishment or barbaric and objectionable punishment. But ultimately, see that even back then and even now, the debate continues, and so does the evolution of our thinking, so does the evolution of our understanding, so does the evolution of our responsibility as lawmakers. Ultimately, as I understand it, and I do qualify it as I understand it, what is at stake here, what we are debating, what we are talking about, is the dignity of human beings, for nothing less is at stake. And it's not simply the dignity of the individual who's being executed, but it's also the dignity of individuals who would perform, who would vote for that person's execution. In 1972, in the case of Trop versus Dulles, a framework for determining cruel and unusual punishment was given via Justice Brennan. Justice Brennan lays out 4 things that should be determined whether or not something is cruel or unusual punishment. The first of so being, is it degrading to the dignity of humans? And I found it interesting to say not that human, but humans. Secondly, a government cannot arbitrarily inflict a severe punishment. Third, it must not be unacceptable by a contemporary society. And 4, it must not be excessive. As we look at rulings that try to further help us understand this ideal of cruel and unusual punishment, the Gregg ruling suggests that capital punishment serves 2 principles: retribution and deterrence. Well, we know it's not deterrence for the person being executed, because you can't deter somebody from doing something if they're already dead. So the deterrence is for others who may think to act in that way, others who may do a same crime or offend or violate others in that way. In essence, in my opinion, we are weighing social outrage of an offense and a crime with what is socially acceptable as punishment by that same society. The conundrum, the challenge that I believe we face is that in a civilized and ordered society where we hope for and believe in a law system and a justice system that will render fair and equal justice for all, where vigilantism and self-help retaliation to vindicate one's wrongs is discouraged, where instead we tell people to hope in the laws that we have put in place, to hope in those who have been charged to be law enforcers, to hope in the idea that together we are stronger than we are apart, that each one has life, each one has value, each one has importance. Retribution in this way, this ideal of killing and doing it in a cruel and unusual way, it ultimately fails us in our ultimate objective of placing confidence in our criminal justice system and, more importantly, creating a more civilized society. Lastly, the Woodson ruling in addressing the constitutional legitimacy of mandatory death statutes. It gives me great hope, and I believe it gives us insight as legislators into the responsibility that we have to evolve and reflect what is unacceptable in a contemporary society. For just as mandatory death penalty statutes were once the law of the land but later deemed unconstitutional as cruel and unusual, so shall we evolve to reconsidering, really I believe at some points, death sentencing altogether. For we must seek to see all persons not just as faceless members of an undifferentiated mass, nor reduce them individuals to the temporary status of being incarcerated or a criminal, but instead realize that each person is a human being entitled to the right of life. The death penalty in the final summation is unique in its severity and, more importantly, in its irreversibility and irrevocability. What are you saying again? I'm saying that I believe that we have to think about this in regards to what are we doing? I understand that the debate will continue of whether or not we should put persons to death based off the nature of the crime and the criteria. Is it murder? Does it have aggravating factors that cause us to say that this person should be sentenced to death? But more importantly, as we look at the means that are being offered now, we're not evolving as a legislator, we're going backwards. Let me say it again. I know the hour has grown late. I know the time is of the essence. But we are not evolving. How is it that in 2021 we offer a firing squad as a means of death for a person? I mean, we can, I think, argue and debate even further the ideal of, yes, lives are in the balance as we make a decision. And many, if not believe or feel this way, their posture would suggest that it's not important, that a life doesn't matter. But putting that aside, how is it that we offer up firing squad as a way in which we would put people to death? As I understand it, one person on the firing squad is given a blank. And if a person is given a blank, it is a consideration, in my opinion, for human dignity. That those who are charged with or employed to execute someone, that they may have the peace of mind, the dignity to know that potentially they were not the one, it was not their bullet who actually killed the person. If we are truly concerned about the dignity of a person, why would we go back to archaic and draconian ways of executing persons, if execute them at all? You know, I believe every person wants justice, but there's two types of justice. There's retributive justice and distributive justice. Scripture says, "His vengeance is mine, thus saith the Lord." The Lord of vengeance, Psalms 121 says, the one who created heaven and earth, that vengeance is God's. Retributive justice, determining what should be given in response to a crime. What is the punishment? That's in God's hands. Distributive justice, that is us taking resources and providing for others so that all have and all are able to prosper in community. For justice is the idea that in community we have concern and care for one another. It is to be just, to be fair, to be equal to one another. But too many times we choose to take people's lives in our own hands, to take retribution and vengeance into our own hands, when I truly do not believe it is our responsibility. And it's interesting, you know, sometimes in life I wish I had a fast forward button. Lord knows I wish I had a rewind button. But even more than the rewind button where I could go back and redo some things, sometimes, as the saints of old would say, I want to fast forward to see what the end gonna be. And as we stand before whoever you believe your maker and your creator to be, if you find yourself or champion yourself as a religious person, I wonder what the conversation will be like when we have to give an account. I wonder what justifications we will come up with then. I wonder how interested we will be in the conversation. I wonder how much attention will we pay. I wonder how much energy will be given when God calls us into question about what we do, what we did. You know, one of the most challenging things I have here in serving in this role and this responsibility is that I don't want to look back at a vote I made and regret it. I don't want to look back at a vote I made and say, I wish I would have paid more attention. I wish I would have read more. I wish I would have given more time and attention. I wish I would have deliberated more. I wish I would have prayed about it. I wish I would have allowed God to lead me. I pray that no vote that I make was a door that was open to hurt, to harm individuals. I pray that the same grace and mercy that has been afforded to me, that through my legislating I afford it to others. I hope that with each one of my votes, not only am I doing the will of God, but bringing glory to God. You know, I may be a little strange in the sense that re-election doesn't mean a whole lot to me. I don't have a political target that I've been working towards my whole life. As a matter of fact, I encourage people to run against me. And if you listen to my district now, run. Individual told me the other day, if you don't do what I asked you to do, some people told me that I need to run against you. I said, well, I'll give you a donation. Because the reason that I chose to be here, I chose to consider sincerely, not that I'm not suggesting that anybody else doesn't. The reason I chose to consider seriously and sincerely what we debate here, above party, above politics, above racism or whatever else we want to discuss, is because at the end of the day, I want to ensure that people have it better than they did. That we leave this place, and I say we because I believe we act collectively as a body, whether or not I voted in the majority or the minority, whether I was a vocal minority or a vocal majority, we do this. And so I take responsibility for whatever we pass, regardless of how I voted, because I hope and I pray that we leave this place, this state, this legislature better than we found it. But I don't see how bringing back firing squad leaves us better than we found it. I don't see how electrocution, which as Representative Hill so eloquently stated, truly is just another method of burning people at the stake. The stake may be a little bit more cushioned. The stake may have some straps that go along with it, but ultimately you're on a piece of wood and you will be burned. And if we believe that those things are no longer suitable, that they are cruel and unusual, if we believe that those things were archaic, I would like to believe not simply through technology, but through the passing on of information from generation to generation, our evolution as society, our belief and hope in one another, the fact that I hope and pray we become more civilized with each decade and generation of people that come together, that we could put things aside that are our differences, and we can rise to the occasion and do what is in the best interest of one another, the state, and ultimately evolve. Ultimately evolve. You know, I read as I studied about the death penalty that many of the Supreme Court justices stated that this determination of cruel and unusual punishment, really that it lie within the legislature to provide the laws and the framework to address it. Now, of course, they are often thrust into a position where they have to ultimately exercise jurisprudence, ultimately make a decision because a case presents itself before them. But they said the proper place for this ultimately to be determined is among the men and the women who have been elected to represent and to serve, to identify what is acceptable and unacceptable in our society, what is in the best interest of our society. And I'm not necessarily asking anybody to agree with me. I'm not up here saying that I want you to vote as I vote or agree with me. I'm saying that we have a responsibility to evolve. We have a responsibility to progress. We have a responsibility to provide legislation that is not reflective of the past, that does not take us back into a time corridor of things old and things that we once viewed unacceptable. Because I often try to ask questions rather than make statements. Well, why did we stop shooting people? If it was such a good practice and it was so efficient, well then why did we stop having firing squads? If the electric chair was such a good invention, if it was so productive, if it benefited us so much as a state in working with our criminal justice and penal system, well, tell me who stopped it. And I'm saying it not to point fingers, not to condescend, not to cast persons as being irresponsible, but I'm saying that we need to stop. And we need to think sensibly about what we're trying to do. We need to ask more questions. I know that there's political pressure oftentimes to do things in an expedient way, but I cannot make sense out of this one. I can't. And I try to position myself as one who is willing to hear, one who is always willing to not only debate an issue, for I debate not from the position of knowing it all, but I debate from the issue of, if you know more, educate me. And so I eagerly anticipate the education. I eagerly anticipate the conversation where someone can make this one make sense to me. Tell me the logic and the rationale behind this one. Tell me what is ultimately accomplished by this. Tell me the urgency and the emergency in which we are dealing with that says that we got to do it before we get out of session now. And I hope that what I've said has not been taken as me attacking others. I hope what I say has not been taken as me being inconsiderate or me not being fair about it. But I believe these are all fair questions. I believe that our responsibility is to have these type of conversations. The Lord knows I was ready to go 2 hours ago. The Lord knows. But we have a responsibility. We have a responsibility. And I'm just struggling to see how in good conscience we bring back the firing squad and the electrocution chair. I shared with a colleague, I leave them nameless, that I had all but swallowed the electric chair. It was rough going down. I had to drink a lot of water. I had some restlessness about it, but I said, you know what? At the end of the day, it's an option. But come on, the firing squad. And people laugh and take offense when Representative Bamberg offers up an amendment to reinstate the guillotine, but I don't know why. It is a logical progression, in my opinion. If we're pulling up antiquated ways in which to execute people that are cruel or punishment, well, if it ain't next, it's shortly thereafter. Thank you for indulging me with your time. Thank you for listening. I believe we're better than this. You know, as we look at this country and how divided we have become and how partisan we have become and how we have lost the ability to have, you know, logical and rational discussions to ultimately merit what I believe are the best ideals, laws, and conditions, I still have hope. I believe we're better than this. I'm about done. Let me say this and I'm done. It is no secret that the plight of African Americans in America has been difficult. And that's just to say the least. I could color it a whole lot better than that, but I won't. But considering the plight of African Americans, we have also been very privileged at the opportunities that we have been afforded to, not to turn a blind eye to the plight and the struggle that we have had, for I believe it has shaped and molded us to be. I believe it is what has allowed us to provide for many the brilliance and the excellence that has come to be synonymous with the African American plight. Taking nothing away from any other culture, any other person, I'm just talking about the experience as an African American. But considering what we have endured, particularly by the criminal justice system, as when we look at the statistics of those who have been executed, over 70% of those individuals have been executed in state were African American, which is very disproportionate to the population in which we have made up for in this state. The reason I believe, and if I'm wrong, y'all pull me to the side later and tell me I'm wrong. The reason why many of these representatives travel and come up here and sit in these seats and represent the people that they do is because we have a hope that we are better than we are right now. That we have a hope not necessarily in the America that was. I know I'm gonna tell myself preach thick pen in a minute. Not necessarily in the America that is, but our hopes, our dreams, our aspirations, our engagement, our commitment, our ability to get back up, dust ourselves off, no matter, even though we may not have the access, even though we may not have the opportunity that we desire, is because we fight for, we believe in, we hope for an America that can be. But this is the point. I know that we are not alone. I know regardless of your culture, your ethnicity, where you grew up in, what neighborhood, what your belief system is, that each and every one of us hopes for the America that can be. But we can't get there if we are blind. We can't get there if we have apathy. We can't get there if we're unwilling to compromise. We can't get there if we're unwilling to hear one another. We can't get there if we can't have debates about issues such as this and allow the best of us to be seen. You cannot tell me, and I'm done, that a firing squad and an electric chair are the best that we have in South Carolina. You can't make me believe it.
Mr. Robert Williams is recognized. Let's get order, please. Folks, we've had a courteous debate. Let's give Mr. Robert Williams the same courtesy. Mr. Robert Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really didn't have any intentions of coming up here, but I do know one of the things that I learned from Representative Gilda Cobb-Hunter is that I'm not talking to the people in this building. I'm not talking to my colleagues. I'm not talking to you. Many of you have already have your minds made up, so that's one of the reasons why I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to those who are outside of these chambers. And I'm going to be brief. I'm going to try to be brief. I'm going to just share a few things with you. As a person who served in the military, matter of fact, as a person who served in combat, and I'm one of them, and I think a couple of those who serve in combat is in here, such as Representative Jose and some of the rest. I've served in conflict. I know what downrange means.
I know what a firing range means. In other words, I've been to the firing range. I've shot all kind of weapons downrange at targets. But when those targets fire back at me, then I'm allowed to fire back at the target. But as long as the target do not fire at me, I don't fire at the target. I want y'all to catch that. In other words, what I'm saying is, if a target don't fire at me, I don't have to fire at the target. But as soon as the target start firing at me, in the military, I had to fire back. Well, being in combat, in a lot of cases, when you're out there in the desert, or when I was out there in the desert, there's a lot of things went on. A lot of lives was given. A lot of lives was taken. But now we're here talking about firing squad. My colleague just before me just really gave the sermon. What I need to do now is just take up a collection offering, and then we can leave. But I just want to make a couple comments about this bill and the intent thereof. I think most of us in here probably would have voted, instead of voting for Jesus, we probably would have voted for Barabbas, the known criminal. And we know he was a criminal. He knew it. But we voted in opposite. And I know that folks have to vote their commitment. And all of us are here to do such. But we also have a responsibility to represent the people that sent us up here. We have that responsibility. And I don't take that responsibility lightly, to come up here and represent those who send me up here. It's a very precious thing to do so. But it's also something that we should take serious. I don't have a whole lot of time to play games with people, because enough games have already been played. And if I want to watch a good game, I would watch it on TV. I would watch a baseball game, watch a football game. But I think when we are up here talking about various legislation and such as this, I think there should be a moment of seriousness that comes from us as we talk about these particular bills. And I'm not here to change the hearts and minds of anyone. God changed the heart of man. That's God's job. I'm just here to tell you that where we at as a society, we got a long way to go. And we got a lot of work to do. Now, when we came here, when we started here, we talked about the heartbeat bill. On that end, we talked about saving lives. We want to save lives. And that was a very, very emotional bill. And many of you, no matter what side you're on, was very attached to saving lives. But now we are talking about killing lives on the other end. At the beginning, saving. Now at the ending, killing or destroying. And I know as a state, we can do better than that. Also, I'm just curious about the fact that the Senate, the deliberate body, the body who shows up whenever they want to, can send an amendment over here and we have to eat it, as if they are over us. Are they a lord over us for whatever reason. Well, the Senate has to be voted on just like you. The Senate has to be represented just like you. The Senate has a responsibility just like each of you. So why do we have to eat whatever the Senate sent over here every time they send it? Well, by adding the firing squad in this legislation, in this bill, I don't think that was the kind of thing to do. They could just have left it as it was, and we wouldn't be at this point. I promise you, we wouldn't be at this point if the Senate didn't have to add the firing squad in this legislation. We would have been gone for the day. But since they add the firing squad, we are here discussing this particular bill. I know South Carolina can do better than what we're doing. I know we can as a people and as individuals. And I think for the most part, people want South Carolina to grow. We want South Carolina to flourish. We want South Carolina to do well. I think it's in all of our hearts for that to happen. But how can we do well when we are taking steps backwards as to improve our state? All of us have a responsibility to the state of South Carolina. All of us have a responsibility to the citizens of South Carolina. All of us have a responsibility to those who have not yet been born, because we're making decisions for them. I was so proud when Representative the other day, Kirby, came and introduced his granddaughter. Well, the decision that we're making today is certainly going to affect her. The decision that we are making today is going to affect all of us, all of our children, all of our grandchildren, and our great-great-grands. I'm somewhat disturbed by the fact that we took firing squad out of this legislation a while back, but now we're putting it back into the legislation now. So in other words, that's a step backwards. Somebody decided that it would be better to put it back in. Well, I think that we are living in a nation, in a country, where folks rather believe a lie than believe in the truth. In other words, we are quickly and readily and able to believe in a big lie than to believe in the small truth. South Carolina can do better, y'all. I know we can, and I know we must. Why can't we work together to make laws for everyone, not to kill people, not to electrocute people, not to illegally inject people, not to kill people by a firing squad and sentence them to death, but work together into saving lives here in South Carolina? We all love South Carolina, and if we didn't, many of us wouldn't be here. But I think for the mere fact that we love South Carolina, I think that we need to do what is best for South Carolina and its citizens. You can do it. Just like I said, I'm not here to change your mind, but I'm just here to let you know that we can do better here in South Carolina. With that being said, I know we don't go around putting the death penalty on animals. Just think about killing dogs by a firing squad, killing cats by a firing squad. We don't even do that. We don't even do that. And if you run over a dog, you might get sued.
But we want to kill people, human beings that have a life, that have a heartbeat, something that you cannot give. Because none of us in here is able to give life. That's the work of God. So none of us in here should have the right to take away life. That's the work of God. So I ask that each of you think seriously about your life and the life of your loved ones and the life of those 3 individuals right now who wishing that they would never be in the Department of Correction, but they're there. Think about that. Just think about living under the agony every day, knowing that your life will be ending. Just imagine the pain and the suffering and the headaches you'll deal with every day, knowing that at some time, at some day, your life will be ending by the state of South Carolina. Let's do better, ladies and gentlemen. You wear a prestigious honor in your name, the honorable. Let's live out that honorable title that each of us carry on our name. Honorable people don't kill. Honorable people don't kill others. Representative people, you representing people don't kill. Representative people don't kill others. We represent. Let's represent South Carolina. And let's be honorable to one another. And I know evil is all around us, but there are those who can triumph even in evil situations. Let's do our best. Let's do our best to save lives. And just like I said, I know I can't change anything. I can't change the world, nor can you. But you have a voice. And we hope that your voice, someone will hear your voice, and someone would get their life and straighten up their life just by hearing your voice. We are agent of change. People are watching you. People are looking at you. Whether you believe it or not, somebody's watching you now, watching you on that cell phone. Somebody watching you as you sit here and listen to the debate that took place today. So you are being watched. You are being watched. Let's do the right thing. Let's save lives. And let's tell the Senate that they don't dictate to us what we need to pass over here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Mr. John King is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. I sat here today and I wasn't going to say anything, but I'm compelled to stand here to speak on this bill. Yes, I'm speaking against the bill because it is inhumane. The death penalty disproportionately affects certain groups of people, not just here in South Carolina, but around our country. As many of you may think, the death penalty is a tool to control justice, but it is not. And think about it. If evidence come out years later after someone has served 10 plus or 20 plus years, and then we put them to death, there's no way to turn the clock back. The death penalty does not deter crime. So those are 5 things that we should know firsthand and upfront about the death penalty. But what bothers me more is that when we are debating such a very important issue, or if it does not go along with what your thoughts are, I notice that the chamber's clear. Most people leave the chamber, don't want to hear what others may have to say that is opposite of what their beliefs are. But then they would walk in, as Representative Matthews said, and vote, not knowing what their colleagues have expressed as concerns. Some of my other colleagues talked about or spoke about how we come here each day with hopes of making South Carolina better. How do we do that? How do we do that in this room, in this chamber, when the people who we work with each day turn their ears and put it on mute because they don't want to hear what the other person has to say? Then you complain about us being here all day to debate an issue. Well, I'm not the smartest person in the room, but I do know one thing. As Representative Matthews said, as Representative Gilliard has said, we can eliminate spending a lot of time up here on senseless stuff if we stop bringing them before this House. Y'all, we have kids in this state who are suffering. We have issues with elderly abuse that we could be taking up in these chambers. We have food deserts in this state. We have kids who cannot even access a good quality education. I'm told that you can tell by the 3rd grade if a child is going to be a criminal. So they build out prison systems across this country based on a 3rd grader. If we invested in those communities, if we invested in those kids and their families, we would have a better South Carolina. So a few years ago, there was a governor that we had here in this state who was more concerned about her publicity that she did an executive order that said, if you answer the phones and work for the state of South Carolina, you had to answer the phone as, it's a great day in South Carolina. Well, many of you all laughed when I put up a bill alongside of Representative Gilliard. It's not that we don't love South Carolina, but it's not a great day in South Carolina. It's not a great day in South Carolina to me when I have to come here and I know that I left a community of kids who do not have an adequate education, who leave home, this was before the pandemic, and would go to schools that were not even built adequately or have heat or air or would even just rain in the schools. For the ones who are from York County, you remember Blackman Road, where we had kids and families living in school buses, did not have running water. And you talking about a great day in South Carolina? When we're debating something like this, no, it's not a great day in South Carolina. Until we see our poverty numbers go down and we see more people working and making above a livable wage, in my opinion. South Carolina, it's not a great day in South Carolina. When you still have the have and the have-nots, and you have the segregation on Sunday mornings, it's not a great day in South Carolina. When you're talking about someone who has experienced death in their family at the hands of someone else, I'm that person. I've had members in my family who were killed at the hands of others. Recently, about 2 years ago, my little cousin was murdered on the streets of Washington, D.C. We flew to D.C. to bury him. And as a family, we would not want to see the other person who we know killed him be shot down or put in an electric chair. And I speak on behalf of my family who's dealing with that right now in the court system. That's no justice for us. That's no justice for us. That's the easy way out. I find justice in letting that person live. And if they live a life, maybe they can repent, be forgiven, they'll grow old, and whatever happens to them will happen on God's time. That's my belief. And that's no newfound belief. That's something that I believed before my little cousin was killed. It made major news in the DC area because his grandmother was one of the longest serving school board members, which was my father's sister, who was a South Carolinian in DC. His grandfather was the first African-American realtor in the DC area, from right here in Ernamo, South Carolina, is where he's from. He's 98 years old today and still very active. I beg you all to think about what we're about to do. There are families who have experienced the same thing that I've experienced, who will find no justice in what we are doing today. And until you have walked that path and have experienced that, you don't understand. One thing I can tell you is that my family, we are very close. We meet every holiday, and we've been doing it my entire life. I don't care if it's Mother's Day, Father's Day, Easter, Thanksgiving, Christmas. We all go back to Chester, South Carolina. My grandparents were the parents of 10. The grandparents of about 45 grandchildren, and well over 200 great-grands right now. And I promise you, we meet faithfully. And so my little cousin, my first cousin's son, was like a nephew to me. And in the black community, your cousin's children are your nieces and nephews. That's just how we operate. So when I got the call about my cousin being shot and murdered, just like anyone else, while you're dealing with the grief, you're angry and you're upset. But when we got to DC and was there to comfort my cousin, and after the funeral services, because I have cousins who are attorneys and have different walks of life, we sat down as a family to decide how we would comfort her and how would we support her through this process. And as she dealt with the legal system there, as they came in with their victims advocates and their office and asked what does she want, and she talked to her cousins, the first thing we said is we don't want another family to have to go through what we have gone through. Let them be able to go to a jail cell and see their loved one, because we can't bring what my cousin, his name was Ernie, back. But what we can do is save another life. We can allow him to receive Christ as his personal Savior and give him an opportunity to eternal life. This is a true story. And as I sit here and see that we have to debate something such as this, it is heartbreaking, because we have a lot to do in this state. We have more to do to recognize the needs of all citizens in this state. And this, at the last hours that we have here in this chamber, before we exit for the year, we are not changing lives. We're not debating how we're gonna get kids back into school. We're not debating how we're gonna make sure that their parents have good quality jobs. How we can make sure that a mother, a single mother or a single father, doesn't have to work 3 and 4 jobs to provide for their children, so that that child is not left to the streets, so that they're not subject to the firing squad. It's called intervention. It's called bringing families together. It's called being Christ-like. Now, last I checked, none of us are perfect. And as my mother always say, John, you're not perfect, and there's no perfect people. She said, because if you were perfect or someone else was perfect, why would we need Jesus? And I've always remembered that. I always remembered that when there were people in the community, white or black, that couldn't afford gas or couldn't afford Christmas for their children, or just couldn't afford to feed their families, my mom and dad's house was the first stop. I remember a Christmas, my dad said to us, I want you to tell me what you want for Christmas. We gave him our list. Christmas Day, we got the things that we asked for. And my dad looked at us and said, what is it that you like the most? It was my bike. I can't remember what my sisters and my brothers said, but my dad said, come with me, we're gonna take your bike, and whatever my sister and brother said. And we rode down to by where my church is, and it was a street called Walnut and Springs. And it was a family down there that had probably 10, 15 children, and they didn't have anything to give their kids. My dad said, now you're gonna have to gift those kids your gift for Christmas because you got plenty at home. You know, being the child that I was, I didn't understand it. I cried and I pouted, but I had to do what my parents told me to do. About 2 or 3 days later, I even got more because my father was teaching us to give. So why do you say that, John? We have to have bigger hearts. We have to think about sometime the folk that are charged with a crime, sentenced, are not always guilty. We make mistakes. As I said, my mother told me we're not perfect people. Because if we were, why would we need Jesus? Since we're not perfect and we make mistakes, if I use my mom's logic, we need Jesus. And he's the only person that can make that type judgment. But what we're doing is we're saying, okay, we're gonna pass this law. Jermaine Johnson, you work for the system now and you're gonna have to kill this man or woman. Now you have to live with that while the 124 members of that House of Representatives and those 46 senators go home and sleep at night. Because they don't care about what you had to do. They don't care that you're not going to be able to sleep at night. And you're an innocent bystander, trying to provide for your family at no enjoyment of yours. Because if you're a real Christian, you would have heartache, heart pain, trying to take the life of someone else, regardless of how heinous their crime may have been. And until we realize that we can't come up here in January and February and talk about a heartbeat, and less than 45 days later, we're killing people, taking the heartbeat away. I just ask you to be consistent. I just ask you to think about what we're doing here today. And I'm not saying or questioning if you're a Christian or not, but I do question your integrity. I do question, are you here to truly make a difference in what we are doing in South Carolina, or are you here only to be reelected in another year? Let me tell you something, and I live by this. If I do what I'm supposed to do and do it right and provide good quality leadership, then the folk of my district will see that and they'll either take me home or they'll send me back down here. But remember this, if you remember nothing else I say, you're only promised 2 years once you're elected. Do everything that you can to be productive in those 2 years, because if you run again, it's not promised that you'll get another 2 years. Let me tell you, I've been up here with a whole lot of folk that have left here that ran for office and got beat. Some was a surprise to us. Some did exactly what the Democrats told them to do, and some did exactly what the Republicans told them to do, and they still went home. When that wave come, it may be the Tea Party wave. Whatever that wave was, it took a whole bunch of them out of here. So don't get so comfortable. So my thing is, think about what you're about to do. Think about if it was your child who was mistaken to doing something. Think about if it was your grandchild or your niece or your nephew. Because y'all, we're not immune from that. We're not immune from somebody saying that it was somebody in your family or one of your close friends. And those persons being identified by someone. I watched The Innocent Project. You ought to go home and watch it. It's a young black man who was innocent in Mississippi. And they said that he had kidnapped this little kid out of her window late at night, and that he had sexually assaulted her. That was their main thing. He had sexually assaulted her. And he had been in prison for 9 years, and I think you heard me speak to Representative Bamberg about it. This happened in Mississippi. The young man was later found that the DNA that they found in the young child from the sexual assault wasn't even his. This young man was on death row. And he was still in prison when I watched it last night, because the prosecutor said, well, he may have not had sex with the kid and it may have not been his DNA, but maybe he was a standout person for the other person to get him, so I want to make sure that it wasn't him. This man has been in prison for over 9 years. Breaks my heart. And y'all may say, let me say this to you. If I can plead with you, if you have never genuinely had a relationship, not just in this chamber, but like a genuine relationship, because I think we get judged a lot because you really don't know us. But if you have not genuinely had a relationship with a black person, period, you can't understand why we are so adamant when we get up here about certain issues. Because of the inequities in many aspects of government and society when it comes to blacks. And let me say, I don't say African American, I say black. So you may get confused sometimes because some black folks say African American. I'm a black American. And until you have had an opportunity to just sit down and have a conversation, you don't have to come to my community. You don't have to live in my community. Just have a conversation with us and say why, and we won't get offended, I promise you we won't. Why do you all have a certain perspective? I promise you, I want to hear from your perspective as well as I want you to understand mine, so we don't get offended when people get up here and want to speak. And I say that because I experienced going to Mississippi with Representative Smith. I've been in this chamber for 12 years with him, and that conversation with him made our relationship better because we were able to sit there and literally lay it on the line and talk about race. And I know that's hard for us to talk about, but it's a reality. And I don't want it to come across in this chamber as it being racist or one-sided. So I ask you, regardless of how you vote here today, pull one of us aside, educate us about you and where you stand, and get to know one of us even better beyond just walking and talking about bills. Really, genuinely get to know us. Because black men are not deadbeats. Black men are not standing on the corners selling drugs. And black women are not women who don't care for their kids or who are all just single parents or who don't care who they're having kids with. That's not who we are. And I say that because things have been said and they have not been addressed. Things have been placed on social media and they have not been addressed. Get to know us. We're not bad people. And I promise you, once we change the culture in this room and people see a difference in this room, we can make South Carolina better. I plead with you. I promise you, we can make South Carolina better. I left South Carolina for 6 years to go to college and then to work and then to get another degree, so I was away for 6 years. And I had every opportunity going to one of the most prestigious colleges in this country, the college where Dr. King and I sat in some of the same desks. I was offered jobs not only around this country, but outside of this country. But I chose to come back at that time to Chester, South Carolina, because South Carolina is the only place I've ever wanted to live. And so I just ask, moving forward, let's make South Carolina better. Let's not continue to debate stuff like this. Because I promise you, if we change the culture in this room, the people outside will change. If we say we're not going to tolerate a certain agenda, the things outside of this room will change. And when we walk in this room, we won't be looking at a Democrat or a Republican. You won't be able to tell how people are going to vote because of the party they're in. But what we will have is a true South Carolina. And we will be the lead for the world, not just the states, but for the world. So, as I depart from here, I challenge you to consider what we're doing here. Consider what we're doing here. Think about the lives that we will impact positively and negatively. That person who may have done something that hurt someone you're near and dear to, you can have an opportunity to save that person. Just as if you think about what we're here for, it is to make South Carolina better. So I challenge you, each one of us in this room, to get to know someone better. Understand who they are. Understand why they may be passionate about a bill of such. Seriously, we can change South Carolina. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. King. The question for us is adoption Senate 200. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's order.
Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. Vote of 66 to 43. Senate 200 receives second reading. Mr. Hickson moves that we recur to the morning hour. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message from the Senate. The Senate respectfully informs your honorable body that it non-concurs in the amendments proposed by the House to House 3194. Representative G.M. Smith moves that the House insist upon its amendments. The chair appoints Lucas, G.M. Smith, and Rutherford as conferees. Clerk will read.
To the Honorable J. Lucas, we are withdrawing, the Public Service Commission is withdrawing regulation number 4988.
Message received.
Concurrent resolution, Senate 569. Excuse me, that was a committee report. No.
Committee report.
Committee report, 668, Senator Goldfinch.
Committee report.
Committee report, 696, Senator Sessler.
Committee report.
Invitations Committee report, 701, Senator Sapp.
Committee report.
Invitations Committee report, 728, Senator Rice.
Committee report.
Invitations favorable Committee report, 3873, Robert Williams.
Where's this coming from?
Invitations Committee reports.
Committee report.
Invitations Committee reports favorable, 4041, Anderson.
Hold on.
Yes, sir.
Committee report. Clerk will read.
Committee report 4070, invitations, Hennigan.
Committee report.
Invitations Committee report favorable, 4125, Rose.
Committee report.
Invitations favorable, 4181, Calhoun.
Committee report.
Invitations favorable, 4218, Winnie McDaniel.
Committee report.
Invitations Committee reports favorably, 4281, Kirby.
Committee report.
Invitations favorable, 4295, Howard.
Committee report.
Invitations favorable, 4182, Jones.
Committee report. What is it?
Invitations.
Committee report.
43.
Clerk will read.
Yes, sir. 4315, last one, Mr. Atkinson. Well, yeah.
Clerk will read.
We have Kershaw delegation 729. That would be a Senate introduction.
Committee report.
And 768, Senator Young. No more. And it's not your fault.
Placed on the calendar without reference.
Senate amendments 4027.
Senate amendments.
House resolution J.E. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, ask name sent that roll of the House. Objection. Hearing none is ordered. Adopted.
House resolution Herb Kurzman.
Mr. Herb Kurzman, action unanimous, sent to add the roll of the House. Is there any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Adopted.
House Resolution. Mr. Hyde.
Mr. Hyde, action unanimous, sent to add the roll of the House. Is there any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Adopted.
House Resolution. Ms. Henderson Myers.
Senator Myers, action unanimous, sent to add the roll of the House. Is there any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Adopted.
House Resolution. Dr. Thigpen.
Dr. Thigpen, action unanimous, sent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Adopted.
We have a House Resolution. Mr. Long.
Adopted.
Honoring Spartanburg. Mr. Wooten. Recognizing Police Week.
Mr. Wooten, action unanimous, sent to add the roll of the House. Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Adopted.
West Cox. Honoring Powdersville High School.
All right, members, I'm going to ask you to stay in the chamber. We've got an announcement at the end of this you may want to hear. So if you're walking toward the door, come back in. Mr. Cox, action unanimous, sent to add the roll of the House. Objection, hearing none, so ordered. Adopted.
Mr. Govan. Sorrow for the passing.
Mr. Govan, action unanimous, sent to add the roll of the House. Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Adopted.
Mr. Jefferson. Raising awareness of the Bradley Blake Foundation.
Adopted. 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 And I'll read it. If you ain't gonna read it, I'll read it. Referred to the House Judiciary Committee.
Representative Rivers, congratulating
Mr. Cromer, if you'll hold off a minute.
Yes, sir.
Members, I'm going to continue to read because there's a lot to read to put on the calendar tomorrow to refer to committee. I did want you to know that tonight there was supposed to be an Indigo evening celebrating South Carolina's hospitality and tourism industry. There was a reception that was supposed to be, I believe, from 5 to 7 at the Columbia Metropolitan Convention Center. Because we've stayed late, they're going to stay late. They're going to stay to 8 o'clock, and it's presented by the South Carolina Golf Association and Low Country Hospitality Association and the South Carolina Restaurant and Lodging Association. So I'm going to continue to read. If you would like to go down there, if you're from that area or you just like to go down there to see these folks, and I imagine they'll have some food, they're going to extend it from 7 to 8 o'clock. So you've got an hour and a half to go and socialize with these folks. Clerk will read.
Mr. Rivers, congratulating Maggie Magwood.
Adopted.
Mr. Herb Kurzman, authorizing manufacturers to provide tastings of hard
Referred to
cider.
House Judiciary Committee.
Mr. Pope, relating to orders of protection.
Referred to House Judiciary Committee.
Mr. J.L. Johnson, Sarah Mae Fleming Day.
Referred to House Judiciary Committee.
Mr. Magnuson, unconstitutional federal orders.
Referred to House Judiciary Committee.
Mr. Rutherford, probate judges.
Referred to the House Judiciary Committee.
Mr. Taylor, the South Carolina Academic Integrity Act.
Referred to the House Education Committee.
Good.
Mr. Smith. Gotcha. Ms. Cobb Hunter, for what purpose do you rise, ma'am? House will be in order. House will be in order. Ms. Cobb Hunter. We got to turn around.
We're trying to, oh, great. Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Speaker, I move that when the House adjourn today, that we do so in memory of Mr. William B. Cox of Orangeburg. Some of you may know Mikey Johnson, who is a big-time Republican entity. Bill Cox was Mikey's grandfather. He died a couple of months ago. Would ask that we adjourn in memory of him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill Cox, Sr.
Thank you, Ms. Cobb Hunter. Ms. Cobb Hunter requests, and the chair will certainly grant her desire that when the House adjourn today, it adjourn in memory of William E. Bill Cox. Thank you, Ms. Cobb Hunter. Is there anything else for the good of the House? When we adjourn, we will meet at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Mr. Bustos moves that the House do now adjourn. All in favor say aye. Opposed no, the ayes have it. Thank you all for a hard day of work.